small panda. Yeah, Sagral's
I'm
doing
mostly
some laundry for me.
what are you all right?
Why? What's up?
How Sagro ended stream last night.
I was sleepy. I was just like, I want to
Okay,
lay down, but I don't want to go lay down in the bed because then the dog's gonna bug him. So I laid down on the floor, and she's like, I'm gonna attack thy face.
okay, cause he made it sound like something was wrong, and I'm like,
I overreact
it's so.
sometimes.
I just wanted to make sure you were all right.
Yeah, I'm good. Did you want anything to eat? I'm actually gonna start a thing that when I stream, those who join me in chat get free food drink. So I swear it's a genetic thing. In the morning, my nose runs. I don't
uh,
know why, but it's a thing. So,
mine, mine is I have phlegm, and that's
uh,
why my voice is like this. But I'm sounding like this right now because I'm tired as fuck.
alright. Do you want me to give you some soup or something?
Um,
Soupies?
I'll take the grilled cheese again. The
It's
tiefling with
not,
grilled cheese.
I say it's not grilled cheese. You know what it's called. You made it.
I know what it's called, but I just remembered the grilled cheese, and I want some grilled cheese right now. But I don't want to get up and make it. Yeah, I got so fed up with tossing and turning for 2 hours, so I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna go draw.
Okay.
And I'm almost done with your cup.
Nice. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I forgot to plug my controller back in, so it's gonna be a while up. Little bit. I have to unwind it. Saggle winds it up very, very tightly. Takeda! Takeda is one of the people who has this effectively kind of like a warehouse, a heck of a lot bigger than mine. And remember how I
Mm,
showed you the shulkers of lava and paper that I have? I have
yeah.
like a trade deal thing going on with them. They're the one, they're from North Hill. So if I just go into here and go under the paper barrel, North Hill Paper Mill. Yeah, they're in charge of the area called North Hill. I have too much beef
So what are you? Oh, you're playing Minecraft.
for right now.
No, I had no idea what you were doing.
I am doing Minecraft and then I'm doing Princess Bride Chapter 2.
Ah,
Apparently, the book has 3 books inside of it. And the first book goes to
oh.
like 334.
Uh,
But yeah, I'm just going in here to do my daily shit.
I was about to say, Omar, repacking of what? And then I remembered. Oh yeah, Ren.
Yep, Ren Fair.
Yeah, you gotta remember, I'm used to Ren Fair being done.
Yeah, because you don't go work it. I have to actually pack my, reorganize my foot locker. Because I'm going to be camping this time. Let's check how much. Oh, that's going nicely.
Because I'm used to Ren Fair being done at the beginning of November.
Well, it depends on which one you do. Sorry, I just woke up.
Yeah, I've been up for like 3 hours now.
Yeah, Sagrel got up to take care of Pupper, and I'm just like, I've been having him get up to take care of her in the morning, and then I take care of her pretty much throughout the day, or most of the time. Unless I'm at work, of course, because then I can't do it. And,
Curiosity.
yeah.
Would you like cinnamon on top of your eggnog?
Sure.
Okay.
Nim, 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 nim. I thought that might make you giggle. Must
Yeah, and then
gather
last
the
night
mistletoe.
I
What's
I had a breakdown.
what happened?
There was a deer
Oh,
right near the apartment.
PTSD just showed up.
I slammed on the brakes
How is that
and
going,
it
by the way?
uh Helios is supposed to call them today to see how our car is doing.
Okay.
But yeah, it took him like an hour to get me to calm down last night.
Understandable. I mean, that's a traumatic experience.
And it only happened like 2 weeks ago, and then another deer comes out. Yeah, like no, I'm done.
By the way, we don't have many deer down here, and one of my coworkers saw a deer just come out into one of the yards. And it's like, mm,
I live like on the outskirts of the city we live near, and one day when we were about to head to work, we saw 10 deer in the small field near where we live.
mm.
And then they flocked around the apartments, bouncing around like bunny rabbits with antlers.
I mean, they do that.
I know, but it was funny to watch.
Fair. And it's funny, I'm tempted to tell Shook, just take all my shit and put it in like boxes or something like that, and I want to rebuild. That's gonna be a pain in the ass, and monsters are gonna get me.
No, there we go.
So one thing I didn't show off is this is the graveyard, and those are kind of like monoliths. And I'm not going to show
Oh,
the stuff that's actually in there because those have actual names, and it's
I
effectively
was
there's a great grandfather in there, there's grandfathers, grandmothers, and I think two moms.
I
So
tried to see your picture because all I saw was your name, and I'm like, okay, let me try to send the picture to Raina. I was trying to figure out why wasn't I able to send a picture, and then I realized I was in the cafe's general chat.
fuck it. We bunk. It's that corner right there. That is death. Yeah, I usually pack a suitcase to Amar. Um, cause we've been staying in hotels at the moment. Yeah, death. Um, cause we don't have a booth yet. Uh, and when we have a booth, I might do a I might do a suitcase. It depends. Or I might just do a Foot Locker again. But I definitely will have my
um,
what's up, Panda?
Is the timer broken?
Um, no, I forgot to start it again. That just means people get more time. Shush you. However, I paused it last night. It decided to unpause itself. So when I got on, it was at like 3.5 hours. I'm just like, uh-oh. I remember it was at like 9.5.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Oops. Dargo said he
Yeah, I
was gonna look
remember
at the
one.
VOD later.
Hey, Paretta.
It's in another room that I don't feel like going in. And Pirata, you're fine. I'm not gonna, I have no reason to throw it at you.
What is what? I can't word today. What is what?
A chancla is a sandal or a flip-flop that Mexican mothers throw
Oh,
with deadly accuracy.
yeah, I know what you mean now. There was actually a funny video where this white guy was telling these Hispanic people not to be afraid of their mothers, and then all you see is this shoe fly by, and it pretty much makes the mothers as Power Rangers.
Okay,
I'll have to
I can see
find
it.
it and show you. But I sent you your cup.
I have so many pumpkins, I don't know what I'm going to do. No, because the pumpkin part is full.
Oh crap.
Yeah, you said it pretty well. It is night outside now. But yeah, so I have 9 shulkers of pumpkin. The pumpkin, the large chest that has pumpkins in it is full. So effectively I have 11 shulkers worth of pumpkins. I don't have 9 shulkers of melons yet, but I'm going to run out of space for melons because pumpkins are going to take its spot. And this stuff right here is just starting to stock up on meat because of the what is it? The triple spawner. I'll go down there and just get a crap ton of meat. Oh, yeah. Might as well show it off. I can safely do it from here. I got bored, so I made a campground. No, seriously, that is a campground. That is public
Is that a
access.
German?
That is an Enderman. I will not look at it. And that was a spider that just fucking disappeared. But yeah, so those are effectively these three right here are have like double chests in them, I think, and double beds, and all of them have ender chests in them.
Of course.
Now these ones over here are not public access. I've actually subclaimed them, and if people actually want to use them, I can actually give them to them like these like as like houses and stuff. They also get the
Oh,
horses that are right there. All three of them have
okay.
horses. That's just out of my render distance.
No, I can see the horses.
Well, the third one over there, the horse is out of render distance, so it's not showing.
Okay. Yeah,
But
because
yeah, got all these
the
farms
one,
right here too.
yeah, the way the one was standing, it looked like another Enderman, and I'm like, wait, no, wait, that does not look like. And then it finally turned sideways. I'm like, yeah, that's a horse.
Yep. And then we got like these scarecrow-esque things right here. And that's actually a
Like, aren't those like
um
where snowmen are and it just puts it out?
no, these right here are like scarecrow type. I built those.
Oh,
This thing right here is an auto bone meal farm or bone meal maker.
oh,
You just put like seeds or other biological material and shit in there, and it'll automatically bone meal it. Oh, hi, hi, stupid, you're gonna die. And one thing that I did is I spent a lot of time getting um, what is it, magma blocks, and it's all the way around.
what was going on?
A zombie decided to come and stand directly on the magma blocks.
Okay, I'm like, it looked,
Like
it,
under
it looked like
here,
it kept.
some people don't really see it very well, but underneath every single one of these moss carpet things is a magma block.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Helios even accidentally stood on it. Like it goes even to here. Like you have three spaces here that are safe. Three spaces in front of the other gate that are safe. Otherwise, it's all covered in magma blocks. Not to mention, if we look, there's my snowmen right there. That's my sentry system. They throw flaming
Okay, that's
snowballs.
what stopped me.
Yeah. Not to
That's why I
mention,
felt this scared.
was it Shuk gave me he made them immortal because they kept dying. Cause the what was it? What was it? The skeletons would keep shooting them
Uh,
and keep killing them. That right there is Maki's Hell Tower. He called it that, not me. I have stopped collecting this shit. By the way, this thing will not summon a warden. It actually has to be a natural spawning one. This is not. So, yeah, just standing here, it lets off noise. We even have a charged creeper maker. So you get a creeper to follow you, and then you get out, and you leave them there. We've actually gotten 7 of them stuck in there at the same time before. And then lightning will strike right here, and just charge them.
huh.
Which we have, aw man, inside the Fey Mansion. He's behind glass, so see, yeah, look, I even get myself, ah, yow, let me up. Let me up, damn it.
No uppies, no upsies.
Oh, and then the cool thing is there's some areas where it will say, welcome to say such and such area in the bottom left corner when you get close enough to the region post. And we actually were able to put our map on the region post. And apparently it
Oh,
auto updates too, because that stuff wasn't there before.
that's cool.
But one thing I did is I actually went ahead and put the different areas on the map. Yeah, like that wasn't there either. That's where Sagral's building Oogie Boogie's tree house. Yeah, but this thing here goes to the nether roof, which a lot of us call purgatory. It's in between the nether and the overworld, which this is the overworld. And this is Rosie's cute little house. But she is busy with school and other things, so she hasn't been back on in a while. And I have been trying to leave her alone because college is a pain in the ass. But yeah, okay, well, I've pretty much done my checkup. Yeah, yeah,
Um,
that's fair.
I'm debating on whether to add cinnamon sticks.
Nah.
Nah.
Yeah, nah.
Okay. But I want those cookies.
That was pretty good. Is this the
Eh, eh,
final
eh, eh.
of the of my eggnog?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see where I'm at. Uh, do, do, do.
So we're almost done with the Yule menu, aren't we?
I've only got
One,
the
two,
salad, the
three,
two
four,
soups, and the
five,
two
six,
stews.
7, 8, 9, 10. That means there's five left.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no, wait. Hold on. No, there's six. Because I haven't done the second cookie.
Oh yeah, there's six because we have 16 items because the fuck is snow. You and
Oh, I
Sagrel.
sent it, I sent it to Sagro, but I didn't send it to you.
Oh lord, what did you do?
He let me do it. He let me do it.
I know that. Oh my god. Oh, fuck snow. You just named it fuck snow. Got it.
Yes.
The two of you, I swear.
I still love it.
You know what? I think I'm just gonna show chat what this is.
Mind you, I just created it. I did not think this up.
Oh, I know. This is what she's giggling like a little bitch about. Because they're just like with the abridged, what's this? With Jack Frost, or was it the Pumpkin King? His, his song when he gets to, was it, Christmas Town?
The fuck, the fuck, the
The
fuck
fuck
is
is in the
everywhere.
air? The fuck. Yeah. So this is their version of this because it's the abridged thing. Yes, it's called The Fuck is Snow. That's what the actual drink is called. The Fuck is Snow. So, yeah,
But I didn't write out fuck, so we're good.
you did.
I made it just so.
But you did, but
Because I asked Sagral,
I
does he
know I
want
was
the.
there. I was there when you
I
did
mean,
it. Cuz we were laying in bed and you're like, "Do I write out like F with like three snowflakes or do you want the cafe logo?" I was laying right next to him when you did that. I'm just like, "Oh my god, these two are just oh my god."
he told me F yes. You should have seen my reaction with Helios next to me. I'm like, yes! And
Yeah,
he's
he
like,
told me
what's
that.
that?
Because apparently
Helios did.
you wrote that in chat too. By the way,
Did
guys,
I?
we are 1.5 tweets away from another, 1.5 subs away for another tweet. How can we torture Sagril even more? Because I'm enjoying the hell out of this. This is fucking great. Because I'll write the shit down. Like, as long as it doesn't break TOS, I don't care what you guys say. Like, if you want to, you could. Nah, I'm not even putting that because it'll get him in trouble. I don't want to get Sagro in trouble.
And then the Yule log is done. Yeah, I've only got 6 items.
But yeah,
I'll most
so
likely have 2.
we are slowly creeping up to the Halloween themed couple commission. And
Bum bum. Oh,
let me see. Where did. Because I know I saved it. Okay.
I think Helios turned off his alarm.
I
Nope,
had to
I hear it.
scroll up for this.
Thank you, Amar.
What happened?
She's like, I like it.
Oh yeah, it's actually really good.
What's gonna be funny is if people try to order your drink.
Yep. The only person I will allow, I will allow two people to order my drink, and that is Anubis and Amar. Well, three. You too, Panda, because you're the artist. You can order anything you want.
I don't drink eggnog, so you're good.
All right. Well, I said I'm saying this. Three
Yeah, I know.
people are allowed to order my drink, and it's the eggnog without whipped cream. But it is in a special thing too. So
Well, yeah, and me, Amar, and Anubis all love mint too. So yeah,
there's nothing wrong with mint.
Helios hates mint. That's why I'm like, so whenever I get mint cookies, I know I won't have any problems.
Yep.
Mm. Mm.
So if we reach, we don't have mead, but I understand, Dragon King. Excuse me.
Hi, Dragon King.
But if for some reason
How
we're
are you?
able to reach the couple's commission, where is it? Oh, wrong one. It is going to be in this style. This is the style that we're going to go with. But we have to reach the couple's commission though. So we will be reaching out to Zephyr again. Alright, Dragon King, I understand. Make sure to take care of yourself, okay? Oh, excuse me. But let's see. Boop. I am so sorry that you're sick, Dragon King. Okay. Boop. Boop. But yeah, so we have actually reached the goal for uh Monster Hunter. So me and Sago will have to go after that. Probably gonna do it later in the day, so that way like Demon can be on that, because I know he's been wanting to go with this. What is the good news, Alpaca? I am interested.
Oh no.
You mean, oh no. The change scenes. Ah. Oh no, Panda might poof.
I went into the oblivion.
Just a bit.
Oh, good news about Monster Hunter.
Okay, so what is the good news?
Is that Saturn on the back?
Yes, yes, he is.
Oh, he was talking about that's good news that your guys' goal was reached.
Yep, I saw that. But yeah, so hey, pretty girl, let me make sure that I don't get you with the chair. Alright, so going on to Princess Bride Chapter 2, The Groom. The chopping block is Sharish Valda for me, and Sagrel has to get to Fatalis. He's not there yet. So that's gonna be a little bit of time. I'm actually sitting at the Shara fight though. But I will have to do the cutscene, so at least everybody gets to see that one. I think it's been a while. Uh, okay, and there is yeah, no, he has to pass a Latreon. So in each of the chapters, there is going to be sections where the author talks about or talks a bit. I am also skipping parts where it says, "Oh, this is before this thing was invented," or "This is after this thing came about." It was getting a little annoying for me. Anyway, so chapter 2, The Groom. This is my
I'm gonna
first
mute up.
major. Okay, this is my first major excision. Chapter 1, The Bride, is almost in its entirety about the bride. Chapter 2, The Groom, only picks up Humperdinck in the last few pages. This chapter is where my son Jason stopped reading, and there is simply no way of blaming him. For what Morgenstern has done is open this chapter with 66 pages of Florini's history. More accurately, it is the history of the Florinese crown. Dreary? Not to be believed. Why would a master of narrative stop his narrative dead before it has much chance to begin generating? No known answer. All I can guess is that for Morgenstern, the real narrative was not Buttercup and the remarkable things she endures, but rather the history of the monarchy and other such stuff. When this version comes out, I expect every Florinese scholar alive to slaughter me. Columbia University has not only the leading Florinese experts in America, but also direct ties to the New York Times Book Review. I can't help that, and I only hope they understand my intentions here are in no way meant to be destructive of Morgenstern's version. Yeah, blow my nose, give me a moment. I will mute up so you guys don't hear the elephant in the room. Okay. Prince Humperdinck was shaped like a barrel. His chest was a great barrel chest, his thighs mighty barrel thighs. He was not tall, but he weighed close to 250 pounds. Brick hard. Yes, of course you are. He walked in like a crab, side to side, and probably if he had wanted to be a ballet dancer, he would have been doomed to a miserable life of endless frustration. But he didn't want to be a ballet dancer. He wasn't in that much of a hurry to be a king either. Even war, at which he excelled, took second place in his affections. Everything took second place in his affections. Hunting was his love. He made it a practice never to let a day go by without killing something. It didn't matter what. When he first grew dedicated, he killed only the big things, elephants or pythons. But then, as his skills increased, he began to enjoy the suffering of little beasts too. He could happily spend an afternoon tracking a flying squirrel across forests or a rainbow trout down rivers. Once he was determined, once he had focused on an object, the prince was relentless. He never tired, never wavered, neither ate nor slept. It was death chess, and he was international grand master. Gotta make sure Amar is on in here. Boop. In the beginning, he traversed the world for opposition, but travel consumed time, ships and horses being what they were, and the time away from Florin was worrying. There always had to be a male heir to the throne, and as long as his father was alive, there was no problem. But some day his father would die, and then the prince would be the king, and he would have to select a queen to supply an heir for the day of his own death. So, to avoid the problem of absence, Prince Humperdinck built the Zoo of Death. He designed it himself with Count Rugen's help, and he sent his airlings across the world, or hirelings across the world, to stock it for him. It was kept brimming with things that he could hunt, and it really wasn't like any other animal sanctuary anywhere. In the first place, there were never any visitors, only the albino keeper to make sure the beasts were properly fed, and that there were never any sickness or weakness inside. Oop, thank you for letting me know that. Did you want anything from the food menu, Amar? You're allowed to say it. Oh my god, Amar!
Sorry.
That's the Yule menu. It's not
Okay.
available yet, you butt.
I okay, my mind is stuck on eggnog because eggnog was spoken of earlier, okay? When my
Alright.
mind gets stuck, my mind gets stuck. Hot chocolate.
You still got about 2 weeks left, sweetie. Or yeah, a little over 2 weeks.
Ooh, do I Oh wait, I already got a drink. I can't I can't think.
Now you have a different one.
Mm,
Did you want like a soup or something?
Um, not right now.
Okay, so you have the hot chocolate in your hands now.
Thank you.
Mhm. It's so funny how we're just mentioning like different menus and you're like, I want that! It's not available yet, Amar!
I'm sorry. Like I
No,
said,
no,
my
it's
mind
fine.
gets stuck sometimes.
It's fine. Doop-a-doop. let me do something real quick. Oop. No, the timer didn't break. Boop. Yeah, that's kind of cool, isn't it, Amar? Anyway, power hour. I'm turning it on right now, because fuck it, why not? Amar Panda, if I don't know when something pops up, please let me know. Or if I don't notice it. Because my nose is going to be in a book. I may not see it. The other thing about the zoo was that it was underground. The prince picked the spot himself, in the quietest, remotest corner of the castle grounds, and he decreed there were to be 5 levels, all with the proper needs for his individual enemies. On the first level, he put enemies of speed, wild dogs, cheetahs, hummingbirds. On the second level belonged the enemies of strength, anacondas and rhinos and crocodiles of over 20 feet. The third level was for poisoners, spitting cobras, jumping spiders, death bats galore. The fourth level was the kingdom of the most dangerous, the enemies of fear, the shrieking tarantula, the only spider capable of sound, the blood eagle, the only bird that thrived on human flesh, plus, in its own black pool, the sucking squid. Even the albino shivered during feeding time on the fourth level. The fifth level was empty. The prince constructed it in hopes of someday finding something worthy, something as dangerous and fierce and powerful as he. Unlikely. Still, he was an internal optimist, so he kept the great cage of the fifth level always in readiness. And there was really more than enough that was lethal on the other 4 levels to keep a man happy. The prince would sometimes choose his prey by luck. He had a great wheel with a spinner, and on the outside of the wheel was a picture of every animal in the zoo, and he would twirl the spinner at breakfast, and wherever it stopped, the albino would ready that breed. Sometimes he would choose by mood. I feel quick today. Fetch me a cheetah. Or I feel strong today. Release a rhino. And whatever he requested, of course, was done. He was ringing down the curtain on an orangutan when the business of the king's health made its ultimate intrusion. It was mid-afternoon, and the prince had been grappling with the giant beast since morning. And finally, after all these hours, the hairy thing was weakening. Again and again the monkey tried to bite, a sure sign of failure of strength in the arms. The prince warded off the attempted bites with ease, and the ape was heaving at the chest now, desperate for air. The prince made a crab-like step sideways, then another, then darted forward, spun the great beast into his arms, applying pressure to the spine. This was all taking place in the ape pit, where the prince had his pleasure with many simians. From up above now, the Count Rugen's voice interrupted. "There is news," the count said. "From battle," the prince replied. "Cannot it wait?" For how long? Asked the Count. Crack! The orangutan fell like a rag doll. Now what is all this? The prince replied, stepping past the dead beast, mounting the ladder out of the pit. Your father has had his annual physical, the Count said. I have the report. And? Your father is dying. Drat, said the prince. That means I shall have to get married. Chapter 3. Courtship. Four of them met in the great council room of the castle. Prince Humperdinck, his confidant, Count Rugen, his father, aging King Lotheron, and Queen Bella, his evil stepmother. Queen Bella was shaped like a gumdrop, and colored like a raspberry. She was easily the most beloved person in the kingdom, and had been married to the king long before he began mumbling. Prince Humperdinck was but a child then, and since the only stepmothers he knew were the evil ones from stories, he always called Bella that or ES for short. All right, the prince began, as they were all assembled. Who do I marry? Let's pick a bride and get it done. Aging King Lotheron said, I've been thinking, it's really getting to be about time for Prince Humperdinck to pick a bride. He didn't actually so much say it as mumble it. I've be mumble, mumble, hump, mumble, and mumble. Queen Bella was the only one who bothered fretting out his meanings any more. You couldn't be righter, dear, she said, and she patted his royal robes. What did he say? He said whoever we decided on would be getting a thunderously handsome prince for a lifetime companion. Tell him he's looking quite well himself, the prince returned. We've only just changed miracle men, the queen said. That accounts for the improvement. You mean you fired Miracle Max? Prince Humperdinck said. I thought he was the only one left. No, we found another one up in the mountains, and he's quite extraordinary. Old, of course, but then, who wants a young miracle man? Tell him I've changed miracle men, King Lothran said. It came out, tell, mumble, mirumble, mumble. What did he say? The prince wondered. He said a man of your importance couldn't marry just any princess. True, true, Prince Humperdinck said. He sighed deeply. I suppose that means Norina. That would be that would certainly be a perfect match politically, Count Rugen allowed. Princess Norina was from Gilder, the country that lay just across Florin Channel. In Gilder, they put it differently. For them, Florin was the country on the other side of the channel of Gilder. In any case, the two countries had stayed alive over the centuries, mainly by warring on each other. There had been the olive war, the tuna fish discrepancy, which almost bankrupted both nations, the Roman rift, which did send them both into insolvency, only to be followed by the discord of the emeralds, in which they both got rich again, chiefly by banding together for a brief period and robbing everybody within sailing distance. I wonder if she hunts, though, said Humperdinck. I don't care so much about personality, just so they're good with a knife. I saw her several years ago, Queen Bella said. She seemed lovely, though hardly muscular. I would describe her more as a knitter than a doer. But again, lovely. Skin? Asked the prince. Give me one moment. Okay, Sagal told me I was pretty much right on the timing. Marblish, answered the queen. Lips? Number or color? Asked the queen. Color, yes. Rosish. Cheeks the same. Eyes largish, one blue, one green. Said Humperdinck. And form? Hourglassish. Always clothed divinishly. And, of course, famous throughout Gilder for the largest hat collection in the world. Well, let's bring her over here for some state occasions and have a look at her, said the prince. Isn't there a princess in Gilder that would be about the right age? Said the king. It came out, Mumsus, gullible, a mumble, mumble. Are you never wrong? Said Queen Bella. She smiled into the weakening eyes of her ruler. What did he say? Wondered the prince. That I should leave this very day with an invitation, replied the queen. So began the great visit of the Princess Norina. Me again. Of all the cuts in this version, I feel most justified in making this one. Just as the chapters on whaling and Moby Dick can be omitted by all but the most punishment-loving readers, so the packing scenes that Morgenstern details here are really best left alone. That's what happens for the next 56.5 pages of The Princess Bride. Packing. I included unpacking scenes in the same category. What happens is just this. Queen Bella packs most of her wardrobe, 11 pages, and travels to Gilder, 2 pages. In Gilder, she unpacks, 5 pages, then tenders the invitation to Princess Norina, 1 page. Princess Norina accepts, the Princess Norina packs all her clothes and hats, and together the princess and the queen travel back to Florin for the annual celebration of the founding of Florin City. They reach King Lotherin's castle, where Princess Norina is shown her quarters, and unpacks all the same clothes and hats we've just seen her pack, 1.5 pages before. It's a baffling passage. I spoke to Professor Bongiorno of Columbia University, the head of their Florinese department, and he said this was the most deliciously satiric chapter in the entire book. Morgenstern's point, apparently, being simply to show that although Florin considered itself vastly more civilized than Gilder, Gilder was, in fact, a far more sophisticated country, as indicated by the superiority in number and quality of the ladies' clothes. I am not about to argue with with a full professor, but if you ever have a really unbreakable case of insomnia, do yourself a favor and start reading chapter 3 of the uncut version. Anyway, things pick up a bit once the prince and princess meet and spend the day. Norina did have, as advertised, marblish skin, rosish lips and cheeks, largish eyes, one blue, one green, hourglassish form, and easily the most extraordinary collection of hats as ever assembled. Wide-brimmed and narrow, some tall, some not, some fancy, some colorful, some plaid, some plain. She doted on changing hats at every opportunity. When she met the prince, she was wearing one hat. When he asked her for a stroll, she excused herself, shortly to return wearing another, equally flattering. Things went on like this throughout the day, but it seems to me to be a bit too much court etiquette for modern readers. So it's not till the evening meal that I return to the original text. Dinner was held in the great hall of Lotherin's castle. Ordinarily, they would all have supped in the dining room, but for an event of this importance, that place was simply too small. Thank you so much for following the channel. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah. So tables were placed end on end along the center of the great hall, an enormous drafty spot that was given to being chilly even in the summertime. There were many doors and giant entranceways, and the wind gusts sometimes reached gale force. This night was more typical than less. The winds whistled constantly, and the candles constantly needed relighting, and some of the more daringly dressed ladies shivered. But Prince Humperdinck didn't seem to mind, and in Florin, if he didn't, you didn't either. At 8:23 there seemed every chance of a lasting alliance starting between Florin and Gilder. At 8:24 the two nations were very close to war. What happened was simply this. At 8:23 and 5 seconds the main course of the evening was ready for serving. The main course was essence of branded pig, and you need a lot of it to serve 5 people. So in order to hasten the serving, a giant double door that led from the kitchen to the great hall was opened. The giant double door was on the north end of the room. The door remained open throughout what followed. The proper wine for essence of branded pig was in readiness behind the double door that led eventually to the wine cellar. This double door was opened at 8:23 and 10 seconds in order that the dozen wine stewards could get their kegs quickly to the eaters. This double door, it might be noted, was at the south end of the room. At this point, an unusually strong crosswind was clearly evident. Prince Humperdinck did not notice, because at that moment he was whispering with the Princess Norina of Gilder. He was cheek to cheek with her, his head under her wide-brimmed blue-green hat, which brought out the exquisite color of both of her largish eyes. At 8:23 and 20 seconds, King Lotheron made his somewhat belated entrance to the dinner. He was always belated now, had been for years, and in the past people had been known to starve before he got there. But of late, meals just began without him, which was fine with him, since his new miracle man had taken him off meals anyway. The king entered through the king's door, a huge hinged thing that only he was allowed to use. It took several servants in excellent condition to work it. It should be reported that the king's door was always in the east side of any room, since the king was, of all people, closest to the sun. What happened then has been variously described as a northern or a southwestern, depending on where you were seated in the room when it struck. But all hands agree on the one thing. At 8:23 and 25 seconds, it was pretty gusty in the great hall. Most of the candles lost their flame and toppled, which was only important because a few of them fell, still burning, into the same kerosene cups that were placed here and there across the banquet table so that the essence of brandied pig could be properly flaming when served. Servants rushed in from all over to put out the flames, and they did a good enough job, considering that everything in the room was flying this way, that way, fans and scarves and hats, particularly the hat of Princess Norina. It flew off to the wall behind her, where she quickly retrieved it and put it properly on. That was at 8:23 and 50 seconds. It was too late. At 8:23:55, Prince Humperdinck rose roaring, the veins in his thick neck etched like hemp. There were still flames in some places, and the redness reddened his already blood-filled face. He looked, as he stood there, like a barrel on fire. He then said to Princess Norina of Gilder the 5 words that brought the nations to the brink: "Madam, feel free to flee." And with that he stormed from the great hall. The time was then 8:24. Prince Humperdinck made his angry way to the balcony above the great hall and stared down at the chaos. The fires were still in place, flaming red. Guests were pouring out through the doors, and Princess Norina, hatted and faint, was being carried by her servants far from view. Queen Bella finally caught up with the prince, who stormed along the balcony, clearly not yet in control. "I do wish you hadn't been quite so blunt," Queen Bella said. The prince whirled on her. "I'm not marrying any bald princess, and that's that." "No one would know," Queen Bella exclaimed. "She has hats even for sleeping." "I would know," cried the prince. "Did you see the candlelight reflecting off her skull?" "But things would have been so good in Gilder," the queen said, addressing herself half to the prince, half to Count Rugen, who now joined them. "Forget about Gilder. I'll conquer it some time. I've been wanting to ever since I was a kid, anyway." He approached the queen. "People snicker behind your back when you've got a bald wife, and I can do without that, thank you. You'll just have to find someone else." "Oh, find me someone. She should look she should just look nice, that's all." "That Narina has no hair," King Lotharen said, puffing up to the others. "Nor umble, mumble, humble." "Thank you for pointing that out, dear," said Queen Bella. "I don't think Humperdinck will like that," said the king. Dumble, humble, mumble. Then Count Rugen stepped forward. "You want someone who looks nice. But what if she's a commoner?" "The commoner the better," Prince Humperdinck replied, pacing again. "What if she can't hunt?" the count went on. "I don't care if she can't spell," the prince said. Suddenly he stopped and faced them all. "I'll tell you what I want," he began then. "I want someone who is so beautiful that when you see her you say, 'Wow, that Humperdinck must have some kind of Must be some kind of fellow to have a wife like that. Search the country, search the world, just find her. Count Rugen could only smile. She is already found, he said. It was dawn when the two horsemen reined in at the hilltop. Count Rugen rode a splendid black horse, large, perfect, powerful. The prince rode one of his whites. It made Rugen's mount seem like a plow puller. She delivers milk in the mornings, Count Rugen said, and she is truly without question no possibility of error beautiful. She was something of a mess when I saw her, the Count admitted, but the potential was overwhelming. A milkmaid. The prince ran the words across his rough tongue. I don't know that I could wed one of them even under the best conditions. People might snicker that she was the best I could do. True, the Count admitted. If you prefer, we can ride back to Florence City without waiting. We've come this far, the prince said. We might as well wait. His voice quite simply died. I'll take her, he managed finally, as Buttercup rode slowly by below them. No one will snicker, I think, the Count said. I must court her now, said the prince. Leave us alone for a minute. He rode the white exemplary down the hill. Buttercup had never seen Buttercup had never seen a giant beast, or such a rider. I am your prince, and you will marry me, Humperdinck said. Buttercup whispered, I am your servant, and I refuse. I am your prince, and you cannot refuse. I am your loyal servant, and I just did. Refusal means death. Kill me then. I am your prince, and I'm not that bad. How could you rather be dead than married to me? Because, Buttercup said, marriage involves love, and that is not a pastime at which I excel. I tried once, and it went badly, and I am sworn never to love another. Love? Said Prince Humperdinck. Who mentioned love? Not me, I can tell you. Look, there must always be a male heir to the throne in Florin. That's me. Once my father dies, there won't be an heir, just a king. That's me again. When that happens, I'll marry and have children until there is a son. So you can either marry me and be the richest and most powerful woman in 1,000 miles and give turkeys away at Christmas and provide me a son, or you can die in terrible pain in the very near future. Make up your mind. I'll never love you. I wouldn't want it even if I had it. Then by all means, let us marry. Chapter 4. The Preparations. I didn't even know this chapter existed until I began the Good Parts version. All my father used to say at this point was, what with one thing and another, 3 years passed. And then he'd explain how the day came when Buttercup was officially introduced to the world as the coming queen, and how the great square of Florence City was filled as never before, awaiting her introduction. And by then he was into the terrific business of dealing with the kidnapping. Would you believe that in the original Morgenstern this is the longest single chapter in the book? 15 pages about how Humperdinck can't marry a common subject, so they fight and argue with the nobles and finally make Buttercup Princess of Hammersmith, which was this little lump of land attached to the rear of King Lotherin's holdings. Then the Miracle Man began improving King Lotherin, and 18 pages are used up in describing the cures. Morgenstern hated doctors and was always bitter when they outlawed miracle men from working in Florin proper. On 72, count 'em, 72 pages on the training of a princess, he follows Buttercup day to day, month to month, as she learns all the ways of curtsying and tea pouring and how to address visiting nabobs and that. All this in a satiric vein, naturally, since Morgenstern hated royalty even more than doctors. But from a narrative point of view, in 105 pages, nothing happens. Except this. What with one thing and another, 3 years passed. Chapter 5. The Announcement. The great square of Florence City was filled as never before, awaiting the introduction of Prince Humperdinck's bride-to-be, Princess Buttercup of Hammersmith. The crowd had begun forming some 40 hours earlier, but up to 24 hours before, there were still fewer than 1,000. But then, as the moment of introduction grew nearer, from across the country the people came. None had ever seen the princess, but rumors of her beauty were continual, and each was less possible than the one before. At noontime, Prince Humperdinck appeared at the balcony of his father's castle, and raised his arms. The crowd, which by now was at the danger size, now slowly quieted. There were stories that the king was dying, that he was already dead, that he had been long dead since, that he was fine. My people, my beloveds, from whom we drew our strength, today is the day of greeting. As you must have heard, my honored father's health is not what it once was. He is, of course, 97, so who can ask more? As you also know, Florin needs a male heir. The crowd began to stir now. It was to be this lady they had heard so much about. In 3 months, our country celebrates its 500th anniversary. To celebrate that celebration, I shall, on that sundown, take for my wife the Princess Buttercup of Hammersmith. You do not know of her yet, but you will meet her now." And he made a sweeping gesture, and the balcony doors swung open, and Buttercup moved out beside him on the balcony. And the crowd, quite literally, gasped. The 21-year-old princess far surpassed the 18-year-old mourner. Her figure faults were gone, the too bony elbow having fleshed out nicely. The opposite pudgy wrist could not have been trimmer. Her hair, which was once the color of autumn, was still the color of autumn, except that before she had tended it herself, whereas now she had 5 full-time hairdressers who managed things for her. Her skin was still wintry cream. Oh, hold on. Sorry about that. That was Sagrel. He's doing laundry right now, and he wanted to know if I wanted anything. He's such a sweetheart. Her skin was still wintry cream, but now, with 2 handmaidens assigned to each appendage, and 4 for the rest of her, it actually, in certain lights, seemed to provide her with a gentle, continually moving, as she moved, glow. Prince Humperdinck took her hand and held it high, and the crowd cheered. "That's enough. Mustn't risk overexposure," the prince said, and he started back in toward the castle. "They have waited, some of them long." "So long," Buttercup answered. "I would like to walk among them." "We do not walk among commoners unless it is unavoidable," the prince said. "I have known more than a few commoners in my time," Buttercup told him. "They will not, I think, harm me." And with that she left the balcony, reappeared a moment later on the great steps of the castle, and quite alone walked open-armed down into the crowd. Wherever she went, the people parted. She crossed and recrossed the great square, and always, ahead of her, the people swept apart to let her pass. Buttercup continued, moving slowly and smiling, alone, like some land messiah. Most of the people there would never forget that day. He's calling again! He is always taking care of me. I love him so much. None of the most of the people there would never forget that day. None of them, of course, had ever been so close to perfection, and the great majority adored her instantly. There were, to be sure, some who, while admitting she was pleasing enough, were withholding judgment as to her quality as a queen. And, of course, there were some more who were frankly jealous. Very few of them hated her. There were only 3 of them who were planning to murder her. Buttercup naturally knew none of this. She was smiling, and when people wanted to touch her gown, well, let them. And when they wanted to brush their skin against hers, well, let them do that too. She had studied hard to do things royally, and she wanted very much to succeed, so she kept her posture erect and her smile gentle, and that her death was so close would have only made her laugh, if someone had told her. But in the farthest corner of the great square, in the highest building of the land, deep in the darkest shadow, the man in black stood waiting. His boots were black and leather, his pants were black, and his shirt. His mask was black, blacker than raven. But blackest of all were his flashing eyes, flashing with cruel and deadly, or flashing and cruel and deadly. Buttercup was more than a little weary after her triumph. The touching of the crowds had exhausted her, so she rested a bit, and then, toward mid-afternoon, she changed into her riding clothes and went to fetch horse. This was the one aspect of her life that had not changed in the years preceding. She still loved to ride, and every afternoon, weather permitting or not, she rode alone for several hours in the wild land beyond the castle. She did her best thinking then. Not that her best thinking ever expanded horizons. Still, she told herself she was not a dummy either, so as long as she kept her thoughts to herself, well, where was the harm? As she rode through the woods and streams and heather, her brain was a whirl. The walk through the crowd had moved her, and in a way most strange, for even though she had done nothing for 3 years now but train to be a princess and a queen, today was the first day she actually understood that it all was all soon to be a reality. And I just don't like Humperdinck, she thought. It's not that I hate him or anything. I just never see him. He's always off someplace or playing in the zoo of death. To Buttercup's way of thinking, there were 2 main problems. One, was it wrong to marry without like? And 2, if it was it too late to do anything about it? The answers to her way of thinking as she read along were 1, no, and 2, yes. It wasn't wrong to marry someone you didn't like. It just wasn't right either. And if the whole world did it, that wouldn't be so great. What with everybody kind of grunting at everyone else, and the years went by. But of course, not everybody did it, so forget about that. The answer to 2 was even easier. She had given her word that she would marry, and that would have to be enough. True, he had told her quite honestly that if she said no, he would have to have her disposed of, in order to keep respect for the crown at its proper level. Still, she could have, had she chosen, said no. Everybody had told her, since she became a princess in training, that she was very likely the most beautiful woman in the world. Now she was going to be the richest and most powerful as well. Don't expect too much from life, Buttercup told herself as she rode along. Learn to be satisfied with what you have. Dusk was closing in when Buttercup crested the hill. She was perhaps half an hour from the castle, and her daily ride was 3/4 done. Suddenly she reined horse, for standing in the dimness beyond trio the strangest trio she had ever seen. The man was the man in front was dark Sicilian perhaps, with the gentlest face, almost angelic. He had one leg too short, and the makings of a hunchback, but he moved forward toward her with surprising speed and nimbleness. The other two remained rooted. The second, also dark, probably Spanish, was as erect and slender as a blade of steel that was attached to his side. The third man, mustachioed, perhaps a Turk, was easily the biggest human being she had ever seen. A word, the Sicilian said, raising his arms. His smile was more angelic than his face. Buttercup halted. Speak. We are but poor circus performers, the Sicilian explained. It is dark, and we are lost. We are told there was a village nearby that might enjoy our skills. You were misinformed, Buttercup told him. There is no one, not for many miles. Then there will be no one to hear you scream, the Sicilian said, as he jumped with frightening agility toward her face. That was all that Buttercup remembered. Perhaps she did scream, but if she did, it was more from terror than anything else, because certainly there was no pain. His hands expertly touched places on her neck, and unconsciousness came. She awoke the lapping of water. She was wrapped in a blanket, and the giant Turk was putting her in the bottom of a boat. For a moment she was about to talk, but then, when they began talking, she thought it better to listen, and after she had listened for a moment, it got harder and harder to hear, because of the terrible pounding of her heart. I think you should kill her now, the Turk said. The less you think, the happier I'll be, the Sicilian answered. Then there was the sound of ripping cloth. What is that? The Spaniard asked. The same as I attached to her saddle, the Sicilian replied. Fabric from the uniform of an officer of Gilder. I still think, the Turk began. She must be found dead on the Gilder frontier, or we will not be paid the remainder of our fee. Is that clear enough for you? I just feel better when I know what is going on, that is all, the Turk mumbled. People are always thinking I'm so stupid because I'm big and strong, and sometimes drool a little when I get excited. The reason people think you're so stupid, the Sicilian said, is because you are so stupid. It has nothing to do with your drooling. There came the sound of a flapping of sail. Watch your heads, the Spaniard cautioned. And then the boat was moving. The people of Florin will not take her death well. I shouldn't think. She will. She has become loved, or beloved. There will be war, the Sicilian agreed. We have been paid to start it. It's a fine line of work to be expert in. If we do this perfectly, there will be a continual demand for our services. Well, I do not like it all that much, the Spaniard said. Frankly, I wish you had refused. The offer was too high. I don't like killing a girl, the Spaniard said. God does it all the time. If it doesn't bother him, don't let it worry you. Through all this, Buttercup had not moved. The Spaniard said, Let's just tell her where we're taking her, away for ransom. The Turk agreed. She's so beautiful, and she'll go all crazy if she knew. She knows already, the Sicilian said. She's been awake for every word of this. Buttercup lay under the blanket, not moving. How could he have known? She wondered. How can you be sure? How can you be sure? The Spaniard asked. The Sicilian senses all, the Sicilian said. Conceited, Buttercup thought. Yes, very conceited, the Sicilian said. He must be a mind reader, Buttercup thought. Are you giving it full sail? The Sicilian said. As much as is safe, the Spaniard answered from the tiller. We have an hour on them, so no risks yet. It will take her horse, perhaps 27 minutes to reach the castle. A few minutes more for them to figure out what happened, and, since we left an obvious trail, they should be after us within an hour. We should reach the cliffs in 15 minutes more, and, with any luck, the Gilder frontier at dawn, when she dies. Her body should be quite warm when the prince reaches her mutilated form. I only wish we could stay for his grief. It should be Homeric. Why does he let me know all his plans? Buttercup wondered. You're going back to sleep now, young lady, the Spaniard said, and his fingers suddenly were touching her temple, her shoulder, her neck, and she was unconscious again. Buttercup did not know how long she was out, but they were still in the boat when she blinked, the blanket shielding her. and this time, without daring to think, the Sicilian would have known it somehow, she threw the blanket aside and dove deep into the Florine Channel. She stayed under for as long as she dared, and then resurfaced, starting to swim across the moonless water with every ounce of strength remaining to her. Behind her in the darkness, there were cries. Go in, from the Sicilian. I only dog paddle, from the Turk. You're better than I am, said the Spaniard. Buttercup continued to leave them behind her. Her arms ached from the effort, but she gave them no rest. Her legs kicked and her heart pounded. I can hear her kicking, the Sicilian said. Veer left. Buttercup went into her breaststroke, silently swimming away. Where is she? Shrieked the Sicilian. The sharks will get her. Don't worry, cautioned the Spaniard. Oh dear, I wish you hadn't mentioned that, thought Buttercup. Princess, the Sicilian called, do you know what happens to sharks when they smell blood in the water? They go mad. There is no controlling their wildness. They rip and shred and chew and devour, and I'm on a boat, Princess, and there isn't any blood in the water now, so we're both quite safe. But there is a knife in my hand, my lady, and if you don't come back, I'll cut my arms and I'll cut my legs, and I'll catch the blood in a cup and I'll fling it as far as I can, and the sharks can smell blood in the water for miles, and you won't be beautiful for long. Buttercup hesitated, silently treading water. Around her now, although it was surely her imagination, she seemed to be hearing the swish of giant tails. Come back, and come back now. There will be no other warning. Buttercup thought, if I come back, they'll kill me anyways, so what's the difference? The difference is, there he goes doing that again, thought Buttercup. He really is a mind reader. If you come back now, the Sicilian went on, I'll give you my word as a gentleman and assassin that you will die totally without pain. All right, I hope you sleep well, dragon. I assure you, you will get no such promise from the sharks. The fish sounds in the night were closer now. Buttercup began to tremble in fear. She was terribly ashamed of herself, but there it was. She only wished she could see for a minute if there really were sharks, and if he really would cut himself. The Sicilian winced out loud. He just cut his arm, lady, the Turk called out. He's catching the blood in a cup now. There must be a half-inch of blood in the bottom. The Sicilian winced again. He cut his leg this time, the Turk went on. The cup's getting full. My arm is back to throw, the Sicilian said. Call out your location or not. The choice is yours. I'm not making a peep, Buttercup decided. Farewell, from the Sicilian. There was a splashing sound of liquid landing in liquid. Then there came a pause. Then the sharks went mad. Thank you, Pirata. She does not get eaten by sharks at this time, my father said. I looked at him. What? You look like you were getting too involved and bothered, so I thought I would let you relax. Oh, for Pete's sake, I said. You'd think I was a baby or something. What kind of stuff is that? I really sounded put out. But I'll tell you the truth. I was getting a little too involved, and I was glad he told me. I mean, when you're a kid, you don't think. Well, since the book's called The Princess Bride, and since we're barely into it, obviously the author's not about to make shark kibble of his leading lady. You get hooked on things when you're a youngster. So, to any youngsters reading, I'll simply repeat my father's words, since they work to soothe me. She does not get eaten by the sharks at this time. Then the sharks went mad. All around her, Buttercup could hear them beeping and screaming and thrashing their mighty tails. Nothing can save me, Buttercup realized. I'm a dead cookie. Fortunately for all concerned, save the sharks, it was around this time that the moon came out. There she is, shouted the Sicilian, and like lightning the Spaniard turned the boat, and as the boat drew close, the Turk reached out a giant arm, and then she was back in the safety of her murderers, while all around them the sharks bumped each other into a wild frustration. Keep her warm, the Spaniard said from the tiller, tossing his cloak to the Turk. Don't catch cold, the Turk said, wrapping Buttercup into the cloak's folds. It doesn't seem to matter at all that much, she answered, seeing as you're killing me at dawn. He'll do the actual work, the Turk said, indicating the Sicilian, who was wrapping cloth around his cuts. We'll just hold you. Hold your stupid tongue, the Sicilian commanded. The Turk immediately hushed. I don't think he's so stupid, Buttercup said, and I don't think you're so smart either, with all your throwing blood in the water. That's not what I would call grade A thinking. It worked, didn't it? You're back, aren't you? The Sicilian crossed toward her. Once women are sufficiently frightened, they scream. But I didn't scream. The moon came out, answered Buttercup, somewhat triumphantly. The Sicilian struck her. Enough of that, the Turk said. Then the tiny humpback looked dead at the giant. Do you want to fight me? I don't think you do. No, sir, the Turk rumbled. No, but don't use force, please. Force is mine. Strike me if you feel the need. I won't care. The Sicilian returned to the other side of the boat. She would have screamed, he said. She was about to cry out. My plan was ideal, as all my plans are ideal. It was the moon's ill timing that robbed me of perfection. He scowled unforgivingly at the yellow wedge above them. Then he stared ahead. There, the Sicilian pointed. The cliffs of insanity. There they were, rising straight and sheer from the water, 1,000 feet into the night. They provided the most direct route between Florin and Gilder, but no one ever used them, sailing instead the long way, many miles around. Not that the cliffs were impossible to scale. 2 men were known to have climbed them in the last century alone. Sail for the steepest part, the Sicilian. The Spaniard said. I was. Buttercup did not understand. Going up the cliffs could hardly be done, she thought, and no one had ever mentioned secret passages through them. Yet here they were, sailing closer and closer to the mighty rocks, now surely less than a quarter-mile away. For the first time, the Sicilian allowed himself a smile. All is well. I'm afraid your little jaunt in the water was going to cost me too much time. I had an hour for safety. There must have been 50 minutes of it left. We're miles ahead of anybody, and safe, safe, safe. No one could be following us yet, the Spaniard asked. No one, the Sicilian assured him. It would be inconceivable. Absolutely inconceivable? Absolutely, totally, and in all other ways inconceivable, the Sicilian reassured him. Why do you ask? No reason, the Spaniard replied. It's only just that I happened to look back, and something's there. They all whirled. Something was indeed there. Less than a mile behind them, across the moonlight, was another sailing boat, small, painted what looked like black, with a giant sail that billowed black in the night, and a single man at the tiller, a man in black. The Spaniard looked at the Sicilian. It must just be some local fisherman out for a pleasure cruise along the night throughout the shark-infested waters. There's probably a more logical explanation, the Sicilian said, but since no one in Gilder could know yet what we've done, and no one in Florin could have gotten here so quickly, he is definitely not, however much it may look like it, following us. It's a coincidence and nothing more. He is gaining on us, the Turk said. That is also inconceivable, the Sicilian said. Before I stole this boat we're in, I made many inquiries as to what was the fastest ship in all of Florin Channel, and everyone agreed it was this one. You're right, the Turk agreed, staring back. Thank you, sweetheart. He isn't gaining on us. He is just getting closer, that's all. It is the angle we're looking from, and nothing more, said the Sicilian. Buttercup could not take her eyes from the great black sail. Surely the 3 men she was with frightened her, but somehow, for reasons she could never begin to explain, the man in black frightened her more. All right, look sharp, the Sicilian said then, just a drop of edginess in his voice. The cliffs of insanity were very close now. The Spaniard maneuvered the craft expertly, which was not easy, and the waves were rolling in toward the rocks now, and the spray was blinding. Buttercup shielded her eyes and put her head straight back, staring up into the darkness toward the top. which seemed shrouded and out of reach. Then the humpback bounced forward, and as the ship reached the cliff face, he jumped up, and suddenly there was a rope in his hand. Buttercup stared in silent astonishment. The rope, thick and strong, seemed to travel all the way up the cliffs. As she watched, the Sicilian pulled at the rope again and again, and it held firm. It was attached to something at the top. A giant rock, a towering tree, something. Fast now, the Sicilian ordered. If he is following us, which of course is not within the realm of human experience, but if he is, we've got to reach the top and cut the rope off before he can climb up after us. Climb? Buttercup said. I would never be able to. Hush, the Sicilian ordered her. Get ready. He ordered the Spaniard. Sink it, he ordered the Turk. And then everyone got busy. The Spaniard took the rope, tied Buttercup's hands and feet. The Turk raised a great leg and stomped down toward the center of the boat, which gave way immediately and began to sink. Then the Turk went to the rope and took it in his hands. Load me, the Turk said. The Spaniard lifted Buttercup and draped her body around the Turk's shoulders. Then he tied himself to the Turk's waist. Then the Sicilian hopped in, clung to the Turk's neck. All aboard, the Sicilian said. With the Turk, er, with that the Turk began to climb. It was at least 1,000 feet, and he was carrying the three. But he was not worried. When it came to power, nothing worried him. When it came to reading, he got knots in the middle of his stomach, and when it came to writing, he broke out in a cold sweat, and when addition was mentioned, or worse, long division, he always changed the subject right away. But strength had never been his enemy. He could take a kick of a horse on the chest and not fall backward. He could take 100-pound flour sack between his legs and scissor it open without thinking. He had once held an elephant aloft using only the muscles in his back. Hey Anubis, please enjoy your quiet corner there. But his real might lay in his arms. There had never, not in 1,000 years, been arms to match Fezzik's. For that was his name. The arms were not only orangutan, but totally obedient and surprisingly quick, but they were also, and this is why he never worried, tireless. If you gave him an axe and told him to chop down a forest, his legs might give out from having to support so much weight for so long, or the axe might shatter from the punishment of killing so many trees, but Fezzik's arms would be as fresh tomorrow as today. I understand. Um, I hope you do well in class. Yes, Fezzik skips leg day, apparently, Amar. Huh? Yes, the giant. They said that like if he was to chop down a forest, his legs might collapse first, or the axe might shatter.
No, he doesn't skip leg. Scissor 100-pound bag of flour between his legs. He doesn't skip leg day.
Yeah, I know. You took the onions off?
Yes, he did.
Thank you, sweetheart.
He don't skip leg day. He's just saying the stress of having to do the turns for the axe plus the walking. I could understand his legs.
They said that compared to his arms, it's like he does. Because his arms would never give out, and they would be as fresh tomorrow as they were that day.
That's fair.
So we're to the parts that we effectively know.
We're on the cliffs of madness, aren't we?
Clips of insanity.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just visualizing the entire thing, right?
I know. I'm visualizing it too, or envisioning it. And so, even with the Sicilian on his neck, and the princess around his shoulders, and the Spaniard at his waist, Fezzik did not feel in the least bit put upon. He was actually quite happy, because it was only when he was requested to use his might that he felt he was not a bother to everyone. Up he climbed, arm over arm over arm, 200 feet now above the water, 800 feet now to go. More than any of them, the Sicilian was afraid of heights. All of his nightmares, and they were never far from him when he slept, dealt with falling. So this terrifying ascension was most difficult for him, perched as he was on the neck of the giant, or should have been most difficult, but he would not allow it. From the beginning, when as a child he realized his humped body would never conquer worlds, he relied on his mind. He trained it, fought it, brought it to heel. So now, 300 feet in the night and rising higher, while he should have been trembling, he was not. Instead, he was thinking of the man in black. There was no way anyone could have been quick enough to follow them. And yet, from some devil's world, that billowing black sail had appeared. How? How? The Sicilian flogged his mind to find an answer, but he found only failure. In wild frustration, he took a deep breath and, in spite of his terrible fears, he looked back down toward the black water. The man in black was still there, sailing like lightning toward the cliffs. He could not have been more than a quarter mile from them now. Faster! The Sicilian commanded. I'm sorry, the Turk answered meekly. I thought I was going faster. Lazy, lazy, spurred the Sicilian. I'll never improve, the Turk answered, but his arms began to move faster than before. I cannot see too well, because your feet are locked around my face, he went on. So could you tell me, please, if we are halfway yet? A little over, I should think, said the Spaniard from his position around the giant's waist. You're doing wonderfully, Fezzik. Thank you, said the giant. And he's closing on the cliffs, and he's closing on the cliffs, added the Spaniard. No one had to ask who he was. 600 feet now. The arms continued to pull, over and over. 620 feet. 650. Now faster than ever. 700. He's left his boat behind, the Spaniard said. He's jumped onto a rope. He's starting up after us. I can feel him, Fezzik said, his body weight on the rope. He'll never catch up. Oh, sorry, I can feel him, Fezzik said, his body weight on the rope. He'll never catch up, the Sicilian cried. Inconceivable! You keep using that word, the Spanish snapped. I do not think you mean what you think it does. I'm sorry, that's actually in the movie. How fast is he climbing at? Or how fast is he at climbing? Fezzik said. I'm frightened, was the Spaniard's reply. The Sicilian gathered his courage again and looked down. The man in black seemed almost to be flying. He already had cut their lead 100 feet, perhaps more. I thought you were supposed to be strong, the Sicilian shouted. I thought you were this great mighty thing, and yet he gains. Carrying 3 people, Fezzik explained. He only has himself, and excuses are the refuge of cowards, the Sicilian interrupted. He looked down again. The men in black had gained another 100 feet. He looked up now. The cliff tops were beginning to come into view. Perhaps 150 feet more, and they were safe. Tied hand and foot, sick with fear, Buttercup wasn't sure what she wanted to happen, except this much she knew. She didn't want to go through anything like it again. Yeah, I know it's set on the boat. Fly, Fezzik! The Sicilian screamed. 100 feet to go! Fezzik flew. He cleared his mind of everything but ropes and arms and fingers, and his arms pulled and his fingers gripped, and the rope held taut and he's over halfway, the Spaniard said. Halfway's doom is where he is, the Sicilian said. We're 50 feet from safety, and once we're there and I untie the rope, he allowed himself to laugh. 40 feet. Fezzik pulled. 20. 10. It was over. Fezzik had done it. They had reached the top of the cliffs. First the Sicilian jumped off, and then the Turk removed the princess, and as the Spaniard untied himself, he looked back over the cliffs. The man in black was no more than 300 feet away. I It seems a shame, the Turk said, looking down alongside the Spaniard. Such a climber deserves better than— He stopped talking then. The Sicilian had untied the rope from its knots around an oak. The rope seemed almost alive, the greatest of all water serpents, heading at the last for home. It whipped across the cliff tops, spiraled into the moonlit channel. The Sicilian was roaring now, and he kept at it until the Spaniard said, "He did it." "Did what?" The hunchback came scurrying to the cliff edge. "Release the rope in time," the Spaniard said. "See?" He pointed down. The man in black was hanging in space, clinging to the sheer rock face, 700 feet above the water. The Sicilian watched fascinated. "You know," he said, "since I've made a study of death and dying, and am a great expert, it might interest you to know that he will be dead long before he hits the water. The fall will do it, not the crash." The man in black dangled helplessly in space, clinging to the cliffs with both hands. "Oh, how rude we're being," the Sicilian said then, turning to Buttercup. "I'm sure you'd like to watch." He went to her and brought her, still tied hand and foot, so that she could watch the final pathetic struggle of the man in black 300 feet below. Buttercup closed her eyes, turned away. "Shouldn't we be going?" the Spaniard asked. "I thought you were telling us how important time was." It is," the Sicilian nodded. "But I just can't miss a death like this. I could stage one of these every week and sell tickets. I could get out of the assassination business entirely. Look at him. Do you think his life is passing before his eyes? That's what the book says." "He has very strong arms," Fezzik commented, "to hold on so long." "He can't hold on much longer," the Sicilian said. "He has to fall soon." It was at that moment that the man in black began to climb. Not quickly, of course, and not without great effort, but still, there was no doubt that he was, in spite of the sheerness of the cliffs, heading in an upward direction. "Inconceivable!" the Sicilian cried. The Spaniard whirled on him. "Stop saying that word. It was inconceivable that anyone could follow us, but when we looked behind, there was the man in black. It was inconceivable that anyone could sail as fast as we could sail, and yet he gained on us. Now this too is inconceivable, but look, look." And the Spaniard pointed down through the night. "See how he rises." The man in black was, indeed, rising. Somehow, in some almost miraculous way, his fingers were finding holds in the crevices, and he was now, perhaps, 15 feet closer to the top, further from death. The Sicilian advanced on the Spaniard now, his wild eyes glittering at the insubordination. "I have the keenest mind that has ever been turned to unlawful pursuits," he began. "So when I tell you something, it is not guesswork, it is fact. And the fact is that the man in black is not following us. A more logical explanation would be that he is simply an ordinary sailor who dabbles in mountain climbing as a hobby, who happens to have the same general final destination as we do. That certainly satisfies me, and I hope it satisfies you. In any case, we cannot take the risk of his seeing us with the princess, and therefore one of you must kill him." "Shall I do it?" the Turk wondered. The Sicilian shook his head. "No, Fezzik," he said finally. "I need your strength to carry the girl. Pick her up now, and let us hurry along." He turned to the Spaniard. "We'll be headed directly for the frontier of Gilder. Catch up as quickly as you can once he's dead." The Spaniard nodded. The Sicilian hobbled away. The Turk hoisted the princess, began following the humpback. Just before he lost sight of the Spaniard, he turned and hollered, "Catch up quickly." "Don't I always?" the Spaniard waved. "Farewell, Fezzik. Farewell, Inigo," the Turk replied, and then he was gone, and the Spaniard was alone. Inigo moved to the cliff edge, and knelt with his customary quick grace. 250 feet below him now, the man in black continued his painful climb. Inigo lay flat, staring down, took a piece, er, took to, trying to pierce the moonlight and find the climber's secret. For a long while Inigo did not move. He was a good learner, but not a particularly fast one, so he had to study. Finally, he realized that somehow, by some mystery, the man in black was making fists and jamming them into the rocks, and using them for support. Then he would reach up with his other hand until he found a high split in the rock, make another fist, and jam it in. Whenever he could find support for his feet, he would use it, but mostly it was the jammed fists that made the climbing possible. Inigo marveled. What a truly extraordinary adventurer this man in black must be. He was close enough now for Inigo to realize that the man was masked. A black hood covering all but his features. Another outlaw? Perhaps. But why should they have to fight? And what for? Inigo shook his head. It was a shame that such a fellow must die. But he had his orders, so there it was. Sometimes he did not like the Sicilian's commands, but what could he do? Without the brains of the Sicilian, he, Inigo, would never be able to command jobs of this caliber. The Sicilian was a master planner. Inigo was a creature of the moment. The Sicilian said kill him, so why waste sympathy on the man in black? Some day someone would kill Inigo, and the world would not stop to mourn. He stood now, quickly jumping to his feet, his blade-thin body ready for action. Only the man in black was still many feet away. There was nothing to do but wait for him. Inigo hated waiting, so to make the time more pleasant, he pulled from the scabbard his only love, the six-fingered sword. How it danced in the moonlight, how glorious and true. Inigo brought it to his lips, and with all the fervor in his great Spaniard heart, kissed the metal. Inigo, and the mountains of central Spain, set high in the hills above Toledo, was the village of Arabella. It was very small, and the air was always clear. That was all you could say that was good about Arabella. Terrific air. You could see for miles. But there was no work. The dogs overran the streets, and there was never enough food. The air, clear enough, was also too hot in daylight, freezing at night. As to Inigo's personal life, he was always just a trifle hungry. He had no brothers or sisters, and his mother had died in childbirth. He was fantastically happy. Because of his father, Domingo Montoya was funny-looking and crotchety and impatient and absent-minded and never smiled. Inigo loved him, totally. Don't ask why. There really wasn't a one reason you could put your finger on. Oh, probably Domingo loved him back. But love is many things, none of them logical. Domingo Montoya made swords. If you wanted a fabulous sword, you would go to Domingo Montoya. Or did you go to Domingo Montoya? If you wanted a great balanced piece of work. Did you go to the mountains behind Toledo? If you wanted a masterpiece, a sword for the ages, was it Arabella that your footsteps led you to? Nope. You went to Madrid, because Madrid was where lived the famous Yes. And if you had the money, and he had the time, you got your weapon. Yest was fat and jovial, and one of the richest and most honored men in the city. And he should have been. He made wonderful swords, and noblemen bragged to each other when they owned an original Yest. But sometimes, not often, mind you, maybe once a year, maybe less, a request would come in for a weapon that was more than even Yest could make. When that happened, did Yest say, "Alas, I am sorry, I cannot do it"? Nope. What he said was, "Of course, I'd be delighted. 50% down payment, please. The rest for delivery. Come back in a year. Thank you very much." The next day he would set out for the hills behind Toledo. "So, Domingo," Yes would call out when he reached Inigo's father's hut. "So, yes," Domingo Montoya would return from the hut doorway. Then the two men would embrace, and Inigo would come running up, and Yes would rumple his hair, and then Inigo would make tea while the two men talked. "I need you," Yes would always begin. Domingo would grunt. "This very week I have accepted a commission to make a sword for a member of the Italian nobility. It is to be jewel, jewel encrusted, at the handle, and the jewels are to spell out the name of his present mistress, and no. That single word, and that alone. But it was enough. When Domingo Montoya said no, it meant nothing else but. Inigo, busy with the tea, knew what would happen now. Yes would use his charm. No. Yes would use his wealth. No. His wit, his wonderful gift for persuasion. No. He would beg, entreat, promise, pledge. No. Insults, threats. No. Finally, genuine tears. No. More tea, yes? Perhaps another cup. Thank you. Then big, why won't you? Inigo hurried to refill their cups, so as never to miss a word. He knew they had been brought up together, had known each other 60 years, had never not loved one another deeply, and it thrilled him when he could hear them arguing. That was the strange thing. Arguing was all they ever did. Why? My fat friend asks me why. He sits there on his world-class ass and has the nerve to ask me why. Yes, come to me sometime with a challenge. Once, just once, ride up and say, Domingo, I need a sword for an 80-year-old man to fight a duel. And I would embrace you and cry, yes, because to make a sword for an 80-year-old man to survive a duel, that would be something. Because the sword would have to be strong enough to win, yet light enough to not tire his weary arm. I would have to use my all, to perhaps find an unknown metal, strong but very light, or devise a different formula for a known one, mix some bronze with some iron and some air in a way ignored for 1,000 years. I would kiss your smelly feet for an opportunity like that, fat Yest. But to make a stupid sword with stupid jewels in the form of stupid initials so some stupid Italian can thrill his stupid mistress? No, that I will not do. For the last time I ask you, please. For the last time I tell you, I am sorry. No. I gave my word the sword would be made, Yest said. I cannot make it. In all the world, no one but you. And you say no? Which means I have gone back on a commitment, which means I have lost my honor, which means that since honor is the only thing in the world I care about, and since I cannot live without it, I must die. And since you are my dearest friend, I may as well die now, with you, basking in the warmth of your affection. And here Yest would pull out a knife. It was a magnificent thing, a gift from Domingo on Yest's wedding day. Goodbye, little Inigo, Yest would say then. God grant you your quota of smiles. It was forbidden for Inigo to interrupt. Goodbye, little Domingo, Yest would say then. Although I die in your hut, and although it is your own stubborn fault that causes my ceasing, in other words, even though you are killing me, don't think twice about it. I love you, as I always have, and God forbid your conscience should give you any trouble. He pulled open his coat, brought the knife closer, closer. The pain is worse than I imagined, Yest cried. How can it hurt when the point of the weapon is still an inch away from your belly? Domingo asked. I'm anticipating. Don't bother me. Let me die unpestered. He brought the point to his skin, pushed. Domingo grabbed the knife away. Some day I won't stop you, he said. Inigo, set an extra place for supper. I was all set to kill myself, truly. Enough dramatics. What is on the menu for the evening? The usual gruel. Inigo, go check and see if there's anything, by chance, in my carriage outside. There was always a feast waiting in the carriage. And after the food and the stories would come the departure, and always, before the departure, would come the request. We could be partners, Yest would say. In Madrid. My name before yours on the sign, of course, but equal partners in all things. No. All right, your name before mine. You are the greatest swordsmaker. You deserve to come first. Have a good trip back. Why won't you? Because, my friend Yest, you are very famous and very rich, and so you should be, because you make wonderful weapons. But you must also make them for any fool who happens along. I am poor, and no one knows me in all the world except you and Inigo. But I do not know, but I do not have to suffer fools. You are an artist, Yest said. No, not yet. A craftsman only. But I dream to be an artist. I pray that some day. If I work with enough care, if I am very, very lucky, I will make a weapon that is a work of art. Call me an artist, then, and I will answer. Yes entered his carriage. Domingo approached the window, whispered, I remind you only of this. When you get this jeweled initialed sword, claim it as your own. Tell no one of my involvement. Your secret is safe with me. Embraces and waves. The carriage would leave, and that was the way of life before the six-fingered sword. Inigo remembered exactly the moment it began. He was making lunch for them. His father always, from the time he was 6, let him do the cooking. When a heavy knock came on the hut door. Inside there, a voice boomed, Be quick about it. Inigo's father opened the door. Your servant, he said. You are a sword maker, came the booming voice. Of distinction. I have heard that this is true. If only it were, Domingo replied. But I have no great skills. Mostly I do repair work. But if you had a dagger blade that is dulling, I might be able to please you. But anything more is beyond me. Inigo crept up behind his father and peeked out. The booming voice belonged to a powerful man with dark hair and broad shoulders, who sat upon an elegant brown horse. A nobleman, clearly, but Inigo could not tell the country. I desire to have made for me the greatest sword since Excalibur. I hope your wishes are granted, Domingo said. And now, if you please, our lunch is almost ready, and I do not give you permission to move. You stay right exactly where you are, or risk my wrath, which, I must tell you in advance, is considerable. My temper is murderous. Now, what were you saying about your lunch? I was saying that it will be hours before it is ready. I have nothing to do, and would not dream of budging. There are rumors, the nobleman said, that deep in the hills behind Toledo lives a genius, the greatest sword maker in all the world. He visits here sometimes. That must be your mistake. But his name is Yest, and he lives in Madrid. I will pay 500 pieces of gold for my desires, said the big-shouldered noble. That is more money than all the men in all this village will earn in their lives, said Domingo. Truly, I would love to accept your offer, but I am not the man you seek. The rumors led me to believe that Domingo Montoya would solve my problem. What is your problem? I'm a great swordsman, but I cannot find a weapon to match my peculiarities, and therefore I am deprived of reaching my highest skill. If I had a weapon to match my peculiarities, there would be no one in all the world to equal me. What are these peculiarities you speak of? The noble held up his right hand. Domingo began to grow excited. The man had 6 fingers. You see? The noble asked. Of course, Domingo interrupted. The balance of the sword is wrong for you, because every balance has been conceived of for 5. The grip of every handle cramps you, because it has been built for 5. For an extraordinary swordsman it would not matter, but a great swordsman, a master, would have eventual discomfort. And the greatest swordsman in the world must always be at ease. The grip of this weapon must be as natural as the blink of his eye, and cause him no more thought. Give me one moment. I must let the dog out. Sagrel has gone to bed. So, Omar, Panda, can you talk to chat for me, please?
Talk about what?
Just entertain
Honestly,
them.
I'm enjoying this. I know. I'm teasing. I'm enjoying the story. I actually kind of want to get an uncut version of The Princess Bride.
Straight up, it doesn't exist. We tried looking for it. This is the version.
Okay.
I'm not even fucking kidding you.
Well, at least someone else went through the pain of trying to figure it out.
Trust me, it was a pain in the ass. Are you done, baby girl? If you sit down, okay, you sat down. I'm taking your side now.
Honestly, I think I'm gonna add a copy to my cart on Amazon.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
waiting on my.
huh?
Sorry,
No, go ahead.
I purchased a copy of Beowulf, so I'm waiting on that one to come in.
Nice.
Mhm.
Excuse me.
I liked it in high school, and of course, high school only gives us a portion of those great epics.
Yep. Yeah, like I
I
also
don't know
bought the
what.
Odyssey.
Ooh, the Iliad and the Odyssey are both ones I kind of want to find copies of.
This was
I have
back
a book
when
of Greek mythology.
was it? This was back when Barnes and Noble was having this really amazing deal. They had a bunch of like leather, or it could be very well be pleather, probably was, bound books that were like majority of them were $10 each.
Oh gods, those, yes.
So I spent about $360 because I also got like the northern what is it? Tales of Norse Mythology, um Grimm's Complete Fairy Tales, Hans Christian Andersen ones. I got the Blue Fairy Tale book. I got a bunch of different fairy tale stuff. Um
I got, I don't know if it was the same deal, I can't remember, but I
it was
got
so long ago.
a copy. I got a copy of Sherlock Holmes
I think I have that too.
Complete Short. It it's probably pleather bound. Definitely has the gold trimmed pages.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
need to
all of them.
find it somewhere in storage.
But yeah, I
I
also
love a good.
thing is I also got the Barnes and Noble membership. So I spent $20 to get it.
Gotta renew that membership.
Well, I let it expire because I wasn't using it. But I
Yeah,
got that
mine
because I
too.
knew I was going to spend a lot. And I'd been saving up money to get books. And after the discount, I spent 360.
Jeez.
And I got like
See,
10% off, so
I
pretty much
need at
that
least
entire
three
list
more
that I
book
have,
sets.
that entire list I have in the so in the books, the list of books that I have was from that.
Nice.
Because like I also got like I think it was Pride and Prejudice, Jane Eyre, Moby Dick.
Mhm.
I took some of them off because of how big those books are. I'm just like, oh,
Yeah. Although I'd be willing to read them if I were up there with you or down there with you.
do you want me to bring them with me to fair? Because I don't think I'm gonna end up reading some of those. And I'll just give them to you.
Ouch.
Do you want them?
I'd at least like to take a look.
Okay. I mean, I'm gonna see if I can work at least 4 of the 8 weeks of fair.
Yeah.
I mean, you can also give them to Zenthros to bring back. So,
Of course, my biggest problem right now is I don't have a bookshelf that's unused. It's
okay.
all being used by my late grandfather's stuff.
Doesn't mean you can't make a book pile.
My grandmother doesn't like it when I do that. I've already got one started and she's getting going off on me.
And,
She cleared a couple of shelves for
mm,
me, like literally two shelves, and they're filled with my pictures because there's no other place for me to put my pictures. Pictures of those who've passed on. So,
fair.
yeah. I already have like 2 or 3 book piles started, and she hates because, and I quote, "That's not how we treat books."
Yeah. I was about to say, and for those people who were with us on last December and stuff, when me and Osric read A Christmas Carol, which is actually a thinnish book, there was literally only a one-line difference between the book I had and the book he had.
Oh, nice.
And it was a kind of thin book. I also got Robert Frost poems and The
Oh,
Art of
Robert
War.
Frost is one of my favorite poets.
Mhm. I also have Edgar Allan Poe.
Why is a raven like a writing desk?
It wasn't the answer that it's not or something like that?
Quite likely. My answer is that they both have clawed feet, and Edgar Allan Poe wrote on both of them.
There you go.
One literally, one figuratively.
Well, not all desks have clawed feet. Marshmallow?
I think at the time, I think it was at the time of of his time, especially, that they did.
Fair. Sorry, I was trying to eat a little bit.
No, it's all right. I should probably go dash downstairs and see where my laundry's at. I was sitting there packing. I realized, damn, I have to actually let my laundry finish in order to properly pack because I'm missing a few things. Ain't that fun?
Woo! Excuse me.
Oh, ow.
Alright.
Time for me to mute back up.
Mm-hmm. I gotta figure
Alrighty.
out. I was. Okay. So. But Domingo had traveled where others' worlds could never reach him. Inigo had never seen his father so frenzied. Excuse me. The measurements, of course, each finger and the circumference of the wrist, and the distance from the sixth nail to the index pad. So many measurements. And your preferences? Do you prefer to slash or cut? If you slash, do you prefer the right hand or the right to left movement, or perhaps the parallel? When you cut, do you enjoy an upward thrust? And how much power do you wish to come from the shoulder? How much from the wrist? Do you wish your point coated as to enter more easily, or do you enjoy seeing the opponents wince? So much to be done, so much to be done. And on he went, until the noble dismounted, and had to almost take him by the shoulders to quiet him. You are the man of rumors, Domingo nodded, and you will make me the greatest sword since Excalibur. I will beat my body into ruins for you. Perhaps I will fail, but no one will try harder. And payment? When you get the sword, then payment. Now let me get to work measuring. Inigo, my instruments. Inigo scurried into the darkest corner of the hut. I insist on leaving something on account. It is not necessary. I may fail. I insist. All right. 1 gold piece. Leave that. But do not bother me with money when there is work that needs beginning. The nobleman took out 1 piece of gold. Domingo put it in a drawer and left it, without even a glance. Feel your fingers now, he commanded. Rub your hands hard. Shake your fingers. You'll be excited when you duel, and this handle must match your hand in that excitement. If I measured when you were relaxed, there would be a difference. as much as a thousandth of an inch, and that would rob us of perfection. And that is what I seek. Perfection. I will not rest for less. The nobleman had to smile. And how long will it take to reach it? Come back in a year, Domingo said. And with that he set to work. Such a year. Domingo slept only when he dropped from exhaustion. He ate only when Inigo would force him to. He studied, fretted, complained. He never should have taken the job. It was impossible. The next day he would be flying. He never should have taken the job. It was too simple to be worth his labors. Joy to despair, joy to despair. Day to day, hour to hour. Sometimes Inigo would wake to find him weeping. What is it, father? It is that I cannot do it. I cannot make the sword. I cannot make my hands obey me. I would kill myself, except what would you do then? Go to sleep, father. No, I don't need sleep. Failures don't need sleep. Anyway, I slept yesterday. Please, father, a little nap? All right, a few minutes, to keep you from nagging. Some nights Inigo would wake to see him dancing. What is it, father? I have found my mistakes, corrected my misjudgments. Then it will be done soon, father? It will be done tomorrow, and it will be a miracle. You are wonderful, father. I am more wonderful than wonderful. How dare you insult me? But the next night, more tears. What is it now, father? The sword, the sword. I cannot make the sword. But last night, father, you said you had found your mistakes. I was mistaken. Tonight I found new ones, worse ones. I am the most wretched of creatures. Say you wouldn't mind if I killed myself, so I could end this existence. But I would mind, father. I love you, and I would die if you stopped breathing. You don't really love me. You're only speaking pity. Who could pity the greatest sword maker in history of the world? Thank you, Inigo. You're welcome, father. I love you back, Inigo. Sleep, father. Yes, sleep. A whole year of that, a year of handle being right, but the balance being wrong, of the balance being right, but the cutting edge too dull, of the cutting edge sharpened, but that threw the balance off again, of the balance returning, but now the point was fat, of the point regaining sharpness, only now the entire blade was too short, and it all had to go. All had to be thrown out, all had to be done again, again, again. Domingo's health began to leave him. He was fevered always now, but he forced his frail shell on, because this had to be the finest since Excalibur. Domingo was battling legend, and it was destroying him. Such a year. One night Inigo woke to find his father seated, staring, calm. Inigo followed the stare. The six-fingered sword was done. Even in the hut's darkness, it glistened. At last, Domingo whispered. He could not take his eyes from the glory of the sword. After a lifetime, Inigo, Inigo, I am an artist. The big-shouldered nobleman did not agree. When he returned to purchase the sword, he merely looked at it a moment. Not worth waiting for, he said. Inigo stood in the corner of the hut, watching, holding his breath. You are disappointed? Domingo could scarcely get the words spoken. I'm not saying it's trash, you understand, the nobleman went on, but it's certainly not worth 500 pieces of gold. I'll give you 10. It's probably worth that. Wrong, Domingo cried. It is not worth 10. It is not worth one, even here. It is not worth even one. Here. He threw open the drawer where the one gold piece had lain untouched the year. The gold is yours, all of it. You've lost nothing. He took back the sword and turned away. I'll take the sword, the nobleman said. I did not say I wouldn't take it, only said I would not pay what it was worth. Domingo rolled back, his eyes bright. You quibbled. You haggled. Art has art was involved, and you only saw money. Beauty was here for the taking, and you only saw your fat purse. You've lost nothing. There is no more reason for your remaining here. Please go. The sword, the nobleman said. The sword belongs to my son, Domingo said. I give it to him now. It is forever his. Goodbye. You're a peasant and a fool, and I want my sword. You're an enemy of art, and I pity your ignorance, Domingo said. They were the last words he ever uttered. The nobleman killed him then, with no warning, a flash of a nobleman's sword, and Domingo's heart was torn to pieces. Inigo screamed. He could not believe it. It had not happened. He screamed again. His father was fine. Soon they would have tea. He could stop screaming. The village heard. 20 men were at the door. The nobleman pushed his way through them. That man attacked me, see? He holds a sword. He attacked me and I defended myself. Now move from my way. It was lies, of course, and everyone knew it. But he was a noble, so what was there to do? They parted, and the nobleman mounted his horse. Coward, the nobleman whirled. Pig! Again the crowd parted. Inigo stood there, holding the six-fingered sword, repeating his words. Coward, pig, killer. Someone tend the babe before he oversteps himself, the noble said to the crowd. Inigo ran forward then, standing in front of the nobleman's horse, blocking the nobleman's path. He raised the six-fingered sword with both his hands and cried, I, Inigo Montoya, do challenge you, coward, pig, killer, ass, fool, to battle. Get him out of my way. Move, the infant. The infant is 10 and he stays, Inigo said. Enough of your family is dead for one day. Be content, the noble said. When you beg me for your death, then I shall be contented. Now dismount. The nobleman dismounted. Draw your sword. The nobleman unsheathed his killing weapon. I dedicate your death to my father, Inigo said. Begin. They began. It was no match, of course. Inigo was disarmed in less than a minute. Before the first 15 seconds or so, the nobleman was uneasy. During those 15 seconds, strange thoughts crossed his mind. For even at the age of 10, Inigo's genius was there. Disarmed, Inigo stood very straight. He said not a word, begged nothing. I'm not going to kill you, the nobleman said, because you have talent and you're brave, but you're also lacking in manners, and that's going to get you in trouble if you're not careful. So I shall help you as you go through life by leaving you with a reminder that bad manners are to be avoided. With that, his blade flashed 2 times, and Inigo's face began to bleed. 2 rivers of blood poured from his forehead to his chin, one crossing each cheek. Everyone watched. Everyone watching knew it then. The boy was scarred for life. Inigo would not fall. The world went white behind his eyes. But he would not go to ground. The blood continued to pour. The nobleman replaced his sword, remounted, rode on. It was only then that Inigo allowed the darkness to claim him. He woke to a Yest's face. I was beaten, Inigo whispered. I failed him. Yest could only say, Sleep. Inigo slept. The bleeding stopped after a day, and the pain stopped after a week. They buried Domingo. For the first and last time, Inigo left Arabella. His face bandaged, he rode in Yest's carriage to Madrid, where he lived in Yest's house, obeyed Yest's command. After a month, the bandages were removed, but the scars were still deep red. Eventually, they softened some, but they always remained the chief features in Inigo's face. The giant parallel scars running one on each side, from temple to chin. For 2 years, Yest cared for him. Then one morning, Inigo was gone. In his place were 3 words, I must learn, on a note pinned to his pillow. Learn? Learn what? What existed beyond Madrid that the child had to commit to memory? Yest shrugged and sighed. It was beyond him. There was no understanding children any more. Everything was changing too fast, and the young were different. Beyond him, beyond him. Life was beyond him. The world was beyond him. You name it, it was beyond him. He was a fat man who made swords. That much he knew. So he had made more swords, and he grew fatter, and the years went by, As his figure spread, so did his fame. From all across the world they came, begging him for weapons. So he doubled his prices because he didn't want to work too hard any more. He was getting old, and when he doubled his prices, when the news spread from duke to prince to king, they only wanted him the more desperately. Now the wait was 2 years for a sword, and the line-up of royalty was unending, and Yust was growing tired. So he doubled his prices again, and when that didn't stop them, he decided to triple his already doubled and redoubled prices. And besides that, all work had to be paid for in jewels, in advance, and the wait was up to 3 years. But nothing would stop them. They had to have swords by Yest, or nothing. And even though the work on the finest was nowhere what it once was, Domingo, after all, no longer could save him. The silly rich men didn't notice. All they wanted was his weapons, and they fell over each other with jewels for him. Yest grew very rich, and very heavy. Every part of his body sagged. He had the only fat thumbs in Madrid. Dressing took an hour, breakfast the same. Everything went slowly. But he could still make swords, and people still craved them. "I'm sorry," he said to the young Spaniard who entered his shop one particular morning. "The wait is up to 4 years, and even I am embarrassed to mention the price. Have your weapon made by another." "I have my weapon," the Spaniard said, and he threw the six-fingered sword across Yest's workbench. Such embraces! "Never leave again," Yest said. "I eat too much when I'm lonely." "I cannot stay," Inigo told him. "I am only here to ask you one question. As you know, I have spent the last 10 years learning. Now I have come for you to tell me if I'm ready." "Ready? For what? What in the world have you been learning?" "The sword." "Madness," said Yest. "You have spent in 10 entire years just learning to fence?" "No, not just learning to fence," Inigo answered. "I did many other things as well." "Tell me." "Well," Inigo began, 10 years is what? About 3,600 days. And that's about, I figured this out once, so I remember pretty well, about 86,000 hours. Well, I always made it a point to get 4 hours of sleep per night. That's 14,000 hours right there, leaving me perhaps 72,000 hours to account for." "You slept. I'm with you. What else?" "Well, I squeezed rocks." "I'm sorry. My hearing sometimes fails me. It sounded like you said you squeezed rocks." "To make my wrists strong, so I could control the sword. Rocks like apples, that size. I would squeeze them in each hand for perhaps 2 hours a day, and I would spend another 2 hours a day in skipping and dodging and moving quickly so that my feet would be able to get me into position to deliver properly the thrust of the sword. That's another 14,000 hours. I'm down to 58,000 now. Well, I always sprinted 2 hours each day as fast as I could, so my legs, as well as being quick, would also be strong, and that gets me down to about 50,000 hours." Yest examined the young man before him, blade thin, 6 feet in height, straight as a sapling, bright-eyed, taut, even motionless, he seemed whippet quick. "And these last 50,000 hours? These have been spent studying the sword?" Inigo nodded. "Where?" "Wherever I could find a master. Venice, Bruges, Budapest. I could have taught you here, true, but you care for me. You would not have been ruthless. You would have said, 'Excellent parry, Inigo. Now that's enough for one day. Let's have supper.'" "That does sound like me," Yest admitted. "But why was it so important? Why was it worth so much of your life?" "Because I could not fail him again." "Fail who?" "My father. I have spent all these years preparing to fight the six-fingered man and kill him in a duel. But he is a master, Yust. He said as much when I saw the way his sword flew at Domingo. I must not lose that duel when I find him. So now I have come to you. You know the swords and swordsmen. You must not lie. Am I ready? If you say I am, I will seek him through the world. If you say no, I will spend another 10 years, and another after that, if that is needed." So they went to Yest's courtyard. It was late morning, hot. Yest put his body in a chair, and the chair in the shade. Inigo stood waiting in the sunshine. We need not test desire, and we know you have sufficient motive to deliver the death blow, Yest said. Therefore, we need only probe your knowledge and speed and stamina. We need no enemy for this. The enemy is always in the mind. Visualize him. Inigo drew his sword. Did you? Give me one moment, please. Oh, excuse me. Our hour is now off. Inigo, Inigo drew his sword. The six-finger man taunts you, called. What, do what you can. Inigo began to leap around the courtyard, the great blade flashing. He uses the Agrippa defense, Yes shouted. Immediately, Inigo shifted position, increased the speed of his sword. Now he surprises you with Bonetti's attack. But Inigo was not surprised for long. Again, his feet shifted, and his body moved a different way. Perspiration was pouring down his thin frame now, and the great blade was blinding. Yest continued to shout. Inigo continued to shift. The blade never stopped. At 3 in the afternoon, Yest said, enough. I'm exhausted from the watching. Inigo sheathed the six-fingered sword and waited. You wish to know if I feel you are ready to duel to the death? A man ruthless enough to kill your father, rich enough to buy protection, older and more experienced, an acknowledged master? Inigo nodded. I'll tell you the truth, and it's up to you to live with that. First, there has never been a master as young as you. 30 years, at least, before the rank has yet been reached, and you are barely 22. Well, the truth is, you are an impetuous boy driven by madness, and you are not now, and you will never be a master. Thank you for your honesty, Inigo said. I must tell you, I had hoped for better news. I find it very hard to speak just now, so if you'll please excuse me, I'll be on my— I had not finished yet, Yest said. What else is there to say? I loved your father very dearly, that you know, but this you did not know. When we were very young, not yet 20, we saw, with our own eyes, an exhibition by the Corsican wizard, Bastia. I know of no wizards. It is a rank beyond master in swordsmanship, Yest said. Bastia was the last man so designated, long before your birth. He died at sea. There have been no wizards since, and you would never in this world have beaten him. But I tell you this, he would never in this world have beaten you. Inigo stood silent for a long time. I am ready, then. I would not enjoy being the six-figured man, was all Yest replied. The next morning, Inigo began the track down. He had it all perfectly prepared in his mind. He would find the six-fingered man. He would go up to him, and he would say simply, Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. And then, oh then, the duel. It was a lovely plan, really. Simple, direct, no frills. In the beginning, Inigo had all kinds of wild vengeance notions, but gradually, simplicity had seemed the better way. Originally, he had all kinds of plays worked out in his mind. The enemy would weep and beg. The enemy would cringe and cry. The enemy would bribe and slobber and act in every way unmanly. But eventually, these too gave way in his mind to simplicity. The enemy would simply say, Oh yes, I remember killing him. I'll be only too delighted to kill you too. Inigo had only one problem. He could not find the enemy. It had never occurred to him that there would be the least difficulty. After all, how many noblemen are there with 6 fingers on their right hand? Surely it would be the talk of whatever his vicinity happened to be. A few questions. Pardon, I'm not crazy, but have you seen any 6-fingered noblemen lately? And surely, sooner or later, there would be an answering yes. But it didn't come sooner. And later wasn't the kind of thing you wanted to hold your breath for either. The first month wasn't all that discouraging. Inigo crisscrossed Spain and Portugal. The second month he moved to France and spent the rest of the year there. The year following, that was his Italian year, and then came Germany and the whole of Switzerland. It was only after 5 solid years of failure that he began to worry. By then he had seen all of the Balkans and most of Scandinavia, and had visited the Florinese and the natives of Gilder, and into Mother Russia, and down step by step around the entire Mediterranean. By then he knew what had happened. 10 years learning was 10 years too young, or too long. Too much had been allowed to happen. The 6-fingered man was probably crusading in Asia, or getting rich in America, or a hermit in the East Indies, or dead. Inigo, at the age of 27, began having a few extra glasses of wine at night to help him get to sleep. At 28, he was having a few extra glasses to help him digest his lunch. At 29, the wine was essential to wake him in the morning. His world was collapsing around him. Not only was he living in daily failure, something almost as dreadful was beginning to happen. Fencing was beginning to bore him. He was simply too good. He would make his living during his travels by finding a local champion wherever he happened to be, and they would duel, and Inigo would disarm him and accept whatever they happened to bet. And with his winnings he would pay for his food and his lodging and his wine. But the local champions were nothing. Even in the big cities, the local experts were nothing. Even in the capital cities, the local masters were nothing. There was no competition, nothing helped him keep an edge. His life began to seem pointless, his quest pointless. Everything, everything without reason. At 30, he gave up the ghost. He stopped his search, forgot to eat, slept only on occasion. He had his wine for company, and that was enough. He was a shell. The greatest fencing machine since the Corsican wizard was barely even practicing the sword. He was in that condition when the Sicilian found him. At first the little hunchback only supplied him with stronger wine, but then, through a combination of praise and nudging, the Sicilian began to get him off the bottle, because the Sicilian had a dream. With his guile, plus the Turk's strength, plus the Spaniard's sword, they might become the most effective criminal organization in the civilized world, which is precisely what they became. In dark places their names whipped sharper than fear. Everyone who had needs that were hard to fulfill. The Sicilian crowd, 2 was company, 3 a crowd, even then, became more and more famous and more rich. Nothing was beyond or beneath them. Inigo's blade was flashing again, more than ever like lightning. The Turk's strength grew more prodigious with the months, but the hunchback was the leader. There was never doubt without him. Inigo knew where he would be, on his back begging wine in some alley entrance. The Sicilian's word was not just law, it was gospel. So when he said, "Kill the man in black," all other possibilities ceased to exist. The man in black had to die. Inigo paced the cliff edge, fingers snapping. 50 feet below him now, the man in black still climbed. Inigo's impatience was beginning to bubble beyond control. He stared down at the slow progress, finding a crevice, jam in the hand, find another crevice, jam in the other hand. 48 feet to go. Inigo slapped his sword handle, and his fingers, snapping, began to go faster. He exclaimed the hooded climber half hoping he would be six-fingered, but no. This one had proper accompaniment of digits. 47 feet to go. Now 46. Hello there, Inigo hollered. He could wait no more. The man in black glanced up and grunted. I've been watching you. The man in black nodded. Slow going, Inigo said. Look, I don't mean to be rude, the man in black said finally, but I'm rather busy just now, so don't try to distract me. I'm sorry, Inigo said. The man in black grunted again. I don't suppose you could speed things up, Inigo said. If you want to speed things up so much, the man in black said, clearly quite angry now. Thank you, Pirata. You could lower a rope or a tree branch, or find some other helpful thing to do. I could do that, Inigo agreed, but I don't think you would accept my help, since I'm only waiting up here so that I can kill you. That does put a damper on our relationship, the man in black said then. I'm afraid you'll just have to wait. 43 feet left, 41. I could give you my word as a Spaniard, Inigo said. No good, the man in black replied. I've known too many Spaniards. I'm going crazy up here, Inigo said. Any time you want to change places, I'd be too happy to accept. 39 feet, and resting. The man in black just hung in space, feet dangling, the entire weight of his body supported by the strength of his hand jammed into the crevice. Come along now, Indigo pleaded. It's a bit of a climb, the man in black exclaimed, and I'm weary. I'll be fine in a quarter hour or so. Another quarter hour? Inconceivable. Look, we've got a piece of extra rope up here we didn't need when we made our original climb. I'll just drop it down to you, and you'll grab hold, and I'll pull you, and... No good, the man in black repeated. You might pull, but then again, you also just might let go, which, since you're in a hurry to kill me, would certainly do the job quickly. But you wouldn't have ever known I was going to kill you if I hadn't been the one to tell you. Doesn't that let you know I can be trusted? Frankly. And I hope you won't be insulted. No. There's no way you'll trust me? Nothing comes to mind. Suddenly, Inigo raised his right hand high. I swear on the soul of Domingo Montoya, you will reach the top alive. The man in black was silent for a long time. Then he looked up. I do not know this Domingo of yours, but something in your tone says I must believe you. Throw me the rope. Inigo quickly tied it around a rock, dropped it over. The man in black grabbed hold, hung suspended, alone in space. Inigo pulled. In a moment, the man in black was beside him. Thank you, the man in black said, and he sank down on the rock. Inigo sat alongside him. We'll wait until you're ready, he said. The man in black breathed deeply. Again, thank you. Why have you followed us? You carry baggage of much value. We have no intention of selling, Inigo said. That is your business. And yours? The man in black made no reply. Inigo stood and walked away, surveying the terrain over which they would battle. It was a splendid plateau, really, filled with trees for dodging around and roots for tripping over, and small rocks for losing your balance on, and boulders for leaping off, if you could climb them fast enough, and bathing everything. The entire spot moonlit. One could ask, or one could not ask for a more suitable testing ground for a duel, Inigo decided. It had everything, including the marvelous cliffs at one end, beyond which was the wonderful 1,000-foot drop, always something to bear in mind when one was planning tactics. It was perfect. The place was perfect, provided the man in black could fence. Really fence. Inigo did then what he always did before a duel. He took the great sword from its scabbard, touched the side of the blade to his face 2 times, once along one scar, once along the other. Then he exclaimed, examined the man in black. A fine sailor, yes. A mighty climber, no question. Courageous, without a doubt. But could he fence? Really fence? Please, Inigo thought. It had been so long since I've been tested. Let this man test me. Let him be a glorious swordsman. Let him be both quick and fast, smart and strong. Give him a matchless mind for tactics, a background the equal of mine. Please, please, it's been so long. Let him be a master. I have my breath back now, the man in black said from the rock. Thank you for allowing me my rest. We better get on with it then, Inigo replied. The man in black stood. You seem a decent fellow, Inigo said. I hate to kill you. You seem a decent fellow, answered the man in black. I hate to die. But one of us must, Inigo said. Begin. And so saying, he took the six-fingered sword and put it into his left hand. He had begun all his duels left-handed lately. It was a good practice for him, and although he was the only living wizard in the world with his regular hand, the right, still he was more than worthy with his left. Perhaps 30 men alive were his equal when he used his left. Perhaps as many as 50, perhaps as few as 10. The man in black was also left-handed, and that warmed Inigo. It made things fairer, his weakness against the other man's strength, all to the good. They touched swords, and the man in black immediately began the Agrippa defense, which Inigo felt was sound, considering the rocky terrain, for the Agrippa kept the feet stationary at first, and made the chances of slipping minimal. Naturally, he countered with Capo Ferro, which surprised the man in black, but he defended well, quickly shifting out of Agrippa and taking the attack himself, using the principles of Theobald. Inigo had to smile. No one had taken the attack against him in so long, and it was thrilling. He let the man in black advance, let him build up courage, retreating gracefully between some trees, letting his Bonetti defense keep him safe from harm. Then his legs flicked, and he was behind the nearest tree, and the man in black had not expected it and was slow reacting. Inigo flashed immediately out from the tree, attacking himself now, and the man in black retreated, stumbling, got his balance, continued moving away. Inigo was impressed with the quickness of the balance return. Most men in size of the black man would have gone down, or, at least, fallen to one hand. The man in black did neither. He simply quick-stepped, wrenched his body erect, continued fighting. Yeah, I know, right? That's why I kind of giggled a little bit. They were moving parallel to the cliffs now, and the trees were behind them mostly. The man in black was slowly being forced toward a group of large boulders, for Inigo was anxious to see how well he moved when quarters were close, when you could not thrust or parry with total freedom. He continued to force, and then the boulders were surrounding them. Inigo suddenly threw his body against a nearby rock, rebounded off it with stunning force, lunging with incredible speed. First blood was his. He had pinked the man in black, grazed him only along the left wrist. A scratch was all, but it was bleeding. Immediately the man in black hurried his retreat, getting his position away from the boulders, getting out into the open of the plateau. Inigo followed, not bothering to try to check the other man's flight. There would always be time for that later. Then the man in black launched his greatest assault. It came with no warning, and the speed and strength of it were terrifying. His blade flashed in the light again and again, and at first Inigo was only too delighted to retreat. He was not entirely familiar with the style of the attack. It was mostly Macbone, but there were snatches of Capo Ferro thrown in, and he continued moving backward, while he concentrated on the enemy, figuring the best way to stop the assault. The man in black kept advancing, and Inigo was aware that behind him now he was coming closer and closer to the edge of the cliffs, but that would not have concerned him less. The important thing was to not outthink the enemy, find his weakness, let him have his moment of exhaustion. Suddenly, as the cliffs came even nearer, Inigo realized the fault in the attack was the flashing at him. The simple Thibault maneuver would destroy it entirely, but he didn't want to give it away so soon. Let the other man have the triumph a moment longer. Life allowed so few, with the cliffs very close behind him now. Inigo continued to retreat. The man in black continued advancing. Then Inigo countered with the Thibault, and the man in black blocked it. He blocked it. Inigo repeated the Thibault move and again it didn't work. He switched to Capoferro. He tried Bonetti. He went to Fabris. In desperation, he began a move he used only twice. The Sanct. The Sanct. Nothing worked. The man in black kept attacking, and the cliffs were almost there. Inigo never panicked, never came close, but he decided some things very quickly, because there were no time for long consultations. And what he decided was although the man in black was slow in reacting to moves behind trees and not much good at all amidst boulders, when movement was restricted, yet out in the open where there was space, he was a terror, a left-handed black-masked terror. "You are most excellent," he said. His rear foot was at the cliff edge. He could retreat no more. "Thank you," the man in black replied. "I have worked very hard to become so." "You are better than I am," Indigo admitted. "So it seems. But if that is true, why are you smiling?" "Because," Indigo answered, "I know something that you do not know." "And what is that?" asked the man in black. "I am not left-handed," Indigo replied, and with those words he all but threw the six-fingered sword into his right hand, and the tide of the battle turned. The man in black retreated before the slashing of the great sword. He tried to sidestep, tried to parry, tried to somehow escape the doom that was now inevitable. But there was no way. He could block 50 thrusts. The 51st flicked, though. And now his left arm was bleeding. He could thwart 30 ripostes, but not the 31st, and now his shoulder bled. The wounds were not yet grave, but they kept on coming as they dodged across stones, and the man in black found himself amidst the trees, and that was bad for him. So he all but fled before Inigo's onslaught, and then he was in the open again. But Inigo kept coming. Nothing could stop him. And then the man in black was among the boulders, and that was even worse for him than the trees, and he shouted out in frustration and practically ran to where there was open space again. But there was no dealing with the wizard, and slowly, again, the deadly cliffs became a factor in the fight. Only now it was the man in black who was being forced to doom. He was brave, and he was strong, and the cuts did not make him beg for mercy, and he showed no fear behind his black mask. "You are amazing," he cried, as Inigo increased the already blinding speed of the blade. "Thank you. It has not come without effort." The death moment was at hand now. Again and again Inigo thrust forward, and again the man in black managed to ward off the attacks. But each time it was harder, and the strength in Inigo's wrists was endless, and he only thrust the more fiercely, and soon the man in black grew weak. "You cannot tell it," he said then, "because I wear a cape and mask, but I am smiling now." "Why?" "Because I am not left-handed either," said the man in black, and he too switched hands. And now the battle was finally joined, and Inigo began to retreat. "Who are you?" he screamed. "No one of import. Another lover of the blade. I must know." Get used to disappointment. They flashed along the open plateau now, and the blades were both invisible, but oh, the earth trembled, and oh, the skies shook, and Inigo was losing. He tried to make for the trees, but the man in black would have none of it. He tried retreating to the boulders, and that was denied him too. And in the open, unthinkable as it was, the man in black was superior. Not much, but in a multitude of tiny ways. He was of a slightly higher quality. A hair quicker, a fraction stronger, a speck faster, not really much at all, but it was enough. They met at Center Plateau for the final assault. Neither man conceded anything. The sound of metal clashing metal rose. A final burst of energy flew through Inigo's veins, and he made every attempt, tried every trick, used every hour of every day of his years of experience, but he was blocked by the man in black. He was shackled by the man in black. He was baffled, thwarted, muzzled, beaten by the man in black. A final flick, and the great six-fingered sword went flying from his hand. Inigo stood there helpless. Yeah. Then he dropped to his knees, bowed his head, closed his eyes. Do it quickly, he said. May my hands fall from my wrists before I kill an artist like yourself, said the man in black. I would soon destroy Da Vinci. However, and here he clubbed Inigo's head with the butt of his sword. Since I can't have you following me either, please understand that I hold you in the highest respect. He struck one more time, and the Spaniard fell unconscious. The man in black quickly tied Inigo's hands around a tree and left him there, for the moment, sleeping and helpless. Then he sheathed his sword, picked up the Sicilian's trail, and raced into the night. He has beaten Inigo, the Turk said, not quite sure he wanted to believe it, but positive that the news was sad. He liked Inigo. Inigo was the only one who wouldn't laugh when Fezzik asked him to play rhymes. They were hurrying along a mountainous path, on the way to the Guilder frontier. The path was narrow and strewn with rocks, like cannonballs, so the Sicilian had a terrible time keeping up. Fezzik carried Buttercup lightly on his shoulder. She was still tied hand and foot. I didn't hear you. Say it again, the Sicilian called out. So Fezzik waited for the hunchback to catch up to him. See, Fezzik pointed then. Far down at the very bottom of the mountainous path, the man in black could be seen running. Inigo is beaten. Inconceivable! Exploded the Sicilian. Fezzik never dared disagree with the hunchback. I'm so stupid, Fezzik nodded. Inigo has not lost. Has not lost to the man in black. He has defeated him. To the point, to prove it, he has put on all the man in black's clothes, and masks and hoods and boots, and gained 80 pounds. The Sicilian squinted down toward the running figure. Fool, he hurled at the Turk. After all these years, can't you tell Inigo when you see him? That isn't Inigo. I'll never learn, the Turk agreed. If there's a question about anything, you can always count on me to get it wrong. Inigo must have slipped or been tricked or otherwise unfairly beaten. That's the only conceivable explanation. Conceivable, believable, the giant thought. Only he didn't dare say it out loud, not to the Sicilian. He might have whispered it to Inigo late at night, but there was before Inigo was dead. He might also have whispered heavable, thievable, weavable, but that was as far as he got before the Sicilian started talking again, and that always meant he had to pay very strict attention. Nothing angered the hunchback as quickly as catching Fezzik thinking, since he barely imagined someone like Fezzik capable of thought. He never asked what was on his mind, because he couldn't have cared less. If he had found out Fezzik was making rhymes, he would have laughed and then found new ways to make Fezzik suffer. Anybody want a peanut? Untie her feet, the Sicilian commanded. Fezzik put the princess down and ripped the ropes apart that bound her legs. Then he rubbed her ankles so she could walk. The Sicilian grabbed her immediately and yanked her away. Catch up with us quickly, the Sicilian said. Instructions? Fezzik called out, almost panicked. He hated being left on his own like this. Finish him, finish him, the Sicilian was getting peeved. Succeed since Indigo failed us. But I can't fence. I don't know how to fence. Your way. The Sicilian could barely control himself now. Oh yes, good. My way. Thank you, Vizzini, Fezzik said to the hunchback, then, summoning all his courage. I need a hint. You're always saying how you understood force, how force belongs to you. Use it. I don't care how. Wait for him behind there. He pointed to a sharp bend in the mountain path. And crush his head like an eggshell. He pointed to the cannonball-sized rocks. I could do that, yes, Fezzik nodded. He was marvelous at throwing heavy things. It just seems not very sportsmanlike, doesn't it? The Sicilian lost control. It was terrifying when he did it. With most people, they scream and holler and jump around. With Vizzini, it was different. He got very quiet, and his voice sounded like it came from a dead throat, and his eyes turned to fire. I tell you this, and I tell you it once. Stop the man in black. Stop him for good and all. If you fail, there will be no excuses. I will find another giant. Please don't desert me, Fezzik said. Then do as you're told. He grabbed hold of Buttercup again and hobbled out the mountain path and out of sight. Fezzik glanced down toward the figure racing up the path toward him. Still a good distance away, time enough to practice. Fezzik picked up a rock the size of a cannonball and aimed at the crack in the mountain 30 yards away. Swoosh, dead center. He picked up a bigger rock and threw it at a shadow line twice as distant. Not quite swoosh, 2 inches to the right. Fezzik was reasonably satisfied. 2 inches off would still crush a head if you aimed for the center. He groped around, found a perfect rock for throwing. It just fit his hand. Then he moved up to the sharp turn in the path, backed off into the deepest shadow, unseen, silent. He waited patiently with his killing rock, counting the seconds until the man in black would die. Fezzik. Turkish women are famous for the size of their babies. The only happy newborn ever to weigh over 24 pounds upon entrance was the product of a southern Turkish union. Turkish hospitals records list a total of 11 children who weighed over 20 pounds at birth, and 95 more who weighed between 15 and 20. Now all of these 106 cherubs did what babies usually do at birth. They lost 3 or 4 ounces once it took them the better part of a week before they got it totally back. More accurately, 105 of them lost weight just after they were born. Not Fezzik. His first afternoon, he gained a pound. Since he weighed but 15, and since his mother gave birth 2 weeks early, the doctors weren't unduly concerned. It's because you came 2 weeks too soon, they explained to Fezzik's mother. That explained it. Actually, of course, it didn't explain anything, but whatever doctors are confused about something, which is really more frequent than any of us would do well to think about, they always snatch at something in the vicinity of the case and add, that explains it. If Fezzik's mother had come late, they would have said, well, you came late, that explains it, or, well, it was raining during delivery, this adds weight and is simply moisture, that explains it. A healthy baby doubles his birth weight in about 6 months and triples it in a year. When Fezzik was a year old, he weighed 85 pounds. That wasn't fat, understand. He looked like a perfectly normal, strong 85-pound kid. Not all that normal, actually. He was fairly hairy for a 1-year-old. By the time he reached kindergarten, he was ready to shave. He was the size of a normal man by this time, and all the other children made his life miserable. At first, naturally, they were scared to death. Even then, Fezzik looked fierce. But once they found out he was chicken, well, they weren't about to let an opportunity like that get away. Bully, bully, they taunted Fezzik during morning yogurt break. I'm not, Fezzik would say aloud. To himself he would go woolly woolly. He would never dare to consider himself a poet, because he wasn't anything like that. He just loved rhymes. Anything you said out loud, he rhymed it back. Sometimes the rhymes made sense. Sometimes they didn't. Fezzik never cared much about sense. All that ever mattered was the sound. Coward, towered. I'm not. Then fight, one of them would say, and would swing all he had and hit Fezzik in the stomach, confident that all Fezzik would do was go oof and stand there, because he never hit back, no matter what you did to him. Oof! Another swing. Another. A good stiff punch to the kidneys, maybe. Maybe a kick in the knee. It would go on like this until Fezzik would burst into tears and run away. One day at home, Fezzik's father called. Come here. Fezzik, as always, obeyed. Dry your tears, his mother said. 2 children had beaten him very badly just before. He did what he could to stop crying. Fezzik, this can't go on, his mother said. They must stop picking on you. Kicking on you. I don't mind so much, Fezzik said. Well, you should mind, his father said. He was a carpenter with big hands. Come on outside. I'm going to teach you how to fight. Please, I don't want... Obey your father. They trooped out to the backyard. Make a fist, his father said. Fezzik did his best. His father looked at his mother, then at the heavens. He can't even make a fist. His father said, He's trying. He's only 6. Don't be so hard on him. Fezzik's father cared for his son greatly and tried to keep his voice soft so Fezzik wouldn't burst out crying, but it wasn't easy. Honey, Fezzik's father said, look, when you make a fist, you don't put your thumb inside your fingers. You keep your thumb outside your fingers. Because if you keep your thumb inside your fingers and you hit somebody, what will happen is you'll break your thumb. And that isn't good, because the whole object when you hit somebody is to hurt the other guy, not yourself. Flirt. I don't want to hurt anybody, Daddy. I don't want you to hurt anybody, Fezzik. But if you know how to take care of yourself, and they know you know, they won't bother you anymore. Father, I don't mind so much. Well, we do, his mother said. They shouldn't pick on you, Fezzik, just because you need a shave. Back to the fist, his father said. Have we learned how? Fezzik made a fist again, and this time with the thumb outside. He's a natural learner, his mother said. She cared for him as greatly as his father did. Now hit me, Fezzik's father said. No, I don't want to do that. Hit your father, Fezzik. Maybe he doesn't know how to hit, Fezzik's father said. Maybe not, Fezzik's mother shook her head sadly. Watch, honey, Fezzik's father said. See? Simple. You just make your fist, like you already know, and pull back your arm a little and aim for where you want to land and let go. Show your father what a natural learner you are, Fezzik's mother said. Make a punch and hit him a good one. Oh, I remember doing something like this, and the person who was teaching me regretted that very much so, because it was a guy, and I was in karate. He was on the floor, called my mom, said, get over here and take care of your daughter. Yeah. I ran away, and I hid. Fezzik made a punch towards his father's arm. Fezzik's father stared at the heavens again in frustration. He came close to your arm, Fezzik's mother said quickly, before her son's face could cloud. That was very good for a start, Fezzik. Tell him what a good start he made, she said to her husband. It was in the right general direction, Fezzik's father managed. If only I'd been standing 1 yard farther west, it would have been perfect. I'm very tired, Fezzik said. When you learn so much so fast, you get so tired. I do anyway. May I be excused? Not yet, Fezzik's mother said. Honey, please hit me. Really hit me. Try. You're a smart boy. Hit me a good one, Fezzik's father begged. Tomorrow, Daddy, I promise. Tears began to form. Crying's not going to work, Fezzik, his father exploded. It's not going to work on me. It's not going to work on your mother. You're going to do what I say, and what I say is you're going to hit me. And if it takes all night, we're going to stand here. And if it takes all week, we're going to stand right here. And if it splat. When Fezzik's father was able to open his eyes as much, and he wanted, they had a family talk, the 3 of them. You're very strong, Fezzik, his father said. Actually, it's not strictly true. What his father meant was, you're very strong, Fezzik. It came out more like zzz. Ever since the milkman had wired his jaws together, all he could manage was the letter Z. But he had a very expressive face, and his wife understood him perfectly. He says you're very strong, Fezzik. I thought I was, Fezzik answered. Last year I hit a tree once when I was very mad. I knocked it down. It was a small tree, but still, I figured that had to mean something. Zzz, zzz. He says he's giving up being a carpenter, Fezzik. Oh no, Fezzik said. You'll be all well soon, Daddy. The milkman practically promised me. He wants to give up being a carpenter, Fezzik. But what will you do? Fezzik's mother answered this one herself. She and her husband had been up half the night agreeing on the decision. He's going to be your manager, Fezzik. Fighting is the national sport of Turkey. We're all going to be rich and famous. But Mommy, Daddy, I don't like fighting. Fezzik's father reached out and gently patted his son's knee. Zzz, 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 he said. It's going to be wonderful, his mother translated. Fezzik only burst into tears. They had his first professional match in the village of Sandiki on a steaming hot Sunday. Fezzik's parents had a terrible time getting him into the ring. They were absolutely confident of victory because they had worked very hard. They had taught Fezzik for 3 solid years before they mutually agreed that he was ready. Fezzik's father handled tactics and ring strategy, while his mother was more in charge of diet and training, and they had never been happier. Fezzik had never been more miserable. He was scared and frightened and terrified, all rolled into one. No matter how they reassured him, he refused to enter the arena, because he knew something. Even though outside he looked 20, and his mustache was already coming along nicely, inside he was still 9 years old who liked rhyming things. No, he said, I won't, and you can't make me. After all we've slaved for these 3 years, his father said. His jaw was almost as good as new now. He'll hurt me, Fezzik said. Life is pain, his mother said. Anybody that says different is selling something. Please, I'm not ready. I forget the holds. I'm not graceful, and I fall down a lot. It's true. It was. Their only real fear was, were they rushing him? When the going gets tough, the tough get going, Fezzik's mother said. Get going, Fezzik, his father said. Fezzik stood his ground. Listen, we're not going to threaten you, Fezzik's parents said, more or less together. We all care for each other too much to pull any of that stuff. If you don't want to fight, nobody's going to force you. We'll just have to leave you alone forever. Fezzik's picture of hell was being alone forever. He had told them that when he was 5. They marched into the arena then to face the champion of Sandiki, who had been champion for 11 years, since he was 24. He was very graceful and wide and stood 6 feet in height, only half a foot less than Fezzik. Fezzik didn't stand a chance. He was too clumsy, he kept falling down or getting his hands on backwards, so they weren't holds at all. The champion of Sandiki toyed with him. Fezzik kept getting thrown down, or falling down, or tumbling down, or stumbling down. He always got up and tried again, but the champion of Sandiki was much too fast for him, and too clever, and much, much too experienced. The crowd laughed and ate baklava and enjoyed the whole spectacle, until Fezzik got his arms around the champion of Sandiki. The crowd grew very quiet then. Fezzik lifted him up. No noise. Fezzik squeezed and squeezed. That's enough for now, Fezzik's father said. Fezzik laid the other man down. Thank you, he said. You are a wonderful fighter, and I was lucky. The ex-champion of Sandiki kind of grunted. Raise your hands. You're the winner, his mother reminded. Fezzik stood there in the middle of the ring, with his hands raised. Boo, said the crowd. Animal! Ape! Gorilla! Boo! They did not linger long in Sandiki. As a matter of fact, it wasn't very safe for them to linger long anywhere. They fought the champion of Isbar. Boo! The champion of Simul. Boo! They fought in Bolu. They fought in Zyle. Boo! I don't care what anyone says, Fezzik's mother told him one winter afternoon. You're my son, and you're wonderful. It was gray and dark, and they were hot-footing it out of Constantinople just as fast as they could, because Fezzik had just demolished their champion before most of the crowd was even seated. I'm not wonderful, Fezzik said. They're right to insult me. I'm too big. Whenever I fight, it looks like I'm picking on somebody. Maybe, Fezzik's father began a little hesitantly. Maybe, Fezzik, if you just possibly, kind of sort of lose a few fights, they might not yell at us so much. The wife whirled on the husband. The boy is 11, and already you want him to throw fights? Nothing like that, no. Don't get all excited. But maybe, if he'd look like he was suffering a little, they'd let up on us. I'm suffering, Fezzik said. He was. He was. Let it show a little more. I'll try, Daddy. That's a good boy. I can't help being strong. It's not my fault. I don't even exercise. I think it's time we head to Greece, Fezzik's father said. We've beaten everyone in Turkey who'll fight us, and athletics began in Greece. No one appreciates talent like the Greeks. I just hate it when they go boo, Fezzik said. He did. Now his private picture of hell was being left alone with everybody going boo at him forever. They'll love you in Greece, Fezzik's mother said. They fought in Greece. Ah! Ah! Was Greece for boo. Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, Romania. Boo! They tried the Orient, the Jiu-Jitsu champion of Korea, the Karate champion of Siam, the Kung Fu champion of all India. Sie on R. In Mongolia, his parents died. We've done everything we can for you, Fezzik. Good luck, they said, and they were gone forever. It was a terrible thing, a plague that swept everything before it. Fezzik would have died too, only naturally he never got sick. Alone, he continued on, across the Gobi Desert, hitching rides sometimes with passing caravans, and it was there he learned how to make them stop booing, fighting groups. It all began in a caravan on the Gobi, when the caravan head said, "I'll bet my camel drivers can take you." There were only 3 of them, so Fezzik said, "Fine, you try," and he did, and he won, naturally, and everybody seemed happy. Fezzik was thrilled. He never fought just one person again, if it was possible. For a while he traveled from place to place, battling gangs for local charities. But his business head was never much, and, besides, doing things alone was even less appealing to him now that he was into his late teens than it had been before. He joined a traveling circus, and all other transformers grumbled at him because, they said, he was eating more than his share of food. So he stayed pretty much to himself, except when it came to his work. But then, one night, when Fezzik had just turned 20, he got the shock of his life. The booing was back again. But he could not believe it. He had just squeezed half a dozen men into submission, cracked the heads of half a dozen more. What did they want from him? The truth was simply this: he had gotten too strong. He would never measure himself, but everybody whispered he must be over 7 feet tall, and he would never step on a scale. But people claimed he weighed 400, and not only that, he was quick now. All the years of experience had made him almost inhuman. He knew all the tricks, could counter all the holds. Animal, ape, gorilla, boo! That night, alone in his tent, Fezzik wept. He was a freak, a 2-eyed cyclops. By the next morning, he had gotten control of himself. At least he still had his circus friends around him. That week, the circus fired him. The crowds were booing them too now, and the fat lady threatened to walk out, and the midgets were fuming, and that was it for Fezzik. This was the middle of Greenland, and, as everybody knows, Greenland then as now was the loneliest place on the earth. In Greenland, there is 1 person for every 20 square miles of real estate. Probably the circus was pretty stupid taking a booking there, but that wasn't the point. The point was that Fezzik was alone, in the loneliest place in the world, just sitting there on a rock, watching the circus pull away. He was still sitting there the next day when Vicini, the Sicilian, found him. Vicini flattered him, promised to keep the booing away. Vicini needed Fezzik, but not half as much as Fezzik needed Vicini. As long as Vicini was around, you couldn't be alone. Whatever Vicini said, Fezzik did, and if that meant crushing the head of the man in black, so be it. But not by ambush, not the coward's way. Nothing unsportsmanlike. His parents had always taught him to go by the rules. Fezzik stood in shadows, the great rock tight in his hand. He could hear the footsteps of the man in black coming nearer, nearer. Fezzik leaped from hiding and threw the rock with incredible power and perfect accuracy. It smashed into a boulder a foot away from the face of the man in black. "I did that on purpose," Fezzik said then, picking up another rock, holding it ready. "I didn't have to miss." "I believe you," the man in black said. They stood facing each other on the narrow mountain path. "Now what happens?" asked the man in black. "We face each other as God intended," Fezzik said. "No tricks, no weapons. Skill against skill alone. You mean you'll put down the rock and I'll put down my sword and we'll try to kill each other like civilized people? Is that it?" "If you'd rather, I can kill you now," Fezzik said gently, and he raised the rock to throw. "I'm giving you a chance." "So you are, and I accept it," said the man in black, and he began to take off his sword and scabbard. although frankly, I think the odds are slightly in your favor at hand fighting. I'll tell you what I tell everyone, Fezzik explained. I cannot help being the biggest and strongest. It is not my fault. I'm not blaming you, said the man in black. Let's get to it then, Fezzik said, and he dropped his rock and got into fighting position, watching as the man in black slowly moved towards him. For a moment, Fezzik felt almost wistful. This was clearly a good fellow, even if he had killed Inigo. He didn't complain, or try to beg, or bribe. He just accepted his fate. No complaining, nothing like that. Obviously a criminal of character. Was he a criminal, though? Fezzik wondered. Surely the mask would indicate that. Or was it worse than that? Was he disfigured? His face burned away by acid, perhaps? Or was he born hideous? Why do you wear a mask and hood? Fezzik asked. I think everybody will in the near future, was the man in black's reply. They're terribly comfortable. They faced each other on the mountain path. There was a moment's pause. Then they engaged. Fezzik let the man in black fiddle for a bit, tested the man's strength, which was considerable for someone who wasn't a giant. He let the man in black feint and dodge, and try to hold here, a hold there. Then, when he was quite sure the man in black could not go to his maker embarrassed, Fezzik locked his arms tight around. Fezzik lifted, and squeezed and squeezed. Then he took the remains of the man in black, snapped him one way, snapped him the other, cracked him with one hand in the neck and the other at the spine base, locked his legs up, rolled his limp arms around them, and tossed the entire bundle of what had once been human into a nearby crevice. That was the theory, anyway. In fact, what happened was this. Fezzik lifted and squeezed, and the man in black slipped free. Thought Fezzik. That certainly was a surprise. I thought for sure I had him. You're very quick, Fezzik complimented. And a good thing, too, said the man in black. Then they engaged again. This time Fezzik did not give the man in black a chance to fiddle. He just grabbed him, swung around his head once, twice, smashed his skull against the nearest boulder, pounded him, pummeled him, gave him a final squeeze for good measure, and tossed the remains of what once had been alive into a nearby crevice. Those were his intentions, anyway. In actuality, he never got through the grabbing part with much success, because no sooner had Fezzik's great hands reached out that the man in black dropped and spun and twisted and was loose and free and still quite alive. I don't understand a thing that's happening, Fezzik thought. Could I be losing my strength? Could there be a mountain disease that takes your strength? There was a desert disease that took my parents' strength. That must be it. I must have caught a plague. But if that's it, why isn't he weak? No, I must still be strong. It has to be something else. Now what could it be? Suddenly he knew. He had not fought against one man in so long. He had forgotten how. He had been fighting groups and gangs and bunches for so many years that the idea of having but a single opponent was slowly making itself known to him. Because you fought them entirely differently. When there were 12 against you, you made certain moves, tried certain holds, and acted in certain ways. When there was but one, you had to completely readjust yourself. Quickly now, Fezzik went back through time. How had he fought the champion of Sandiki? He flashed through the fight in his mind, then reminded himself of all the other victories against other champions. The men from Isper, and Simal, and Bolu, and Zile. He remembered fleeing Constantinople because he had beaten their champions so quickly, so easily. Yes, Fezzik thought, of course. And suddenly he readjusted his style to what it had once been. But by that time the man in black had him by the throat. The man in black was riding him, and his arms were locked across Fezzik's windpipe, one in front, one behind. Fezzik reached back, but the man in black was hard to grasp. Fezzik could not get his arms around his back and dislodge the enemy. Fezzik ran at a boulder and, in the last moment, spun around so that the man in black received the main force of the charge. It was a terrible jolt, Fezzik knew it was, but the grip on his windpipe grew even tighter. Fezzik charged the boulder again, and again, spun, and again he knew the power of the blow the man in black had taken. But still the grip remained. Fezzik clawed at the man in black's arms. He pounded his giant fists at them. But now he had no air. Fezzik continued to struggle. He could feel a hollowness in his legs now. He could see the world spinning to pale. But he did not give up. He was the mighty Fezzik, lover of rhymes, and you did not give up, no matter what. Now the hollowness was in his arms, and the world was snowing. Fezzik went to his knees. He pounded still, but feebly. He fought still, but his blows would not have harmed a child. No air. There was no more air. There was no more anything. Not for Fezzik. Not in this world. I am beaten. I am going to die, he thought, just before he fell onto the mountain path. He was only half wrong. There is an instant between unconsciousness and death, and as the giant pitched onto the rocky path, that instant happened, and just before it happened, the man in black let go. He staggered to his feet and leaned against a boulder until he could walk. Fezzik lay sprawled, faintly breathing. The man in black looked around for a rope to secure the giant, gave up the search almost as soon as he had begun. What good were ropes against strength like this? He would simply snap them. The man in black made his way back to where he'd dropped his sword. He put it back on, two down, and the hardest one to go. Vizzini was waiting for him. Indeed, he set out at a little picnic spread from the knapsack where he always carried, and he had taken a small handkerchief, and on it had placed two wine goblets. In the center was a small leather wine holder, and, beside it, some cheese and some apples. The spot could not have been lovelier. A high point of the mountain path with a splendid view all the way back to Florin Channel. Buttercup lay helpless beside the picnic, gagged and tied and blindfolded. Vizzini held a long knife against her white throat. "Welcome," Vizzini called, and the man in black was almost upon them. The man in black stopped and surveyed the situation. "You've beaten my Turk," Vizzini said. It would seem so. "And now it is down to you. And it is down to me." "So that would seem too," the man in black said, edging just half a step closer to the hunchback's long knife. With a smile, the hunchback pushed the knife harder against Buttercup's throat. It was about to bring blood. "If you wish her dead, by all means, keep moving," Vizzini said. The man in black froze. "Better," Vizzini nodded. No sound now beneath the moonlight. "I understand completely what you are trying to do," the Sicilian said finally, "and I want it quite clear that I resent your behavior. You are trying to kidnap what I have rightfully stolen, and I think it quite ungentlemanly." "Let me explain," the man in black began, starting to edge forward. "You're killing her," the Sicilian screamed, shoving harder with the knife. A drop of blood appeared now at Buttercup's throat, red against white. The man in black retreated. "Let me explain," he said again, but from a distance. Again the hunchback interrupted. "There is nothing you can tell me I do not already know. I have not had the schooling equal to some, but for knowledge outside of books, there is no one in the world close to me. People say I read minds, but that is not, in all honesty, true. I merely predict the truth using logic and wisdom. And I say you are a kidnapper. Admit it. I will admit that, as a ransom item, she has value. Nothing more. I have been instructed to do certain things to her. It is very important that I follow my instructions. If I do this properly, I will be in demand for life. And my instructions do not include ransom. They include death. So your explanations are meaningless. We cannot do business together. You wish to keep her alive for ransom, whereas it is terribly important to me that she stop breathing in the very near future. Has it occurred to you that I have gone to great effort and expense, as well as personal sacrifice, to reach this point?" the man in black replied, "and that if I fail now, I might get very angry? And if she stops breathing in the very near future, it is entirely possible that you will watch the same that you will catch the very same fatal illness?" "I have no doubt you could kill me. Any man who can get by Inigo and Fezzik would have no trouble disposing of me. However, has it occurred to you that if you did that, then neither of us would get what we want. You have lost your ransom item, me, my life. We are at an impasse, then, said the man in black. I fear so, said the Sicilian. I cannot compete with you physically, and you are no match for my brains. You are that smart? There's no words to contain all my wisdom. I am so cunning, crafty, and clever, so filled with deceit, guile, and chicanery, such a knave, so shrewd, cagey, as well as calculating, as diabolical as I am vulpine, as tricky as I am untrustworthy. Well, I told you there are no words invented yet to explain how great my brain is, but let me put it this way. The world is several million years old, and several billion people have at one time or another trod upon it, but I, Vizzini the Sicilian, am speaking with pure candor and modesty. The slickest, sleekest, slyest, and vilest fellow who has yet to come down the pike. In that case, said the man in black, I challenge you to a battle of wits. Vizzini had to smile. For the princess? You read my mind. It just seems that way, I told you. It's merely logic and wisdom. To the death? Correct again. I accept. Excuse me, cried Vizzini. Begin the battle. Pour the wine, said the man in black. Vizzini filled the two goblets with deep red liquid. The man in black pulled from the dark clothing a small packet and handed it to the hunchback. Open it and inhale, but be careful not to touch. Vizzini took the packet and followed instructions. I smell nothing. The man in black took the packet again. What you do not smell is called iocane powder. It is odorless, tasteless, and dissolves immediately in any kind of liquid. It also happens to be the deadliest poison known to man. Vizzini was beginning to get excited. I don't suppose you'd hand me the goblets, said the man in black. Vizzini shook his head. Take them yourself. My long knife does not leave her throat. The man in black reached down for the goblets. He took them and turned away. Vizzini cackled aloud in anticipation. The man in black busied himself a long moment. Then he turned again, with a goblet in each hand. Very carefully he put the goblet in his right hand in front of Vizzini, and put the goblet in his left hand across the handkerchief from the hunchback. He sat down in front of the left-handed goblet and dropped the empty iocane packet by the cheese. Your guess, he said. Where is the poison? Thank you, Pirata. Guess? Vizzini cried. I don't guess. I think. I ponder. I deduce. Then I decide. But I never guess. The battle of wits has begun, said the man in black. It ends when you decide and we drink the wine, and find out who is right and who is dead. We both drink, need I add, and swallow, naturally, at precise the same time. It's all so simple, said the hunchback. All I have to do is deduce, from what I know of you, the way your mind works. Are you the kind of man who would put the poison into his own glass, or into the glass of his enemy? You're stalling, said the man in black. I'm relishing is what I'm doing, answered the Sicilian. No one has challenged my mind in years, and I love it. By the way, may I smell both goblets? Be my guest. Just be sure you put them down the same way you found them. The Sicilian sniffed his own glass. Then he reached down across the kerchief for the goblet of the man in black and sniffed that. As you said, odorless. As I also said, you're stalling. The Sicilian smiled and stared at the wine goblets. Now a great fool, he began, would place the poison into his own goblet, because he would know that only another great fool would reach first for what he was given. I am clearly not a great fool, so I will clearly not reach for your wine. That's your final choice? No, because you knew I was not a great fool, so you would know I would never fall for such a trick. You would count on it, so I clearly cannot reach for mine either. Keep going, said the man in black. I intend to, the Sicilian reflected a moment. We have now decided the poison cup is most likely in front of you, but the poison is powder made from iocane, and iocane comes only from Australia, and Australia, as everyone knows, is peopled with criminals, and criminals are used to having people not trust them, as I don't trust you, which means I can clearly not choose the wine in front of you." The man in black was starting to get nervous. "But again, you must have suspected I knew the origins of Iocane, so you would have known I knew about the criminals and criminal behavior, and therefore I can clearly not choose the wine in front of me." "Truly you have a dizzying intellect," whispered the man in black. "You have beaten my Turk, which means you are exceptionally strong, and exceptionally strong men are convinced that they are too powerful to ever die, too powerful even for Iocane poisoning. So you could have put it into your cup, trusting your strength to save you. Thus I can clearly not choose the wine in front of you." The man in black was very nervous now. "But you also bested my Spaniard, which means you must have studied, because you studied many years for his excellence, and if you study, you're clearly more than simply strong. You're aware of how mortal we all are, and if you do not wish to die, and you do not wish to die, so you could have kept the poison as far away from as possible. Therefore, I can clearly not choose the wine in front of me." "I know, right?" "You're just trying to make me give something away with all this chatter," the man in black said angrily. "Well, it won't work. You'll learn nothing from me. That I can promise you." "I've already learned everything from you," said the Sicilian. "I know where the poison is." "Only a genius could have deduced as much. How fortunate for me that I happen to be one," said the hunchback, growing more and more amused now. "You cannot frighten me," said the man in black, but there was fear all through his voice. "Shall we drink then? Pick, choose, quit dragging it out. You don't know. You couldn't know." The Sicilian only smiled at the outburst. Then a strange look crossed his features, and he pointed off behind the man in black. "What in the world can that be?" he asked. The man in black turned around and looked. "I don't see anything." "Oh, well, I could have sworn I saw something. No matter." The Sicilian began to laugh. "I don't understand what's so funny," said the man in black. "Tell you in a minute," said the hunchback. "But first, let's drink." He picked up his own wine goblet. Then the man in black picked up the one in front of him. They drank. "You guessed wrong," said the man in black. "You only think I guessed wrong," said the Sicilian, his laughter ringing louder. "That's what's so funny. I switched glasses when your back was turned." There was nothing for the man in black to say. "Fool!" cried the hunchback. "You fell victim to one of the classic blunders. The most famous is 'Never get involved in a land war in Asia,' but only slightly less known is this: 'Never go in against a Sicilian when death is on the line.'" He was quite cheery until the iocane powder took effect. Then the man in black stepped quickly over to the corpse, then roughly ripped the blindfold from the princess' eyes. "I heard everything that Buttercup began, and then said, 'Oh, because she'd never been next to a dead man before. You killed him,' she finally whispered. "I let him die laughing," said the man in black. "Pray, I do as much for you." He lifted her, slashed her bonds away, put her on her feet, and started to pull her along. "Please," Buttercup said, "give me a moment to gather myself." The man in black released his grip. Buttercup rubbed her wrists, stopped, massaged her ankles. She took a final look at the Sicilian. "To think," she murmured, "all that time it was your cup that was poisoned." "They were both poisoned," said the man in black. "I've spent the past 2 years building up an immunity to iocane powder." Let me pause here and let you guys know what actually happened. When the Sicilian sniffed it, he inhaled it. The man in black didn't put it in any of the cups. The Sicilian inhaled the powder, and since it works with liquid, well, your nasal passages are full of mucus and liquid, so there you go. It was never in either of the cups. Buttercup looked up at him. He was terrifying to her, masked and hooded and dangerous. His voice was strained rough. "Who are you?" she asked. "I am no one to be trifled with," replied the man in black. "That is all you ever need know." And with that he yanked her upright. "You've had your moment." Again he pulled her after him, and this time she could do nothing but follow. They moved along the mountain path. The moonlight was very bright, and there were rocks everywhere, and to Buttercup it all looked dead and yellow, like the moon. She had just spent several hours with 3 men who were openly planning to kill her. So why, she wondered, was she more frightened now than then? Who was the horrid hooded figure to strike fear in her so? What could be worse than dying? I will pay you a great deal of money to release me, she managed to say. The man in black glanced at her. You are rich, then? I will be, Buttercup said. Whatever you want for ransom, I promise I'll get it for you if you let me go. The man in black just laughed. I was not speaking in jest. You promise? You? I should release you on your promise? What is that worth? The vow of a woman. Oh, that is very funny, Highness. Speak in jest or not. They proceeded along the mountain path to an open space. The man in black stopped then. There was a million stars fighting for prominence, and for a moment he seemed to be intent on nothing less than studying them all. As Buttercup watched, his eyes flick from constellation to constellation behind his mask. Then, with no warning, he spun off the path, heading into wild terrain, pulling her behind him. She stumbled. He pulled her to her feet again. He pulled her to her feet, and again she fell. Again he righted her. You cannot move this quickly. You can, and you will, or you will suffer greatly. Do you think I could make you suffer greatly? Buttercup nodded. Then run, cried the man in black, and he broke into a run himself, flying across rocks in the moonlight, pulling the princess behind him. She did her best to keep up. She was frightened as to what he would do to her, so she dared not fall again. After 5 minutes, the man in black stopped dead. Catch your breath, he commanded. Buttercup nodded, gasping for air. Tried to quiet her heart, but then they were off again, with no warning, dashing across the mountainous terrain, heading— Where do you take me? Buttercup gasped, when he gave her a chance to rest. Surely even someone as arrogant as you cannot expect me to give an answer. It does not matter if you tell me or not. He will find you. He, Highness? Prince Humperdinck. There is no greater hunter. Prince Humperdinck. There is no greater hunter. He can track a falcon on a cloudy day. He can find you. You have confidence that your dearest love will save you, do you? I never said he was my dearest love, and yes, he will save me, that I know. You admit you do not love your husband-to-be. Fancy, an honest woman. You're a rare specimen, Highness. The prince and I have never from the beginning lied to each other. He knows I do not love him. Are you not capable of love, is what you mean? I'm very capable of love, Buttercup said. Hold your tongue, I think. I have loved more deeply than a killer like you can possibly imagine. He slapped her. That is the penalty for lying, Highness. Where I come from, when a woman lies, she is reprimanded. But I spoke the truth. I did. Buttercup saw his hand rise a second time, so she stopped quickly, fell dead silent. Then they began to run again. They did not speak for hours. They just ran, and then, as if he could guess that when she was spent, he would stop, release her hand. She would try to catch her breath for the next dash she was sure to come. Without a sound, he would grab her, and off they would go. It was close to dawn when they first saw the Armada. They were running along the edge of a towering ravine. They seemed almost to be at the top of the world. When they stopped, Buttercup sunk down to rest. The man in black stood silently over her. Your love comes, not alone, he said. Buttercup did not understand. The man in black pointed back the way they had come. Buttercup stared, and as she did, the waters of Florin Channel seemed to fill with light, as the sky was filled with stars. He must have ordered every ship in Florin after you, the man in black said. Such a sight I have never seen. He stared at all the lanterns on the ships as they moved. You can never escape him, Buttercup said. If you release me, I promise that you will come to no harm. You are much too generous. I could never accept such an offer. I offer you your life. That was generous enough. Highness, said the man in black, and his hands were suddenly at her throat. If there is talk of life to be done, let me do it.
You would not kill me. You did not steal me from murderers to murder me yourself. Wise as well as loving, said the man in black. He jerked her to her feet, and they ran along the edge of the great ravine. It was hundreds of feet deep, and filled with rocks and trees and lifting shadows. Abruptly, the man in black stopped, stared back at the Armada. To be honest, he said, I had not expected quite so many. You can never predict, my prince. That is why he is the greatest hunter. I wonder, said the man in black, will he stay in one group, or will he divide? Some to search the coastline, some to follow your path on land. What do you think? I only know he will find me, and if you have not given me my freedom first, he will not treat you gently. Surely he must have discussed things with you, the thrill of the hunt. What has he done in the past with many ships? We do not discuss hunting, that I can assure you. Not hunting, not love, what do you talk about? We do not see all that much of each other. Tender couple. Buttercup could feel the upset coming. We are always very honest with each other. Not everyone can say as much. May I please tell you something, Highness? You are very cold. I'm not. Very cold and very young, and if you live, I think you'll turn to hoarfrost. Why do you pick at me? I have come to terms with my life, and this is my affair. I am not cold, I swear, but I have decided certain things. It is best for me to ignore emotion. I have not been happy dealing with it. Her heart was a secret garden, and the walls were very high. I loved once, Buttercup said, after a moment. It worked out badly. Another rich man? Yes, and he left you for a richer woman. No, poor, poor, and it killed him. Were you sorry? Did you feel pain? Admit that you felt nothing. Do not mock my grief. I died that day. The Armada began to fire signal cannons. The explosions echoed through the mountains. The man in black stared as the ships began to change formation. And while he was watching the ships, Buttercup shoved him with all her strength remaining. For a moment the man in black teetered at the ravine edge. His arms spun like windmills, fighting for balance. They swung and gripped the air, and then he began to slide. Down went the black man, stumbling and torn, and reaching out to stop his descent. But the ravine was too steep, and nothing could be done. Down, down, rolling over rocks, spinning, out of control. Buttercup stared at what she had done. Finally he rested far below her, silent and without motion. You can die too, for all I care, she said, and then she turned away. Words followed her, whispered from far, weak, and warm and familiar. As you wish. Dawn in the mountains. Buttercup turned back to the source of the sound and stared down as, in first light, the man in black struggled to remove his mask. "Oh, my sweet Wesley," Buttercup said, "what have I done to you now?" From the bottom of the ravine there came only silence. Buttercup hesitated not a moment. Down she went after him, keeping her feet as best she could, and as she began, she thought she heard him crying out to her over and over, but she could not make sense of his words, because inside her now was the thunder of walls crumbling, and that was noise enough. Besides, her balance quickly was gone, and the ravine had her. She fell fast and fell hard, but what did that matter, since she would have gladly dropped 1,000 feet onto a bed of nails if Wesley had been waiting at the bottom. Down, down, tossed and spinning, crashing, torn, out of control, she rolled and twisted and plunged, cartwheeling toward what was left of her beloved. From his position at the point of the Armada, Prince Humperdinck stared up at the cliffs of insanity. This was just like any other hunt. He made himself think away the quarry. It did not matter if you were an antelope or a bride to be, the procedures held. You gathered evidence, then you acted. You studied, then you performed. If you studied too little, the chances were strong that your actions would also be too late. You had to take time, and so, frozen in thought, he continued to stare up the sheer face of the cliffs. Obviously, someone had recently climbed them. There were foot scratchings all the way up a straight line, which meant, most certainly, a rope an arm-over-arm climb up a 1,000-foot rope, with occasional foot kicks for balance. To make such a climb required both strength and planning, so the prince made those marks in his brain. His enemy was strong. My enemy is not impulsive. Now his eyes reached a point, perhaps 300 feet from the top. Here it began to get interesting. Now the foot scratchings were deeper, more frequent, and they followed no direct ascending line. Either someone left the rope 300 feet from the top intentionally, which made no sense, or the rope was cut while someone was still 300 feet from safety. For clearly, this last part of the climb was made up the rock face itself. But who had such talent, and why had he called to exercise it at such a deadly time, 700 feet above disaster? I must examine the tops of the cliffs of insanity, the prince said, without bothering to turn. From behind him, Count Rugen only said, "Done," and awaited further instructions. Send half the armada south along the coastline, the other north. They should meet by twilight near the fire swamp. Our ship will sail to the first landing possibility, and you will follow me with your soldiers. Ready the whites." Count Rugen signaled the cannoneer, and the prince's instructions boomed along the cliffs. Within minutes the armada had begun to split, with only the prince's giant ship sailing alone closest to the coastline, looking for a landing possibility. "There," the prince ordered, some time later, and his ship began maneuvering into the cove for a safe place to anchor. That took time, but not much, because the captain was skilled, and more than that, the prince was quick to lose patience, and no one dared risk that. Humperdinck jumped from ship to shore. A plank was lowered, and the whites were led to ground. All of his accomplishments, none pleased the prince as did these horses. Some day he would have an army of them, but getting the bloodlines perfect was slow business. He now had 40 whites, and they were identical, snowy, tireless giants, 20 hands high. On flat land nothing could catch them, and even on hills and rocky terrain there was nothing short of Arabe close to their equal. The prince, when rushed, rode all four bareback, and the only way he ever rode, riding one, leading three, changing beasts in mid-stride, so that no single animal had to bear his bulk to the tiring point. Now he mounted, and was gone. It took him considerably less than an hour to reach the edge of the cliffs of insanity. He dismounted, went to his knees, commenced his study of the terrain. There had been a rope tied against a giant oak. The bark at the base was broken and scratched, so probably whoever first reached the top untied the rope, and whoever was on the rope at that moment was 300 feet from the peak and somehow survived the climb. A great jumble of footprints caused him trouble. It was hard to ascertain what had gone on. Perhaps a conference, because two sets of footprints seemed to lead off, while one remained pacing the cliff edge. Then there were two on the cliff edge. Humperdinck examined the prints until he was certain of two things. One, a fencing match had taken place. Two, the combatants were both masters. The stride length, the quickness of foot feints, all clearly revealed to his unfailing eye, made him reassess his second conclusion. They were at least masters, probably better. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated on smelling out the blood. Surely, a match of such ferocity, blood must have been spilled. Now it was a matter of giving his entire body over to his sense of smell. The prince had worked at this for many years, ever since a wounded tigress had surprised him from a tree limb while he was tracking her. He had let his eyes follow the blood hunt then, and it had almost killed him. Now he trusted only his olfactories. If there was blood within 100 yards, he could find it. He opened his eyes, moved without hesitation toward a group of large boulders until he found the blood drops. There were a few of them, and they were dry, but less than 3 hours old. Humperdinck smiled. When you had the whites under you, 3 hours was a finger snap. He retraced the duel then, for it confused him. It seemed to range from cliff edge and back, then return to cliff edge, and sometimes the left foot seemed to be leading, sometimes the right, which made no logical sense at all. Clearly, swordsmen were changing hands. But why would a master do that unless his good arm was wounded to the point of uselessness? And that clearly had not happened, because a wound of that depth would have left spores, and there was simply not enough blood in the area to indicate that. Strange. Strange. Hey! Good job, Panda! Humperdinck continued his wanderings. Stranger still, the battle could not have ended in death. He knelt by the outline of a body. Clearly a man had lain unconscious here, but again, no blood. There was a mighty duel, Prince Humperdinck said, directing his comment toward Count Rugen, who had finally caught up, together with a contingent of 100 mounted men at arms. My guess would be, and for a moment the prince paused, following footsteps, would be that whoever fell here ran off from there, and he pointed one way, and that whoever was the victor ran off along the mountain path in almost precisely the opposite direction. It is also my opinion that the victor was following the path taken by the princess. Shall we follow them both? The count asked. I think not, Prince Humperdinck replied. Whoever is gone is of minimal importance, since whoever has the princess is whoever we're after, and because we don't know the nature of the trap we might be being led into, we need all the arms we have in one band. Clearly, this has been planned by countrymen of Gilder, and nothing must ever be put past them. You think it is a trap, then? The count asked. I always think everything is a trap until proven otherwise, the prince answered, which is why I'm still alive. And with that, he was back aboard a white and galloping. When he reached the mountain path where the hand fight happened, the prince did not even bother dismounting. Everything that could be seen was quite visible from horseback. Someone has beaten a giant, he said, when the count was close enough. The giant has run away. Do you see? The count, of course, saw nothing but rock and mountain path. I could not think to doubt you. And look there, cried the prince, because now he saw, for the first time, in the rubble of the mountain path, the footsteps of a woman. The princess is alive. And again the whites were thundering across the mountain. When the count caught up with him again, the prince was kneeling over a small body of a hunchback. The count dismounted. Smell this, the prince said, and handed up a goblet. Nothing, the count said. No odor at all. Iocane, the prince replied. I would bet my life on it. I know of nothing else that kills so silently. He stood up then. The princess was still alive. Her footprints followed the path, he shouted, at the 100 mounted men. There will be great suffering in Gilder if she dies. On foot now, he ran along the mountain path, following the footsteps that he alone could see, and when those footsteps left the path for wilder terrain, he followed still. Strung out behind him, the count and all the soldiers did their best to keep up. Men stumbled, horses fell, even the count tripped from time to time. Prince Humperdinck never even broke stride. He ran steadily, mechanically, his barrel legs pumping like a metronome. It was 2 hours after dawn when he reached the steep ravine. Odd, he said to the count, who was tiring badly. The count continued, only to breathe deeply. 2 bodies fell to the bottom, and they did not come back up. That is odd, the count managed. No, that isn't what's odd, the prince corrected. Clearly the kidnapper did not come back up because the climb was too steep, and our cannons must have let him know that they were closely pursued. His decision, which I applaud, was to make better time running along the ravine floor. The count waited for the prince to continue. It's just odd that the man who is a master fencer, a defeater of giants, an expert in the use of iocane powder, would not know what this ravine opens into. And what is that? Asked the Count. The fire swamp. Yeah, there you go, Panda. Yeah, you called it, said Prince Humperdinck. Then we have him, said the Count. Precisely so. It was well documented trait of his to smile only just before the kill. His smile was very much in evidence now. Wesley, indeed, had not the slightest idea that he was racing dead into the fire swamp. He knew only, once Buttercup was down at the ravine bottom beside him, that to climb out would take, as Prince Humperdinck had assured, too much time. Yeah, I know, right, Panda? Wesley noted only that the ravine bottom was flat rock and heading in the general direction he wanted to follow. So he and Buttercup fled along, both of them very much aware that gigantic forces were following them, and undoubtedly cutting into their lead. The ravine grew increasingly sheer as they went along, and Wesley soon realized that whereas only he could have helped her along the climb, now there was simply no way of doing so. He had made his choice, and there was no changing possible. Wherever the ravine led was their destination, and that, quite simply, was that.
Everything okay, Raina?
Yeah, I'm just skipping some stuff that the author wrote because it's a lot.
Okay.
Every time Buttercup began, "Tell me about yourself," Wesley quickly cut her off with, "Later, beloved. Now is not the time." However, it should be noted, in fairness to all, that he did weep. Her eyes did not remain precisely dry. There was more than one embrace, and both parties admitted that, without any qualifications whatsoever, they were more than a little glad to see each other. Besides, within a quarter of an hour they were arguing. It began quite innocently, the two of them kneeling, facing each other, Wesley holding her perfect face in his hands. "When I left you," he whispered, "you were already more beautiful than anything I dared to dream. In our years apart, my imaginings did their best to improve on your perfection. At night your face was forever behind my eyes, and now I see that that vision who kept me company in my loneliness was a hag compared to the beauty now before me." "Enough about my beauty," Buttercup said. "Everybody always talks about how beautiful I am. I've got a maid. I've got a mind, Wesley. Talk about that." "Throughout eternity I shall do that very thing," he told her. "But now we haven't time." He made it to his feet. The ravine fall had shaken and battered him, but all his bones survived the trip, uncracked. He helped her to her feet. "Wesley," Buttercup said, "just before I started down after you, while I was still up there, I could hear you saying something, but the words were indistinct. I've forgotten whatever it was. Terrible liar." He smiled at her and kissed her cheek. "It's not important. Believe me. The past was a way of being past. We must not begin with secrets from each other," she meant. He could tell that. "Trust me," he tried. "I do. So tell me your words, or I shall be given reason not to," Wesley said. What I was trying to get through to you, beloved sweet, was that, or what I was, as a matter of accurate fact, shouting with everything I had left was, whatever you do, stay up there. Don't come down here, please. You didn't want to see me? Of course I wanted to see you. I just didn't want to see you down here. Why ever not? Because now, my precious, we're more or less kind of trapped. I can't climb out of here and bring you with me without it taking all day. I can get out myself, most likely, without taking all day, but in addition to your lovely bulk, it is not about to happen. Nonsense. You climbed the cliffs of insanity, and that isn't nearly as steep. And it took a little out of me, too, let me tell you. And after a little effort, I tangled with a fellow who knew a little something about fencing. And after that, I spent a few happy moments grappling with a giant. And after that, I had to outfake a Sicilian to death when any mistake meant it was a knife in the throat for you. And after I've run my lungs out a couple of hours, and after that I was pushed 200 feet down a rock ravine. I'm tired, Buttercup. Do you understand tired? I've put in a night, is what I'm trying to get through to you. I'm not stupid, you know. Quit bragging. Stop being rude. When was the last time you read a book? The truth now. And picture books don't count. I meant something with print in it. Buttercup walked away from him. There are other things to read than print, she said, and the Princess of Hammersmith is displeased with you and is thinking seriously of going home. With no more words, she whirled into his arms then, saying, "Oh, Wesley, I didn't mean that. I didn't. I didn't. Not a single syllable of it." Now Wesley knew what she meant to say, not a single syllable of it, because syllabub was something you ate, with cream and wine mixed in together to form the base. But he also knew an apology when he heard one. So he held her very close, and shutting his lovely eyes, only whispered, "I knew it was false, believe me, every single syllabub." And that out of the way, they started running as fast as they could along the flat rock floor of the ravine. Wesley, naturally enough, was considerably ahead of Buttercup when the realization that they were heading into the fire swamp. Whether it was a touch of sulphur riding a breeze or a flick of yellow flame far ahead in the daylight, he could not say for sure, but once he realized what was about to happen, he began as casually as possible to find a way to avoid it. A quick glance up the sheer ravine sides ruled out any possibility of getting Buttercup past the climb. He dropped to the ground, as he had been doing every few minutes, to test the speed of their trackers. Now he guessed them to be less than half an hour behind and gaining. He rose and ran with her. Neither of them spending breath in conversation. It was only a matter of time before she understood what they were about to be into, so he decided to beat back her panic in any way possible. "I think we can slow down a bit now," he told her, slowing down a bit. "They're still well behind." Buttercup took a deep breath of relief. Wesley made a show of checking their surroundings. Then he gave her his best smile. "With any luck at all," he said, "we should soon be safely in the fire swamp." Buttercup heard his speech, of course, but she did not take it well. A few words now on two related subjects, fire swamps in general, and the Florian Gilder fire swamp in particular. Fire swamps are, of course, entirely misnamed. As to why this has happened, no one knows, though probably the colorful quality of the two words together is enough. Simply, there are swamps which contain a large percentage of sulphur and other gas bubbles that burst continually into flame. They are covered with lush, giant trees that shadow the ground, making the flame bursts seem particularly dramatic, because they are dark. They are almost always quite moist, thereby attracting the standard insect and alligator community that prefers moist climate. In other words, a fire swamp is just a swamp, period. The rest is embroidery. The Florin Gilder fire swamp did and does have some particularly odd characteristics. The existence of snow sand and the presence of the ROUS, about which a bit more later. Snow sand is usually, again incorrectly, identified with lightning sand. Nothing could be less accurate. Lightning sand is moist and basically destroys by drowning. Snow sand is as powdery and anything short of talcum and destroys by suffocation. Most particularly, though, the Florin Gilder fire swamp was used to frighten children. There was not a child in either country that at one time or another was not, when misbehaving very badly, threatened with abandonment in the fire swamp. Do that one more time and you're going to the fire swamp. As common as clean your plate, people are starving in China. And so, as children grew, so did the danger of the fire swamp, in their enlarging imaginations. No one, of course, ever actually went into the fire swamp, although every year or so a diseased ROUS might wander out and die, and its discovery would only add to the myth and the horror. The largest known fire swamp is, of course, within a day's drive of Perth. It is impenetrable and over 25 miles square. The one between Florin and Gilder was barely a third that size. No one had been able to discover it if it was impenetrable or not. Buttercup stared at the fire swamp. As a child, she had once spent an entire nightmared year convinced that she was going to die there. Now she could not move another step. The giant trees blackened the ground ahead of her. From every part came the sudden flames. "You cannot ask it of me," she said. "I must. I once dreamed I would die here. So did I. So did we all. Were you 8 that year? I was. 8, 6, I can't remember." Wesley took her hand. She could not move. "Must we?" Wesley nodded. "Why? Now is not the time," he pulled her gently. She still could not move. Wesley took her in his arms. "Child, sweet child, I have a knife. I have my sword. I did not come across the world to lose you now." Buttercup was searching somewhere for a sufficiency of courage. Evidently she found it in his eyes. At any rate, hand in hand, they moved into the shadows of the fire swamp. Prince Humperdinck just stared. He sat astride a white, studying footsteps down on the floor of the ravine. There was simply no other conclusion. The kidnapper had dragged his princess into it. Count Rugen sat alongside. Did they actually go in? The prince nodded. Praying the answer would be no, the count asked, "Do you think we should follow them?" The prince shook his head. "They'll either live or die in there. If they die, I have no wish to join them. If they live, I'll greet them on the other side." "It's too far around," the count said. "Not for my whites." "We'll follow as best we can," the count said. He stared again at the fire swamp. "We must be very desperate, or very frightened, or very stupid, or very brave." "Very all four, I should think," the prince replied. Wesley led the way. Buttercup stayed just behind, and they made, from the onset, very good time. The main thing, she realized, was to forget your childhood dreams, for the fire swamp was bad. But it wasn't that bad. The odor of the escaping gases, which at first seemed almost totally punishing, soon diminished, though through familiarity. Then sudden bursts of flame were easily avoided, because just before they struck there was a deep kind of popping sound clearly coming from the vicinity where the flames would then appear. Wesley carried his sword in his right hand, his long knife in his left, waiting for the first ROUS. But none appeared. He had cut a very long piece of strong vine and coiled over one shoulder, and was very busy working on it as they moved. "What we'll do, once I've got this properly done," he told her, moving steadily on beneath the giant trees, "we'll attach ourselves to each other, so that way, no matter what the darkness, we'll be close. Actually, I think that's more precaution than necessary, because to tell you the truth, I'm almost disappointed. This place is bad, all right, but it's not that bad. Don't you agree?" Buttercup wanted to, totally. And she would have, too, only by then the snow sand had her. Wesley turned only in time to see her disappear. Buttercup had simply let her attention wander for a moment. The ground seemed solid enough, and she had no idea what snow sand looked like anyway. But once her front foot began to sink in, she could not pull back. Even before she could scream, she was gone. It was like falling through a cloud. The sand was the finest in the world, and there was no bulk to it whatsoever, and at first no unpleasantness. She was just falling, gently, through the soft, powdery mass, falling further and further from anything resembling life. But she could not allow herself to panic. Wesley had instructed her on how to behave if this happened, and she followed his words now. She spread her arms and spread her fingers and forced herself into a position resembling that of a dead man's float in swimming. All this because Wesley had told her to, because the more she could spread herself, the slower she would sink. And the slower she sank, the quicker he could dive down after her and catch her. Buttercup's ears were now caked with snow sand, all the way in, and her nose was filled with snow sand, both nostrils. And she knew if she opened her eyes a millisecond, tiny fine bits of snow sand would seep behind her eyelids. And now she was beginning to panic badly. How long had she been falling? Hours, it seemed, and she was having pain in holding her breath. You must hold it till I find you, he said. You must go into a dead man's float, and you must close your eyes and hold your breath, and I'll come get you, and we'll both have a wonderful story for our grandchildren. Buttercup continued to sink. The weight of the sand began to brutalize her shoulders. The small of her back began to ache. It was agony keeping her arms outstretched and her fingers spread when it was all so useless. The snow sand was heavier and heavier on her now as she sank always down. And it was bottomless, as they thought when they were and was it bottomless, as they thought when they were children? Did you just sink forever until the sand ate away at you, and then did your poor bones continue the trip forever down? No, surely there had to be somewhere be a resting place. A resting place, Buttercup thought. What a wonderful thing! I'm so tired, and I want to rest, and Wesley, come save me, she screamed, or started to. But in order to scream, you had to open your mouth. So all she really got out was the first word. Wha. After that, the snow sand was down into her throat, and she was done. Wesley had made a terrific start before she had entirely disappeared. He had dropped his sword and long knife, and had gotten the vine coiled around his shoulder. It took him next to no time to knot one end around the giant tree and hold tight to with the free hand. He simply dove headlong into the snow sand, kicking his feet as he sank, for greater speed. There was no question in his mind of failure. He knew he would find her, and he knew she would be upset and hysterical, and possibly even brain-tumbled, but alive. And that was, in the end, the only fact of lasting import. The snow sand had his ears and nose blocked, and he hoped she had not panicked and remembered to spread eagle her body, so that he could catch her and quickly with his headlong dive. If she remembered, it wouldn't be that hard. At the same, really, as rescuing a drowning swimmer in murky water. They floated slowly down. You dove straight down. You kicked, you pulled with your free arm. You gained on them. You grabbed them. You brought them to the surface. And the only real problem then would be convincing your grandchildren that such a thing had actually happened and was not just another family fable. He was still concerning his mind with the infants yet unborn when something happened he had not counted on. The vine was not long enough. He hung suspended for a moment, holding on to the end of it as it stretched straight up through the snow sand to the security of the giant tree. To release the vine was truly madness. There was no possibility of forcing your body all the way back up to the surface. A few feet of ascension was possible if you kicked wildly, but no more. So if he let go of the vine and did not find her within a finger snap, it was all up for both of them. Wesley let go of the vine without a qualm, because he had come too far to fail now. Failure was not a problem to be considered. Down he sank. Then, and with a finger snap, he had his hand around her wrist. Wesley screamed then himself in horror and surprise, and the snow sand gouged at his throat. For what he had grabbed was a skeleton wrist, bone only, no flesh left at all. That happened in snow sand. Once the skeleton was picked clean, it would begin often to float, like seaweed in a quiet tide, shifting this way and that, sometimes surfacing, more often just journeying through the snow sand for eternity. Wesley threw the wrist away and reached out blindly with both hands now, scrabbling wildly to touch some part of her, because failure was not an option. Failure was not an option. He told himself. It is not a problem to be considered, so forget failure, just keep busy and find her. And he found her, her foot more precisely, and pulled it to him, and then his arm was around her perfect waist and began to kick, kick with any strength left, needing now to rise a few yards to the end of the vine. The idea that it might be difficult finding a single vine strand in a small sea of snow sand never bothered him. Failure was not a problem. He would simply have to kick, and then he kicked hard enough, and would rise, and when he had risen enough, he would reach out for the vine, and when he reached out, it would be there, and when it was there, he would tie her to it. With his last breath, he would pull them both out, up to life. Which is exactly what happened. She remained unconscious for a very long time. Wesley busied himself as best he could, cleansing the snow sand from her ears and nose and mouth, and, most delicate of all, from beneath the lids of her eyes. The length of her quietness disturbed him, vaguely. It was almost as if she knew she had died and was afraid to find out for a fact that it was true. He held her in his arms, rocking her slowly. Eventually she was blinking. For a time she looked around and around. We lived then? She managed finally. We're a hardy breed. What a wonderful surprise. No need, he was going to say, no need for worry, but her sudden panic struck too quickly. It was a normal enough reaction, and he did not try to block it, but, rather, held her firmly and let the hysteria run its course. She shuddered for a time, as if she fully intended to fly apart, but that was the worst. From there it was but a few minutes of quiet sobbing, and then she was Buttercup again. Wesley stood, buckled his sword, replaced his long knife. Come, he said. We have far to go. Not until you tell me, she replied. Why must we endure this? Now is not the time. Wesley held out his hand. Not until you, it is the time. She stayed where she was, on the ground. Wesley sighed. She meant it. She meant it. All right, he said finally. I'll explain. But we must keep moving. Buttercup waited. We must get through the fire swamp, Wesley began, for one good and simple reason. Once he had started talking, Buttercup stood, following close behind him as he went on. I had always intended getting to the far side. I had not, I must admit, expected to go through it. Around was my intention, but the ravine forced me to change. The good and simple reason, Buttercup prompted. On the far side of the swamp is the mouth of Giant Eel Bay, and anchored far out in the deepest waters of that bay is the great ship Revenge. The Revenge is the sole property of the dread pirate Roberts. The man who killed you, Buttercup said. That man, the one who broke my heart, the dread pirate Roberts, took your life. That was the story I was told. Quite correct, Wesley said, and that ship is our destination. You know the dread pirate Roberts? You are friendly with such a man? It's a little more than that, Wesley said. I didn't expect you to quite grasp this all at once. Just believe it's true. You see, I am the dread pirate Roberts. I fail to see how that is possible, since he has been marauding for 20 years, and you only left me 3 years ago. I myself am often surprised at life's little quirks, Wesley admitted. Did he in fact capture you when you were sailing for the Carolinas? He did. His ship Revenge captured the ship I was on, the Queen's Pride, and we were all to be put to death. But Roberts didn't kill you. Clearly. Why? I cannot say for sure, but I think it is because I asked him, please, not to. The please, I suspect, aroused his interest. I didn't beg or offer bribery, as the others were doing. At any rate, he held off with his sword long enough to ask, why should I make an exception of you? And I explained my mission, how I had to get to America to get money to reunite me with the most beautiful woman ever reared by men, namely you. I doubt she is as beautiful as you imagine, he said, and he raised his sword again. Hair the color of autumn, I said, and skin like wintry cream. Wintry cream, eh? He said. He was interested now, at least a bit. So I went on describing the rest of you, and at that point I knew I had him convinced of the truth of my affection for you. I'll tell you, Wesley, he said. I feel genuinely sorry about this, But if I make an exception in your case, news will get out that the dread pirate Roberts has gone soft, and will mark the beginning of my downfall. For once they stop fearing you, piracy becomes nothing but work, 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 all the time, and I am far too old for such a life. I swear I will never tell, not even my beloved, I said, and if you will let me live, I will be your personal valet and slave for 5 full years, and if I ever once complain or cause you anger, you may chop off my head then, and there I will die with praise for your fairness on my lips. I knew I had him thinking. Go below, he said. I will most likely kill you tomorrow. Wesley stopped talking for a moment and pretended to clear his throat because he spotted the first ROUS falling behind them. There seemed no need yet to alert her, so he just continued to clear his throat and hurry behind the flame bursts. What happened tomorrow? Buttercup urged. Go on. Well, you know what an industrious fellow I am. You remember how I like to learn and how I'm already trained myself to work 20 hours a day. I had decided to learn what I could about piracy in the time left allotted to me, since it would at least keep my mind off my coming slaughter. So I helped the cook, and I cleaned the hold, and in general did whatever was asked of me, hoping that my energies might be favorably noted by the dread pirate Roberts himself. Well, I've come to kill you, he said the next morning, and I said, thank you for the extra time. It's been most fascinating. I've learned such a great deal. And he said, overnight? What could you learn in that time? And I said, that no one ever explained to your cook the difference between table salt and cayenne pepper. Things have been a bit fiery this trip, he admitted. Go on. What else? I explained that there would have been more room in the hold if boxes had been stacked differently. And then he noticed that I had completely reorganized things down there, and, fortunately for me, there was more room. And finally he said, very well, you can be my valet for a day. I've never liked I've never had a valet before. Probably I won't like it, so I'll kill you in the morning. Every night for the next year, he always said something like that to me. Thank you for everything, Wesley. Good night now. I'll probably kill you in the morning. By the end of that year, of course, we were more than valet and master. He was a pudgy little man, not all fierce, as you would expect the dread pirate Roberts to be, and I like to think he was fond of me as I of him. But by then I had learned really quite a great deal about sailing and hand fighting and fencing and throwing the long knife, and had never been in as excellent physical condition. And the end of one year, my captain said to me, enough of this valet business. Wesley, from now on you are my second in command. And I said, thank you, sir. But I could never be a pirate. And he said, you want to get back to that autumn-haired creature of yours, don't you? And I didn't even have to bother answering that. A good year or two of piracy, and you'll be rich, and back you go. And I said, your men have been with you for years, and they aren't rich. And he said, that's because they are not the captain. I am going to retire soon, Wesley, and the revenge will be yours. I must admit, beloved, I weakened there a bit, but we reached no final decision. Instead, he agreed to let me assist him for the next few captures and see how I liked it, which I did. There was now another ROUS following them, flanking them as they moved. Buttercup saw them now. Wesley, shh, it's all right. I'm watching them. Shall I finish? Will it take your mind off them? You helped him with the next few captures, Buttercup said, to see if you liked it. Wesley dodged a sudden burst of flame, shielded Buttercup from the heat. Not only did I like it, but it turned out I was talented as well. So talented that Robert said to me one April morning, Wesley, the ship is yours. Let's see how you do. That afternoon we spotted a fat Spanish beauty loaded for Madrid. I sailed up close. They were in a panic. Who is it? Their captain cried. Wesley, I told him. Never heard of you, he answered, and with that he opened fire. Disaster. They had no fear of me at all, and I was so flustered I did everything wrong, and soon they got away. I was, do I have to add, disheartened. Roberts called me to his captain. I slunk in like a whipped boy. Buck up, he told me, and then he closed the door, and we were quite alone. What I'm about to tell you I have never said before, and you must guard it closely. I, of course, said I would. I am not the dread pirate Roberts, he said. My name is Ryan. I inherited this ship from the previous dread pirate Roberts, just as you will inherit it from me. The man I inherited it from was not the real dread pirate Roberts. His name was Cumberbund. The real original dread pirate Roberts has been retired 50 years and has been living like a king in Patagonia. I confessed my confusion. It's really very simple, Ryan explained. After several years, the original Roberts was so rich he wanted to retire. Clooney was his friend and first mate, so he gave the ship to Clooney, who had an identical experience to yours. The first ship he attempted to board nearly blew him out of the water. Sir Roberts, realizing the name was the thing that inspired the necessary fear, sailed the Revenge to port. Changed crews entirely, and Clooney told everyone he was the Dread Pirate Roberts. And who knew he was not? When Clooney retired rich, he passed the name to Cumberbund. Cumberbund to me, and I, Felix Raymond Ryan, of Bootle, outside Liverpool, now dub thee, Wesley, the Dread Pirate Roberts. All we need is to land, take on new young pirates. I will sail along for a few days as Ryan, your first mate, and will tell everyone about my years with you, the Dread Pirate Roberts. Then you will let me off, when they are all believers, and the waters of the world are yours. Wesley smiled at Buttercup. So now you know. And you should also realize why it is foolish to be afraid. But I am afraid. It will all be happier in the end. Consider, a little over 3 years ago, you were a milkmaid, and I a farm boy. Now you are almost queen, and I rule uncontested on the water. Surely such individuals are never intended to die in the fire swamp? How can you be sure? Well, because we're together, hand in hand, in love. Oh yes, Buttercup said. I keep forgetting that. Both her words and her tone were a trifle standoffish, something Wesley surely would have noticed had not an ROUS attacked him from a tree branch, sinking its giant teeth into his unprotected shoulder, forcing him to earth in a very unexpected spurt of blood. The other two that had been following launched their attack too, ignoring Buttercup, driving forward with their hungry strength into Wesley's bleeding shoulder. Any discussion of the ROUS, rodents of unusual size, must begin with the South American capybara, which has been known to reach a weight of 150 pounds. They are nothing but water hogs, however, and present very little danger. The largest pure rat is probably the Tasmanian, which has actually been weighed at 100 pounds. But they have little agility, tending to sloth when they reach full growth, and most Tasmanian herdsmen have learned with ease to avoid them. The fire swamp ROUS were pure rat strain, weighing usually 80 pounds, and had the speed of wolfhounds. They are also carnivorous and capable of frenzy. The rats struggled with each other to reach Wesley's wound. Their enormous front teeth tore at the unprotected flesh of his left shoulder, and he had no idea if Buttercup was already half devoured. He only knew that if he didn't do something desperate right then and right there, she would be too, or she soon would be. So he intentionally rolled his body into a spurt of flame. His clothes began to burn. That he expected. But, more important, the rats shied away from the heat and the flames for just an instant, but that was enough for him to reach and throw his long knife into the heart of the nearest beast. The other two turned instantly on their own kind and began eating it while it still screamed. Wesley had his sword by then, and with two quick thrusts the trio of rats were disposed of. "Hurry!" he shouted at Buttercup, who stood frozen where she had been when the first rat landed. "Bandages, bandages!" Wesley cried. "Make me some bandages, or we die." And with that, he rolled into the ground, tore off his burning clothes, and set to work caking mud into the deep wound of his shoulder. They're like sharks, blood creatures. It's blood they thrive on. He smeared more and more mud into his wound. "We must stop my bleeding, and we must cover the wound, so they do not smell it. If they do not smell the blood, we'll survive. If they do, we're for it. So help me, please." Buttercup ripped her clothes into patches and ties, and they worked at the wound, caking the blood with mud from the floor of the fire swamp, then bandaging and rebandaging over it. "We'll know soon enough," Wesley said, because two more rats were watching them. Wesley stood, sword in hand. "If they charge, they smell it," he whispered. The giant rats stood watching. "Come," Wesley whispered. Two more giant rats joined the first pair. Without warning, Wesley's sword flashed, and the nearest rat was bleeding. The other three contented themselves with that for a while. Wesley took Buttercup's hand, and again they started to move. How bad are you? She said. I am in something close to agony, but we can talk about that later. Hurry now. They hurried. They had been in the fire swamp for 1 hour, and it turned out to be the easiest one they had in the 6 it took to cross it. But they crossed it, alive and together, hand very much in hand. Excuse me. Ugh. It was nearly dusk when they at last saw the great ship Revenge, far out in the deepest part of the bay. Wesley, still within the confines of the fire swamp, sank, beaten, to his knees. For between him and his ship were more than a few inconveniences. From the north sailed in half the great armada. From the south, now the other half, 100 mounted horsemen, armored and armed. In front of them the Count, and out alone in front of all, 4 white horses with the Prince astride the leader. Wesley stood. We took too long in crossing. The fault is mine. I accept your surrender, the Prince said. Wesley held Buttercup's hand. No one is surrendering, he said. You're acting silly now, the Prince replied. I credit you with bravery. Do not make yourself a fool. What is foolish about winning? Wesley wanted to know. It's my opinion that in order to capture us, you will have to come into the fire swamp. We have spent many hours here now. We know where the snow sand waits. I doubt you or your men will be any too anxious to follow us in there, and by morning we will have slipped away. I doubt that somehow, said the Prince, and he gestured out to sea. Half the armada had begun giving chase to the great ship Revenge, and the Revenge alone was sailing, as it had to do, away. Surrender, the Prince said. It will not happen. Surrender, the Prince shouted. Death first, Wesley roared. Will you promise not to hurt him? Buttercup whispered. What was that? The Prince said. What was that? Wesley said. Buttercup took a step forward and said, If we surrender, freely and without struggle, if life returns to what it was 1 dusk ago, will you swear not to hurt this man? Prince Humperdinck raised his hand. I swear on the grave of my soon-to-be dead father, on the soul of my already dead mother, that I shall not hurt this man, and if I do, may I never hunt again, though I live 1,000 years. Buttercup turned to Wesley. There, she said, you can't ask for more than that, and that is the truth. The truth, said Wesley, is that you would rather live with your prince than die with your love? I would rather live than die, admit it. We were talking of love, madam. There was a long pause. Then Buttercup said it. I can live without love. And with that, she left Wesley alone. Prince Humperdinck watched her as she began the long cross to him. When we were out of sight, he said to Count Rugen, Take the man in black and put him in the 5th level of the Zoo of Death. The Count nodded. For a moment, I believed you when you swore. I spoke truth. I never lie, the Prince replied. I said I would not hurt him. But I never for a moment said he would not suffer pain. You will do the actual tormenting. I will only speculate. He opened his arms then for his princess. He belongs to the ship Revenge, Buttercup said. He is, she began, about to tell Wesley's story, but that was not for her to repeat. A simple sailor, and I have known him since I was a child. Will you arrange that? Must I swear again? No need, Buttercup said, because she knew, as did everyone, the prince was more forthright than any Florinese. Come along, my princess. He took her hand. Buttercup went away with him. Wesley watched it all. He stood silently at the edge of the fire swamp. It was darker now, but the flame spurts behind him outlined his face. He was glazed with fatigue. He had been bitten, cut, gone without rest, had assaulted the cliffs of insanity, had saved and taken lives. He had risked his world, and now it was walking away from him, hand in hand with a ruffian prince. Then Buttercup was gone, out of sight. Wesley took a breath. He was aware of the score of soldiers starting to surround him, and probably he could have made a few of them perspire for the victory. But for what point? Wesley sagged. Come, sir, the Count Rugen approached. We must get you safely to your ship. We are both men of action, Wesley replied. Lies do not become us. Well spoken, said the Count. With one swing he clubbed Wesley into insensitivity. Wesley fell like a beaten stone, his last conscious thought being of the Count's right hand. It was six-fingered, and Wesley could never remember having encountered that deformity before. Ouch. Excuse me. How's everybody doing today? Yeah, not many of us like the Prince Panda.
About ready to want to reach through and kill the prince.
Yeah, it's. I'm not surprised about that.
How you doing, Raina?
Doing alright.
Giving your voice a break?
Just a bit. It might be a good idea to do that.
Text message.
But, yeah, 'cause I got challenged yesterday. It's like, oh yeah, so we're up to,
Oh,
vibe
that
check, thank you.
challenge.
Uh-huh. We're up to like 9.5 hours. I bet you can't go through that tomorrow. I am off. Test me. So, I was about to say if Demon was on, I'd be like, all right, cool. Let's do Monster Hunter.
I have an Xbox again.
I don't have my Xbox on me. I am at Zinthros' house, remember?
Shit, I forgot.
Yeah, so it's gonna be PC version.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, Panda, what's up? Your soup is floating in midair, by the way, Panda. Yeah, they didn't know it was my day off. See, that's the funny thing. And when I said it was my day off, there was like no response.
So here we are.
Here we are 4 hours down. 4.5 hours down.
Yeah.
Doop doop doop.
Although, I suppose we could issue another challenge.
Oh God, what are you gonna do?
I mean, next power hour, see if we can't bring it back up.
Yeah, see, I know better than to do that. And also, uh, I had paused the timer, and the timer decided to go, no, and unpaused itself.
Yeah, I heard that.
And when I woke up, it was at like 3.5 hours. I'm just like, what the fuck? So yeah, I put the timer back at what it was.
Yeah.
You know, I was actually supposed to have like a pile of books near me too, but I never got that. Hey DJ. Yeah, we're not talking about that challenge right now, Amar.
We totally could.
No, because this is one of the ones that will take you up on that damn challenge. We're not talking about that. So
What, you don't
there's
want
about
to
two of
go a
them.
whole month?
There's about two of them in the chat right now that can do it.
You don't want the subathon to go a whole month?
I didn't say that. Literally, the
I
subathon's gonna go as long as there's time on the clock.
know. I'm just sitting here laughing. Y'all gone over 2 weeks.
We're on day
At
17,
least
Amar.
minimum 3. Like I said, over 2.
Are we on? Hold on. I gotta count. Yeah, I think it is 17. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Yeah, we're on day 17. Because I tend to keep track. I was keeping track of when we started, when we ended. And, yeah. I just spent about 4 hours reading from The Princess Bride. Which, by the way, the book, The Princess Bride, the one that we got, has 3 books in it.
Which 3? I know we're reading The Princess Bride,
You have
but
The
is it like
Princess
also like
Bride,
all the back?
Buttercup's Baby, an explanation, and Buttercup's Baby, Chapter 1, Fezzik dies.
No, not physics.
Yeah, I know, right? Okay, so that's not books. Okay, so I wonder how many chapters. Oh, that's a cute baby. Oh, it's like 4 chapters. And his little fuzzball over there is trying to get comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Little butthead, I see you. She looked over at me. But I'm letting Sagrel sleep right now.
Yeah, I don't I don't blame you. It sounded like it went pretty late last night.
Yeah, it was so late that I was just like, I am tired of modding. I want to just lay on the floor because I wanted to be near him. And
Yeah.
I didn't want the dog to be a little shithead, which she usually is. And especially when it's just him.
Yeah. I ended up having to bounce pretty early. I was exhausted. Well,
That's,
relatively early for me anyway.
I mean, that's fair. Oh shit, Click is live.
Who is?
The Click.
Mm,
He's someone I'm subscribed to.
okay.
He does Twitch and YouTube videos also.
I think I'll officially go back to streaming on the 4th of December.
Hey, I have an idea.
Hmm. What's the idea?
Stardew, our collab.
Oh,
Are you up for it?
give me a chance to go check on my laundry and get things done. Like refilling my water bottle and all that.
Yeah.
Sure. And saving my current game.
Hi, Will Fuzzball. Hi, baby girl. Hi, baby girl. Hello. Here's a little butthead. Ooh, so cute. Yes, you are. He's a licky little butthead. Yeah, yeah. Such a little booger. Hello. Hi. Ouch. What did you think you were going to accomplish by stepping on both of my feet? Huh? What did you think you were going to accomplish? Huh? Huh? What's that? You bugger. Yeah, hi. Sorry. I was just saying hi to the dog. Oh, excuse me. Honey girl. He needs to sleep. Okay? I love you, sweetheart, but you can't go messing with him. I know you're bored. It's okay, baby girl. I got. It's okay, baby girl. I'm the only one out here with the pupper. Yeah, you got the. Uh, if you want me to play with it, you gotta give it to me, little booger. Little booger. Yeah. But yeah, I gotta wait for Amar to decide if we're going to play or not. Cause me and her started a farm together in Stardew Valley. It's about to say, are you gonna try to chase your tail, honey girl?
Oh,
Hi, honey girl. What's that, baby girl? Hi. Are the fleas attacking you, sweetie? We're doing what we can to get rid of them. Aww. He's a cutie pie, and you know it. Yeah. You're such a cutie pie and you know it. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're such a precious little bugger. Yes, you are. Hi. No, you don't get to lick my face. Or my hands. Yeah. So are you checking to see if you can pull up the Stardew thing?
Give me 1 moment.
1 moment later.
Actually, I'm looking for a safe spot to put down my water bottle without it running into everything.
Arr, 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 arr.
I think I mentioned this, but I have dog toy squeakers
Yeah.
that I intend to put within some of my. Hold up. Is Akrieth watching right now?
Let me see.
No, it's not looked like it. That I intend to put within my uh crochet creations, such as the ghosts and the cats and such. I have to double check which computer has the game downloaded already. No, I don't want to install the software update. Thank you very much. Because if I install the software update, it's not going to install. Either of them. I'll put it over here. Alright, I'm just waiting for it to open up. Actually, I want the other mouse. Is it weird that I've got a computer mouse and a gaming mouse?
No.
No. And for the most part, I can live just fine with the computer mouse. But there are certain games that require the thank you, Parada, for the vibe.
Thank you, Pirata.
And actually, could I get a chimera and egg ramen?
Give me a bit. I'm trying to get it where the Okay, yep. I did oopsie.
Oopsied?
Don't worry about it. I fixed it. Chimera and what? Chimera and egg?
The chimera and egg. And I have started up the farm, so when you can, you will be able to join. Or you should be able to. Let me know if you need the code.
Hold on. No saved games. Okay. That's probably not mine. Co-op.
Yeah.
You better leave that stuff alone. I will put you in the box.
Okay, I was about to say, huh? What?
Hi.
Alright, looks like you joined. Hello.
Clint is saying he has extra blueprints for a furnace.
Yep.
He just gave them to me.
Uh-huh. Let me know if we need to go hunting for more copper.
New journal entry. So where do I go for hunting for copper? What the hell is this?
Hell is what?
I got
Oh,
clay.
this.
It looked like little
Yeah,
fingery things were just like sticking out at me. It's like, hi.
yeah. Those are the, Alright, so we got 11 copper here. The thing requires, if I recall, 20 copper. 20 copper, 25 stone. So that's going to be come up to the mines and, well, because it is a...
What are you getting?
Oh, I'm grabbing the, feeds. Go for it.
What do I use?
You can either use the pickaxe, axe, or hoe. They all work. Of course, we want to make sure we only have our tools when we go up to the mines, that we can, tools and some food. Let me know when you're ready to head up to the mines. I use the stumps to farm the seeds.
Okay, so food. I have tools and food, that's it.
Okay. I'm going to remove all but my pickaxe and sword.
So where is the
Give me one quick moment to make sure I've got some food on me. Alright. We are going to head this way.
reach level 5 in the mines?
Yep.
Where'd you go?
We're going up. Yeah.
Hey, Lumi.
Oh, hello.
You guys have the ability and you guys want to join us in chat, I'm cool with that.
Oh, I wish I'd kept my hoe. These are the mines.
Ooh, rocks.
Yep. Now, there is a slight chance you could get a copper ore from these rocks.
Oops.
It's alright. But it's not a heavily defined chance. Alright, now we head... Whoops, wrong click. Now we head down, and the monsters begin. So you see this rock right over here?
Yeah.
That is definitely going to give you copper ore. They also have, just like that, for the have it just like that for the iron ore and gold ore.
What is that noise?
I am defeating slimes. I was fighting off the slimes. They're annoying little buggers. Oh, I found a quartz. I'm gonna leave the definite ore finding for you. You know, the rocks that are definitely ore.
I figured it would help a little bit to do it together.
I think so. I don't know. I've never had someone to do that with before. But I'm in here more for combat than mining. Don't forget to keep an eye on your energy. Ooh, did I make you mad, you angry little slime? Fucking rock crab. I saw you sneaking.
Oh, I got a copper ore from that one.
Yep.
I got a
Like I
geode.
said, it's rare. It's rare, but you can find that. So copper, iron, and gold are all pretty important for various things, particularly in which you can level up your tools. You have to go through copper into iron, which becomes steel, called steel, and then into gold. You can. Alright. Can I make
I
you
didn't
mad?
bring a sword with me.
That's okay. I got the...
Oh, quartz.
Yep. Oh! I got an artifact. I always bring my sword into the mines because of the monsters. Unless I just want to redo level 1 over and over again. Cannot wait to get a better sword. There you are. Alright, how many have I killed? Need one more. I'm gonna head on down. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I need one more slime to fight. Oh good, I found 3. So once you reach level 5 in the mine, which is the one that I just came down on, once you reach level 5 in the mine, the next day you then get a letter to defeat 10 slimes, which will then grant you access to the Adventurers Guild, which you can eventually purchase better weapons and armor from them. Go ahead and go down one more level once you've snacked up. And then, because we're at 9:30 now. Sorry, I just looked over and realized, wait a minute, that's not on time. We're coming close to needing to start to head back.
That was the
Everything's going
last
pretty
one that I
good.
have.
What was that?
That was the last one that I have. Can I hit the slime with...
Yeah, you can hit the slime with a pickaxe. It's
I...
slower than a sword.
Oh, they slimed me.
Yeah.
I want to kill it.
Alright, it is now 11. Let's go ahead and so that we don't risk. How do you move so fast?
Huh?
How are you moving so fast?
Not a clue. So where do we go to get out?
So we come back up to the... On levels that are multiples of 5, you have 2 options. You can either go to the ladder or the mine shaft. Just, right click and hit leave the mine. And it's getting late. Oh, looks like I picked up a couple of copper ore myself. hopefully tomorrow is sunny. Weather report. Good. I'm gonna go into town tomorrow.
Oh, apparently Lumi did a vibe check.
Yep. Sorry, I meant to call it out. I got a little distracted.
Thank you, Lumi.
Did you want to try watering them? Marina?
Okay, so where's the
You
The
have a
pail.
watering can? Let me show you a trick. Come stand in the center. And then you can just drag your mouse around while clicking.
Remember, I use a controller.
Oh, right.
Okay,
So
watered.
always a way to do that way. Alright. I'm going to head into town. There may or may not be a cutscene. I don't know yet.
How do I fix the rusty sword?
It stays rusty. You have to buy new swords.
Oh,
Which is why I really recommend keeping your sword on you.
oh no.
You got the cutscene?
Yep.
Yeah. You can skip it, but it is a little bit part of the story. I'm actually going to skip it on my end because I've seen it way too many times. Thank you, Lemmy. Oh, technically I can craft it now. Wood, coal, and fiber.
Yep, Steam version.
Yes,
And
this one. They have it on the Xbox Game Pass too.
Yeah, but with crap, I forgot what you guys were playing.
Stardew Valley.
Not platform cross playable.
Oh, I know. It always sucks.
Yeah, I have it on Switch and PlayStation, while my friend only has it on Steam, and I'm like, well, I guess I'm getting it on Steam sometime.
I
But
have.
we're gonna.
Yeah, I have Switch, Steam, and
No
Xbox.
way. I just saw my band director from high school.
Oh, geez. I wouldn't know what to do if I saw Mr. Tatum now.
Thing is, I'm going to get food because I just dropped off Helios. He just pulled into my workplace.
Oh. Raina, don't forget to head over to the museum.
I don't know where that is. I was gonna go see if I could kill 10 slimes.
If you open up your menu and go to the map.
Bitch! Calm down.
The museum is within the city.
Oh, there's more rocks now. Do we have to take out the rocks every single time?
Yeah. That's how you work on your what's it called? Levels. Oh, hey, Danka.
Sorry about that. A little bit of road rage because someone decided to pass me in the driveway just so they can get out because I'm just going the opposite way they are.
Yeah, they just basically, you're at the stop to turn and they came around you because it was a shorter time for them to turn the opposite direction that you needed to turn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And in turn blocking the driveway to let people in.
Yeah, I hate it when they do that.
But I'm also a little hangry right now, so this in driving is not good right
Probably not, no.
now.
Earth crystal.
Oh, you found Earth crystal. You found an amethyst?
I think there's actually one that's called Earth Crystal.
Earth. I heard birth.
Oh.
I'm about to die.
I heard Earth.
But no, there is an Earth crystal.
I am about to die. My health is stupid low. How do I fix it? Do I eat?
Yes.
Yes. Is this your first time playing, Rena?
Oh.
Technically her second.
Okay. And you guys do know if you guys do not get back to the house by midnight, the game will knock you out, and you'll get a note the next morning saying that you were found passed out.
By 2 o'clock, yeah. 2 a.m.
Oh, 2 o'clock. I thought it was midnight.
We were out at 1 a.m., so it's obviously not midnight.
I also played in a few years. Nope, that's not good.
What are we putting in that one?
I'm putting the minerals and geodes in that one.
I like how you can color code the chests.
Yeah. I'm gonna turn this resource one gray. Okay, so if it says mineral, we're putting it in this one, otherwise it's a resource. The stones, the wood, the copper ore. But there should be enough now that you can craft a furnace. Just go ahead and grab the copper ore and the stone and open your crafting menu.
I only need 1 copper. Wait, copper ore.
Any copper ore
And what? And stone?
and stone. So just go ahead and grab the full stack of both.
And then what do I do?
You're going to open your crafting menu. And you grabbed the full stack of both,
Furnace?
correct? Yes.
Okay, I have a furnace now. So, where do I put it?
Wherever you want.
Let me put it in this house. Wait, there's a package.
We can't touch it.
That's a furnace right there, isn't that? We already have a furnace?
No. Oh, well, I have a furnace out here that I've already built, yeah.
I'm putting it in my house.
That's alright.
Alright, hold on. I gotta have it in my hands before I do that, don't I?
Yeah. Of course, you can have it in your hands after, like, it doesn't have to be in your hands when you enter the house.
Alright, I have one in my house now. I'm going to bed. Hey, alpaca!
Not
Hey,
so
alpaca.
Is there something you'd rather watch us play, alpaca?
He's probably hoping for Monster Hunter.
Well, I'm waiting for Demon to get on to do that.
Oh. We have
Egg
a
Festival
battle.
tomorrow.
Yes. What do you think the dog's name should be?
H-U-N-T. Wait, hold on. H-O-U-N-T, I think.
Hunt?
Hunt.
H-O-U-N-T?
I think it's what it is. How do I fill my watering can again?
So
Go to a
up
water
to
source.
the edge
No
and-
shit, Panda.
Not that water's edge.
Huh?
Not that water's edge. Come on. Down here.
And then what do I do?
Just click.
Okay.
Shit.
What?
You okay?
A guy slammed on his brakes in front of me. Oh. I didn't hit him before anyone asked.
We're making another.
Oh.
We're planting more.
We can now. I'm only going to do 9 because I've got 9
There's 9.
cauliflower seeds that that was my reward at the it was my reward at the what's it called? Museum.
Morning, sweetheart.
Well, I think it's afternoon at
Did
this
I what?
point.
It's
Yeah,
been
very late
clean, sweetheart.
afternoon.
We lost water. It was turned off.
Why was water turned?
I don't remember.
What? What happened?
It was earlier than 3. No. I don't, but the park was doing it.
Sorry.
I'm accidentally tilling the land.
Yeah, so if you take your pickaxe and hit the same spot, it'll quote unquote heal the land. At least I call it healing. Oh, what do you have, traveling merchant? Not that I have the space for anything.
So what day are you guys on, if you don't mind me asking?
12th day of spring, year 1.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna buy that puffer. I can get rid of something. Getting that puffer fish is so difficult for me when I'm fishing.
To me,
It's just
fishing in
easy.
Stardew is general is hard.
Well, on one of mine, by the end of summer year 2, I reached level 10 farming, level 10 foraging, level 10 fishing. By the end of summer year 2.
Year 2.
Year 2. I'm kind of hungry. Well,
I'm about to get food. Really?
everything okay?
Guy cut me off.
Sounds like you're dealing with a lot of asshats today.
No, it's the same one. The one that braked right in front of me and then cut me off just now.
Lovely.
I can't wait to park. Okay, hang on 1 second, guys.
Yeah, Jazz actually follows Stranger Danger.
13 even. Thank you.
Any sauce?
No, thank you, City.
Have a great day.
Thank you, City. I got food. I got food.
I'm kind of lost, Amar.
Where are you? Oh, you're in town. Okay. Nope. No, you're up in the bus stop.
I have a star
Continue
coral.
heading west. I see you found found a ow, the farm.
Do I sell the coral, oyster, and urchin?
For now, I would highly recommend it. Yes. There's not much you can do with them right now. Why can't I find a fucking leak, guys?
In the boat.
I have no idea why she sounds so low.
Am I low?
Huh?
Oh, low. Well, it could be my positioning from the computer. That's a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
look at that. We're 9.5 hours, and now we're down to
4.
uh-huh.
I cannot wait to get a glowstone ring.
What does that do again? That makes it so it's more lighter, right?
It puts a ring of light around you as well as increases your radius of pickup,
Okay.
which makes working in the dark a lot easier, especially when you hit those parts of the mine
Yeah.
that don't have light.
Oh yeah. And those shaman figures are a-holes.
Oh, that's one way of putting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's getting late. But there is now going to be a dog roaming the farm during the day, so long as it's not raining out. Thank you for the vibe check, Lumi.
I can't really stretch right now. But I can at least take a drink.
Hey, weirdo. What you doing? Huh? What's up, weirdo? Okay, what the hell is this? There's something odd going on in the community center. So,
Unfortunately, I'm looking at a delayed screen, so I can't answer right now.
hi, Bubber. Ah, it's cute.
Oh, yeah, go on and go check the community center out.
I'm gonna go kill some more slimes.
Alright,
I've only killed 2.
that's alright.
You can do it, Reina.
Make sure you take plenty of field snacks with you.
I took 5. I left the other. I only took half.
Okay. It's part of why
Yeah,
I
if I
got
ever- Yeah.
seeds. Here you have.
If I were ever to play with Helios in this, I know where to find him.
Where would he be?
Where is he in Minecraft?
Underground.
Yeah, fair enough.
He'd
He's
be
not
going after the
there, like,
slime.
sense. And you can tell him I
Except in
said
this game. Wait, what'd you say? I cut out.
he's not very satyr-like in that sense.
No, he's not. But he'd go for the slime, but he can't make his slime castle. This.
So I take it you didn't want to join the egg festival?
Oh, this. I want to get the slime thing out of the way.
Okay. Oh, I can't do the egg festival without you.
Good.
Where's the strawberry seeds? Oh well. There's another
We're
year
gonna
I
not be
can
able to
do-
get the strawberry seeds without me going.
Yeah, apparently I need both. We both need to go to the egg festival.
When's it? What time is it in the game?
10:30 a.m.
You still got time.
at 2 p.m.
Yeah.
I've killed 3 slimes. I can come up. That's 5 slimes I've killed. I just need to do 5 more. So where do I go specifically?
Sorry?
Where do I go specifically?
Oh, so as you exit the mines, head south. You want to cross the river, of course, and then just head south.
Strawberry seeds.
I was able to get 5.
I don't... How many was I able to... Oh. Strawberry seeds? Inventory full.
Um,
I don't know how
The
many I
reason
was
I
able to
like-
get.
if you press E, or sorry, if you press your menu button, I mean,
Seasonal plant, sap, copper. I had a seasonal plant. Alright, I'll be back. I gotta go drop my shit off.
that ends the festival.
I have too much shit in my inventory. Do I just...
You can choose to throw something away if you'd like.
Well... fuck.
Oh, there we go.
I like the strawberry seeds because a single strawberry at normal level, not like normal level quality, not like silver, gold, or even iridium quality,
What? How do I throw something away?
is 200 gold. So pick it up and then hover over the trash can.
What trash can?
There's a trash can off to the right hand side of the menu.
Oh. So you can eat the green algae?
Yes, and it is actually healthy. It's slimy, but it's healthy.
So should I keep the sap?
No, not really.
What about the seasonal plant?
I mean, if you like to decorate, yeah.
Yeah, not right now. Alright.
And the reason I've already said that. But
You got
it's
5?
old menu.
How many
got
seeds do you
5.
want me to get?
However many you want. I just like strawberry seeds.
Alright, so we have 12 now.
Okay.
Is there anything else that we should get?
In terms of purchasing from Pierre, no, not really. I mean, everything else is just decoration.
Okay.
Don't forget to go ahead and talk to everyone.
Okay, so spike the punch. Is there a reason I'm supposed to talk to everybody?
It's just a socialite thing. It helps increases how much the townspeople like you. Oh, that's swollen. Let me show you a secret when you get a chance. And there went Panda.
Panda go poof.
And Panda come back.
There we go.
I think I've talked to everybody now.
You have not gotten Pierre. Come on. There's a way to get to him. If you come this way.
Right, who's this
Come
person?
uptown.
Huh?
You have to come up around the... And now you can actually talk to Pierre and consider him talked to. Are we ready to egg hunt?
Sure.
Good luck. Because Abigail always wins.
Not if you manage to get like 10 eggs.
I've only won once when I played.
I've only lost 3 times.
I don't know how many times I lost.
Honey, can you get a tooth thingy?
19, please. Thank you. Here's that for you.
Excuse me.
I'm waiting until
Thank you.
you're ready, Raina.
What thing? Oh, you've already got 2.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Part of it is I kind of know where everything is at this point.
Okay.
I found that any less than 10 eggs and you lose.
Okay, how many did you get?
10. Lumi's asking when the next power hour is.
I don't know.
Right back. I'm gonna get thing. I'll be back on.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Sorry, I had something stuck in my teeth and it was bugging me.
Fair enough.
Leave the tables alone, child. What happened here? Amar?
Sorry, hold on. Food in mouth. So when you don't have seeds planted, the ground has the chance to become untilled.
Okay. What happened to the
And
parsnips?
they were ready yesterday.
And you didn't replant?
I didn't have any to replant, and because of the egg festival, I couldn't buy any. I'll be going to buy some today.
So should I put like another plot in front of it?
You can choose wherever you want for yours. I'll make sure it gets protected and everything. No worries.
Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Now you have where your seeds can go. You have your
I've
strawberry
already
seeds?
put down.
Huh?
See, they're right here.
Where?
On the line
Mar.
across.
Really?
I'm in the habit of planting. That's alright though. It's alright that they're separated. I'm in the habit of planting the strawberry seeds the same night. But I can fill in that area with more parsnips. They're a real easy crop to grow in the first year.
Hey, honey. Bloomy wants to know when next power hour is going to be. It says 3 hours and 44 minutes. I honestly don't know. I may not. I may not.
Let's say,
And a power hour in an hour?
yeah.
Okay.
So is that 4:30 or 4?
Yeah, 4:30 is what he said. Pretty much. The hell is this?
How are you? Are you in the mines?
Yes.
What level?
2, I think.
Alright, what are you asking what the hell is what?
I don't remember. Oh, that.
Just a barrel. Sometimes you can find stuff in them.
By the way, you're going to have to pick up the copper ore.
Okay, I've been slimed. Do you have your sword?
The hell is this?
Topaz, I think.
Gold.
Yeah. Topaz.
Oh, topaz?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is why I cannot wait to have a glowstone ring. That is most likely an amethyst.
There you go. I got more shit for you to pick up.
I'm a flowing behind. I can't pick up the stone.
Hmm?
I can't pick up the stone. Oh! 2 popped out of that one. I think because we were both doing that.
Possibly.
Ooh, we're just leaving a bunch of stone. Alright. I'll come through and pick up the stone. The downside to having only 12 slots at the moment.
So where's the way down?
Gotta find it. Well, I'm kind of going to. There it is. Today seems to be a monster-free day. Found it. Ooh, Ooh, we need that. If you got space to free up.
I did.
Yeah. Rock crab.
There's more copper up here.
Okay. I hate the rock crabs, so ooh, we need the crab.
Come up here and get the stuff.
Get the crab? No, we need to collect the crab. I don't have any edibles, and
Got him.
it eventually will need to be donated to the community center.
You're an absolute terror tomorrow.
Why?
Because I'm trying to
Oh
kill the
shoot,
slime.
I forgot. I forgot. I'm so sorry. We ready to try the next level?
Give me a moment. I've successfully dispatched 10 slimes.
Alright.
So what are we doing now?
We can go ahead and head out then, if you've managed to successfully. I am so sorry. I wasn't thinking. My mind is just on get my combat level up. And actually, I'm headed to the Adventurers Guild.
Alright, wait, hold on. I need to follow you. Where are you? Okay.
We don't have much right now.
So which one do you recommend?
Honestly, right now I wouldn't recommend any of. I wouldn't recommend the blade nor the sneakers. Because the blade isn't all that much better than what we have. It's
The
like
rings don't look that good either.
point. Actually, for the most part, the rings are pretty good. They help.
So I've
just a
done
little
5
bit.
out of 125 cave insects and 11 out of 1,000 slimes.
Mm-hmm.
And 1 out of 60 rock crabs. So are we part of the Adventurers Guild now?
We are.
So now it's time to go home.
Mm-hmm.
Do we sell the crab?
No. Like I said, here soon enough we'll be able to donate it to the community center.
Okay.
Welcome back, Benda.
Hello?
So
There we go.
this chest right here that I'm in front of.
I
is
also
where
got a
I'm
cherry
putting
bomb.
Nice.
It's getting late, is what it says.
Mm-hmm. I can go a little longer.
Yes, I have eaten, Lumi.
I'm eating now. because as Raina's knows, I've had a weird sleep
Is she
schedule today.
eating or what the hell's going on? Oh, you're holding the bone for her.
Do you still have the crab in your pockets?
I do. I'm waiting for you to go to bed.
I'm sorry.
It's 1 a.m. Go to bed.
I still have an hour. But
It's
I'm almost there.
at you.
Hmm?
Sounded like someone sneezed.
No,
Alright.
I'm eating a McFlurry and I took the ice cream out of the spoon.
I'll go. I forgot you go dashing sometimes.
What?
It's salmonberry season. The bushes have a lot of the bushes have berries on them now. I decided to go out into the forest to forage and realized that it was the 15th. And so for the next 4 days, there are berries to be plucked from the bushes. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. By Friday, there'll be none left. It's a short season, and it happens again in the fall with blackberries.
Nice. Are you gonna get the parsnips again?
We have plenty of parsnip seeds right now.
Did you plant them?
Yeah. "15 of the seeds that are planted are parsnips."
So was I going to, where do I go give the crab to?
So, for now, you see the 2 chests?
Purple and silver?
Yeah. The silver one, just put it in there. We can't put it into donation just yet.
So put the monster loot in the silver chest?
Yes. The slimes especially, because we're going to end up needing 99 of them.
So what does the dog do?
Nothing really.
I think I went and pet him.
That's fine. Animals deserve pets every day.
Yes, I think we just got another vibe check too.
Yes, we did. Do you have the coal?
Yeah.
Need
Oh, I'll
a
put it in the
piece.
box.
go grab a piece of coal and was like, oops. Yeah, the
So what are you
formula is
firing up?
5 pieces. That's a copper.
Yeah, I'm doing that too.
I figured. And copper's really quick. The process is 5 ore on a coal. But there's also a neat little trick. You know, you can take 1 quartz and 1 coal and make refined quartz. And that is also necessary in creating things. Parada and Panda are at it again.
Ouch.
Did I just hear an ouch?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
What'd you
chairman
do?
is not exactly comfy.
Ah,
Run, we've been
yeah.
busted. Yeah, too bad. Okay, so where do I put the 4 ingots that I've made? Oh, refined quartz. Where do I put all this?
We're putting it in the gray. This gray.
Okay, that looks like a black one to me.
Dark gray. But yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go get my water bucket.
Okay, the panda is stuffed.
Pierre's storage is now selling fertilizer.
Yep.
Do I go buy some?
We can't use it right now. It has to go into the soil before we put the seeds down. The order is tilling, fertilizer, and then the seed. So we're a little at a loss at the moment. Besides, soon enough we'll have the ability to make it ourselves as we level up in the farming level. And it's much cheaper that way. Could do that. What? I'm thinking about picking up some potato seeds.
Potato. Oh.
And now I actually want to make homemade mashed potatoes again. Oh shoot, it's 4. Oh crap, the bank will close soon. Shit. I can go to an ATM.
Oh, by the way, I need to let you know, my OCD is getting set off really hardcore.
On
The way the farms are.
the way it's currently stumps all over the place.
No. The strawberry and parsnip seeds being mixed.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, I don't like doing that either, but the first season, I put up with it. Because it's a little harder to spread out on the first season. I promise, summer will be a lot easier on the OCD.
So when are we gonna get to the point where we can get the big trees and the big rocks taken care of?
We have to get our pickaxe and hoe up to steel.
How long is that gonna take?
Well, I usually have it done by the end of winter first year. And that's me taking my time. Mainly because I do not like to be without my tools during the farming season.
Fair.
And you know, there's 3 farming seasons and one off season. So sorry, I'm thinking.
Careful, that's dangerous.
Oh, I know, especially. My mind is not. feeling it.
Do you need me to pick up the potato seeds?
No, he's closed.
I'd asked you that
Yeah.
earlier.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Must have been when the audio cut out for a bit.
When were you gonna have me donate the crab?
Well, we can't just yet. I'm actually trying to see if this one will unlock that. I don't know if it does or not. So, this is where you would donate it, but there's no scroll there to donate it to at the moment. What I'm doing, come on over, is you see how got this shiny little tablet?
Yeah.
I am just now donating the last item needed to complete the spring foraging bundle.
Okay.
And oh look, we get 30 spring seeds. You'll also get 30 spring seeds. And it has opened up the pantry.
I did not get seeds.
And the fish tank. Give me a moment. Right click on the tablet. Or, sorry, right click for me.
It's a bunch of gibberish. Wait, right click.
Oh, yeah. Now that it's a bunch of gibberish, I forgot you had to have read it too. Tomorrow you'll get a letter from the wizard. Yeah. Tomorrow you'll get a letter from the wizard. You'll go see him, and then you'll be able to read that as well.
So what
I now
is everything that we need to donate for these things?
have.
Cutscene?
Yeah, I have a cutscene.
Yeah, me too.
Linus digging through the trash.
Yep.
Yeah. Pardon. That is honestly one of the best answers you can give him.
Day lightning.
Hello.
Yes. Where do you see lightning?
Said, or he spoke in the
Lightning
chat.
power EXP. Oh.
Lightning power EXE or something, or EXP.
Lightning power experience.
Oh, that was earlier. I was like,
Yeah.
because I know me and Parvetta did the screaming Santa Girl.
Yeah, it was right before that one.
Mm.
Yeah, I know it's getting late. Give me a moment. I like to refill my water can at the end of the night. And then
I refill it as soon as I'm done using it.
it's going to rain tomorrow in game. I'm not gonna. If you want to go around and search for salmon berries,
Oh, I got monies from Dad.
yep, I did too. So if you want to go around and search for salmon berries on the bushes, just kind of randomly go around. And I'm going to go on to the mines. I figure I'll take 2 days of the salmon berry
I got
season,
a
and you can
leak.
take.
A leak in a boat?
I like rainy days.
I like them too, because then you don't have to water the plants.
Rainy days means I can just go straight to the mines for the most part. Hey, Raina,
Hmm.
would you take some stuff back for me?
Sure.
Or, wait, never mind. You doing that. Never mind.
So do we keep the salmon berries?
I sell them for the first year. Um, because although they aren't much overall, they definitely help add to your coinage.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Good job. Atasa. Lumi, if you're still here, according to Sagrel, Power Hour will be in about 15 minutes.
Lumi is still here.
He just said, alrighty. I hate getting slimed. Damn it.
What happened?
I just died. Well, was knocked unconscious.
You gonna be alright?
Damn. Yeah, I'll be fine.
What? Damn what?
Lost my sword.
Ouch.
When you're knocked unconscious, you can lose items from your backpack. I lost my sword and the copper ore I'd been gathering. And about 100 gold. Thankfully, the Adventurers Guild has a lost and found service. For a fee, you can have one item brought back. It's my sword that I'm having to bring back. I got mobbed by like 4 slimes at once and couldn't fight them off fast enough. Mummy, get some rest. Okay.
Yeah, but see, I passed out on you guys earlier.
While I was reading.
Yeah. I was able to get back to sleep finally.
That's good.
Did my voice soothe you to sleep?
Yes, actually. Because I was passing out drawing.
Maybe someone should ask me to read to her more often.
Well, right now I'm drawing you.
I officially restart my streaming on December 4th with
Okay.
Jackson and the Olympians, the Sea of Monsters.
Okay, I'll have that, what you asked for done.
What
Thank
did
you.
oh, okay, I was supposed to say. What did we
Well, I'm
ask
doing what
for?
you asked for as well.
What did I ask
I
for?
asked for a tiny little change on the book.
You mean the one with the book pile?
Mm,
Oh no, I'm not doing that yet.
I have no idea what you're doing
What
then.
I'm doing, the disgusted emote.
Uh,
Mm. Ow, 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 ow. Why are you tangling? You're not doing anything. You're just sitting on my head.
that's why it's tangled.
you think strawberries gonna be ready tomorrow?
No, but the parsnips will. I think the parsnips will.
To be a parsnip or not to be a parsnip. That
Yeah. Pretty much.
oh, oops. I have to switch layers.
Oops.
Well, it's an easy fix at least.
I don't know where I saw it. It might have been in one of the discords, but it was a sketch of Yzma and Kronk.
Oh, it's in one of the discords. I know what you're talking about.
Move the sketch layer.
Um, I was
Yeah.
in Nova stream last week, and someone that does digital art like me and Nova did not realize you could do layers.
Oh, so
So they were doing it like a normal, like if they were drawing on a sketch pad. Yeah, me, me and Nova both were like, "You poor sweet child."
damn dog.
Huh?
In game, the dog is in my bed and I can't get in my bed now. There we go.
Level 3 foraging. +1 axe proficiency. New crafting recipe.
Yay!
Taper. What the hell is that?
Tapper.
Okay.
You can put a tap on trees and get pine tar, oak resin, and maple syrup.
Guess I shouldn't have cut down that tree, huh?
Well, no, we can always plant seeds and have them grow.
But yeah, I won't be able to send anything until I get
Are the
Helios in my
parsnips
home.
ready?
Yes. Would you like to harvest all 15 of them?
So how do I do that? Oh, okay. No,
Hi.
What'd I tell you? Your butt. Fine, if you want to plant it, go ahead. My OCD is not gonna like you, though.
Like I said, I kind of turn it off for the first season.
What do I do with the 15 parsnips I have?
You can sell them. We got one more day left of salmonberry season.
Okay, I'll go start getting them. Oh, there's a tree right here.
So Tapper requires, if I recall correctly, an iron bar as well. No, 2 copper bars and 40 pieces of wood. My bad.
So should I make one?
I mean, it slows down our ability to upgrade our tools. So that's up
That's
to you.
a no.
It's up to you. I'm gonna head back to the mines and pay more attention this time. I see you've been clearing out the tree trunks.
Yeah.
Driving you crazy?
No. It's just something so we can keep our wood supply up.
That's fair. We can also cut down the trees in the forest and in the mountains.
Thanks for telling me that now.
I didn't realize that's what you were doing.
Alright, so I'm gonna go getting seeds. God damn it, Doug. I love you, but fucking move. You're as bad as Marshmallow.
So, yeah. Farm animals do that shit. The cows and the chickens and the sheep and all are just as bad. Holy cow, you're a rock crab.
I think I found a wild parsnip.
No, there's no wild parsnips. Probably a wild horseradish.
A leek.
Unskinnable.
What? What's up, hun? What's up? For what? It's in 3 minutes, but go ahead and turn it on. Power hour's on.
Yeah, nope, I am not staying here. So sometimes levels in the mine are monster infested.
Take it you found one of those.
Yes, and I said, nope, not doing it. I'd rather have some life elixirs on hand before doing that.
Another one already? Have fun. Hey, dragon.
Jack.
Thank you, Lumi. Lumi bought 3 packs. He bought exactly enough to get us up to the next tweet.
Oh boy.
Sounds about right.
He did that on purpose.
Oh, I figured. Is it just me or does it kind of sound like the Mario music?
A little.
Yeah.
It can sound a little like that.
Oh.
You start looking into that kind of stuff.
0.5 does not live on Alpaca, I'm sorry.
It just hasn't been updated. Ow.
He's like, yeah. Oh.
320 exactly. Which means there's only 30 left before we get to
Uh-oh.
Alright, what's he gonna do?
He's like, I need to fix this. He's most likely gonna buy 5 packs.
I mean, I would kind of expect no less.
Let me put it this way. You thought Star was bad with his gremlin energy?
Not really.
Or no, it was Eric. I can't remember. Oh.
Oh shoot.
Well, that's good.
Oh. Ow.
You alright?
I think I've got a rib slipped out of place.
How did you do that?
Just sitting here.
That is not an easy feat, Omar. How did you do that?
I don't know. All I know is it hurts to breathe, it hurts to move a certain way.
That doesn't sound like a rib. That sounds like a muscle.
It's a
Or
it's
a
right
node.
where the rib is placed. It's one of my lower ribs.
You mean one of your floating ribs?
I think so. It wouldn't be the first rib I've slipped out of place, honestly.
What do you mean? You win, Lumi.
I think
But
it's
by
all
the
of
way, I
the
have the total sub count under. Let me actually.
I think Alpaca and Lumi are at like a little war about keeping it even or keeping it odd.
something like that.
Like,
That's what
yeah.
Here you go. Total subs. Right there. Damn. So I has monies. Excuse me.
How much you make?
So that was the last day of the berries.
Yes. Yes. Berry season, berry picking season like that only runs 4 days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Okay. Are these ready?
No. They're big when they're ready.
So didn't you get like spring seeds?
Yeah, I haven't planted them because we don't have to plant them just yet. Honestly, they take about a week to grow, so if I plant them on this Saturday, they'll be ready on the next Saturday, the last day of
Spring.
spring.
I need fresh cauliflower for a recipe I want to make. Could you bring me one? Jody. Oh shit, I accepted it. Are these
There was no
cauliflower?
choice. Those are cauliflower, yeah.
Okay.
So they'll be ready, I want to say 3-4 days from now. Have you already planted seeds for the regrowing of trees?
No.
Okay. Have you gone to visit the wizard?
Nope, I don't know where he is.
You want to find out?
Hello? What's that? I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. How many was that?
30 subs
30.
from Dragon King. I
So now we have to get a Calvin Couple Commission. That was part of the 30-50 goal.
Yep.
Thank you, Dragon.
Thank you. That was actually exactly what we needed. And by the way, that's 3 tweets.
That means we have 4 tweets we have to do right now because we haven't gotten the instructions for the tweet. Oh boy.
Well,
You
that's
know what the next goal is?
dragging. That's better.
Honey, do you know what the next goal is?
Give me a moment.
I can tell you what it is right now. It's the one you've been wanting.
Oh my god, I want this one so bad. 100% Gwent card playthrough Witcher 3. I want it so bad. I want it so bad. I want it so bad. If we can.
That squealing, though.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, it was so cute.
I'm not upset. You wanna go
No,
find
that was
out?
adorable.
You wanna come find the wizard?
Give me a moment.
Yeah, Lumi, I think you goaded Dragon into doing something.
Hi.
Even though I think you were another 10 from
Thank
Dragon.
you. That's another tweet.
You just did 10 more?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm at 5 tweets I have to do.
Yep.
Oh boy. I'm gonna go run around outside a little bit.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh god, he did this so there's 10 out. Okay, I see you. He's satisfied
For now.
for now.
For now.
That's another 10 subs.
Dragon, I'm satisfied for now.
That is 40 subs. 40.
Yep.
Till the next goal.
Yep.
Make into a legendary creature card for magic as I goad others.
Hello, rival.
So
As
literally
you
this
goat
the
or
next
goad?
go he says goad. Literally this next shit, hold on. I put the wrong number down.
Yeah, because I don't think.
400.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think it's
This
350.
next goal is the one I really, really want. Okay, so where's the wizard? We're off to
Alright.
see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of
I'll
Oz.
just close it back.
Excuse me.
Wonderful things he does.
I got stuck for a second there. Who's this dude?
Traveling merchant.
Cave carrot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nautilus shell. Tulip.
Mm-hmm.
Poppy seeds. Do you want me to get some poppies? That's for 1 fucking seed.
Yeah, no.
Glazed yams.
Much cheaper at,
Sandfish. Pickles. Summer spangle. Fairy rose. Oh, those are expensive. Rare seeds. What are the rare? Sow and fall takes all season. Do you want me to get some of these?
if you'd like.
I have plenty. I have 5 of them.
see.
I have 5 seeds now. Wait, hold on.
You're just about to say you can only get 3 because they're 1,000 each.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm just getting one.
Yep.
I feel dumb.
You've been seeing this tower?
No.
Make sure your well, it's too late now.
Make sure my what?
Flash effects are definitely off.
Yeah.
You gonna do alchemy here? Oh, you're the one that's put them little shits in the community center.
No, he's not. They appear when a building has gone to seed. So, an abandoned building. They just appear. They're spirits, essentially. Unlike how we Fae sometimes take over abandoned buildings,
Mm-hmm.
that's what they're doing. But they also help you rebuild the community center, or help us rebuild the community center. We bring them gifts of the Valley, aka the crops, the foraging, the fish, the minerals and such, and they fix things up, not just in the community center, but around town. They'll fix the bus stop when we complete a certain bundle set. They'll fix the mine carts and the I'll get my words out eventually.
The bridge. I know there's a bridge.
Yeah, the bridge leading to the quarry. They'll remove a big boulder, which then allows us to pan for ore in the waters. They do a lot of good as you help them.
Plus 30 energy.
Yep.
Looks like my character's sick though.
Yeah. More like your character is getting nauseous and high all at the same time. For a short period of time, at least.
Yeah. Actually, we were at 318.5. Then Lumi did 1.5, and then you did 40.
I see your character's gone on a trip now. And you finish all better.
Alright, how do I get back?
South. And then you're going to want to head east and then north. Too far south. Come on.
Put my seeds over here. Just one that I feel stupid for buying.
Oh, no, don't feel stupid for buying that, actually.
Why?
suppose we actually need a sweet gem berry, and those produce sweet gem berries.
The bombs. Do I manually update what?
The subs?
Yeah, no, they don't. Or I do manually update how many subs there are, or how many subs we've gotten.
Oh no.
What?
I had the wrong tool out and didn't pay attention.
Uh-oh.
What you planting now?
The spring seeds.
Aren't you only doing 15 at a time?
I was going to plant them all because there are 30 of them,
Okay, then go for it.
but also went too far because I was going to bring it down.
Are all the trees that we can, the tree stumps that we can cut down, cut down?
Yeah.
We went outside with the dog. What is 10 short? Oh, sorry, my bad. can take a cold.
Hey, Anubis.
Hi, Anubis. Um,
Panda. Oh. And I think that was Panda rejoining.
so Dragon was like, y'all's timer are too low. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting close to the goal I really want.
I don't want
You
What's
said
the
it
goal
on
after
the...
this one?
I do not want to set up.
Let's see. The one after the Gwent one is Uno.
Actually, we might. Because we might have to turn to Uno Flip, and I'll have to buy that.
Excuse me. Uno flip.
So, the deck has two sides to each card.
The fuck is this?
On one side, there are cards like skip, reverse, +1/+2 kind of draws, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the
If
other
you use
side,
your
there is
sword-
completely take another turn.
Jason's talking.
Sorry. My apologies, Jason.
You shush. Get on mic. Sorry, there's somebody who walked in and was just... Sagrel and somebody else were talking off stream and I couldn't hear.
Yeah, my mind didn't catch up to what was going on before
Yeah.
I started speaking, and my apologies.
See, we heard... You guys could hear Sagrel pretty clearly. The other person was a little bit farther in the background, couldn't hear him.
Yeah, I do apologize. Just did not catch up.
We're fine. It's just when Sagrel starts talking to me or someone else, he gets really passionate.
If you use your sword on the barrels and crates in the mines, then it breaks a lot easier.
Slimer got me.
Yep.
And I'm going to need to come out of the mines.
Just find a ladder going up,
I did.
and you'll be fine.
It's not because my health was too terribly low. It's my inventory's full.
Yeah. That's one of the hardest things to work with right now. And you need 2,000 gold to get
I need how
get the
much
next
more?
12 inventories.
I need how much?
2,000.
Cool. How much am I at?
Yeah, I've got 172.
How do I do that? And I really wish you told me that earlier.
I think the last time we played, I did say something, but we've slept since then.
We have indeed.
So, the general store is closed right now, but you will be able to go after 9 a.m. tomorrow. You will be able to go to the general store, and you don't talk to Pierre. It's a little over to the right of him.
Do I put the... Okay, hold on. That goes in there. Do I put the copper ore in the resource... or the
Resources.
minerals? Those are all minerals.
The one next to it is where the copper ore will go.
Sleepy time. Oh, the dog's inside my house now. Whee!
The dog does not stick to a single house.
I'm sorry to hear
Aw.
that, Dragon King.
Ow. Ow. Everything's wrong with me. Before anyone asks, everything's wrong with me.
But yeah, that was definitely a sub bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, thank you, Dragon. Um, yeah, and I also have to work that day on Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving?
Oh, I
Oh.
volunteered for it though. Think about it this way: time and a half.
Okay, yeah, I get it. But
I'm
at the
saying
same
absolute.
time,
No, no, no. There's only going to be 16 people total for 2 buildings, so it's like probably 8 and 8. The store's closed.
damn.
No customers. Tell me you wouldn't do this. And it's
Okay,
fulfillment only. So people order shit, we go get it, package it, send it out. That's it. That's all we're doing.
okay,
That entire shift.
I think I might, you know, volunteer for that if I didn't have other obligations.
Amar, the only 2 shifts
Mm.
that day are 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. or 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Those are
And
the
with
only
my
shifts that
grandmother, the
day.
holiday's an all-day thing.
Oh, you could just tell her you didn't have a choice. Oh, shit.
You're getting faster.
Well, it's called practice. That's how that
Mhm.
works. So where do I go to upgrade my inventory?
Well, once you pop back out, come on.
Where you at?
I went towards the bus stop.
Oh, hold on. Getting pop-ups from Google. I hate it.
Oof.
That's what that noise is that you hear every once in a while. I can't even imitate it.
I
Oh
haven't
shit.
been here anymore.
So
I'm actually waiting until we hit 9 and
the
there we
flower
go.
dance is on the 24th. Ay
Yep.
shit. Oh, excuse me.
I entered and got a
I will not have to work on Yule, or I will not have to work on Christmas Day. The store's closed. The store is closed on Easter, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. Those are the only 3 days. Unless Act of God happens, which is effectively lights go out. Well, power goes out due to storms or something, which usually doesn't happen. Or if someone decides to hit the transformer again.
or if someone decides what?
Okay, so there's 4 transformers around the entirety of the mall. Someone
Mhm.
hits that, and someone did last year, knocked it 75% off of the concrete block it was sitting on. It took out power for a fourth of the mall.
Dang. And this cutscene shows you the absolute cruelty of Jojo Mart.
What a dick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm back. He's gone.
Cool, I'll take that. 4 slimes? Hell yeah. Alright. Backpack
Right there.
upgrade. Hell yeah. Give me that.
I still have 1,500
I
to
got the
go.
large pack. Your inventory space has increased to 24. Hell yeah!
Yep.
What was it before?
12.
Okay, so wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so where's the mine?
North.
No shit. Smart ass.
Yep. One of the smartest things about me.
She must have said just up.
Yeah, I could've. I also could have said they're technically down, too. Why do I have a feeling you're glaring through the screen?
No.
But you talking about the Transformers? That's what happened to us on Monday when we had that power outage. So we got the whole exit and then 5 miles into town as well.
Oh.
Yeah, we were out of power for about 45 minutes, but our systems were down until 10 p.m.
Mm.
And our shop had to close because when the power came on, the lights were smoking.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
that's not good.
Yeah, no. So they were closed down for the whole night.
Hey, that must have felt a little nice that you didn't have to work. Did you get paid?
No.
Oh yeah, we got paid for it.
Oh, you got paid for it?
Oh, good.
Yeah, we got
Lucky
paid to sit
you.
there.
I
No,
wouldn't.
no, no. I was. Yeah,
If
we
they
got
sent
paid to
us
sit
home,
there.
you clock out. Well, with
No, they
ours,
didn't send us home.
it's
They sent the shop home.
oh. So with us,
Yeah, we
you
were
have 3
guarding the
hours.
store.
If the power is off for 3 hours, you can go home.
Nice.
On
It
our
always, never
place.
fails, comes back on 2.5 hours or 2 hours 45 minutes. It never
Mm-hmm.
fails.
Oh yeah, no, no, we never close except for power outages. Yeah, that's the only time we close. We are 365, 24/7, or 366 if it's leap year.
Jesus.
Yeah, even if the power is out, we have people stationed at the front doors telling people that we cannot serve them because we cannot physically lock these doors.
I mean, at least they still have a quote unquote job to do.
Yeah, we just get sit there like the last time before. I was actually when we had to wait for the power to come back on, I was literally planning out Raina and Sour Girl's menu for Halloween.
Nice. Oh, I hate fishing with such a low fishing level.
Well, you gotta fish to get that level up.
I know.
I'm gonna just let Amar do the fishing.
Yeah,
I
it is
don't care about fishing at all. Why is it dark?
It does that sometimes. Some levels don't have the same amount of lighting. What
Yeah,
level?
that's why Amar wants the glow ring.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't even tell what level she's on.
Yeah, it's blocked by the power hour.
3.
Yeah, some.
Oh.
I've noticed that third is a little.
Ah!
little. You
Yeah.
okay?
It was a rock that fucking moved!
Yeah, that's a rock crab.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll get it.
Yeah, because if it's laying down and not moving, you can't hit it.
I mean, you can, not with the sword, but you can. Pickaxe. I don't know if it does any damage though.
A
Definitely gets angry.
slime! Come here, you little shithead.
I think rock crabs are the worst.
I need a total of 4 of you. There's one.
Okay.
Target acquired. Come here.
No, this is not where that goes. I almost
2.
put your emote
Ooh, I
in
got
the
amethyst
Yule
from the little shit.
menu.
You got a largemouth bass.
And a bullhead. Donated. I'm actually going to donate the crab as well, because it doesn't matter who donates it, just as long as it gets donated.
3. Okay, 1 more.
3 what?
Slimes.
Okay. Import image. Crap, I can't remember which one you wanted.
Which one? Who wanted?
Raina. I can't remember if she wanted the Yule Bowl with the beans on it or the snowflake.
What do you mean? Uh, what did Grandma need?
Asked, can I buy it because you didn't. That way it's not being taken from the church.
4! Hello!
And Grandma said, you need to ask the one. If you want to do it, I need to find out the price. Because that's what Wally, that's what Pastor Wally said.
So what, they're gonna buy it from me?
So she's gonna Grandma's gonna run the money to us next week. Just that way she fairly recompensates us. I asked, do you need another jar? No, that's not what's going on.
I'm pretty sure that was enough.
That's what Grandma called. Make sense now?
Mm-hmm.
It's getting late.
I'm heading back.
Ooh, another rainy day tomorrow.
Oh, okay, you wanted the snowflake.
Excuse me.
May I do the selling of this crop so that I can try to get my upgrade?
Yes.
It won't be until tomorrow, but
So, what are we going... How long is it going to take the strawberries to finish growing?
no, the strawberries have already finished growing. They've both had their first harvest.
You didn't tell me?
Shoot. I'm sorry, I thought you saw.
How dare
They
you?
they regrow.
Yeah, I think it's,
One more harvest out of them.
I know the green beans,
So where do I go turn in a thing for the
corn.
slimes?
What do you mean?
I killed the 4 slimes. I did the quest that they asked for. At, I think it's Pierre's or something.
Okay, go to your journal and see what it says. Who wanted
Talk
it?
to Lewis. Who's Lewis?
Lewis. Linus?
It says Lewis.
That's the mayor.
Oh, Lewis. Yeah, that's the mayor.
Okay, where'd you go? Oh, there you go.
Whether he's there or not, I don't know right now, but his house is this house right here. Yep, he's here. You might have to have the slimes in hand. Or not. Good.
Reach farming level 1 and craft a scarecrow. Find Robin's lost axe.
That's
Cutting
like in
wood
the middle of the
south
woods.
of Marine's ranch.
Marnie, yeah.
Where's that
She's
at?
in the that's in the forest.
That doesn't help.
Just
Where?
so south of the farm is the forest. Sorry, I'm up in the mines.
So if I do anything else on my phone, I get booted. Great.
Are you in the forest?
No, I'm going south from the farm. I'm actually on the farm right now.
Okay.
South how? Oh, there we
South
go.
exit.
Ew, it smells.
Oh, yeah.
They're trying to
I had that a few days ago.
explore the sewers. Kids, y'all nasty.
Eventually you get to go into the sewers.
Is that a slime?
Oh, inside?
Mm-hmm.
No. It's a shadow person.
They're friendly though, so don't worry.
This one is, yeah.
Yeah.
So I have to find the axe. Where is it,
Yeah.
though? Is it always in the same place or something?
Yeah. There we go. I got stuck and then hit the wrong key. Alright. It should be somewhere over here.
Right there.
Since I'd already grabbed the axe on my save file,
Alright,
couldn't
so
see where it
where
was.
is the person so I can give it back?
Up in the mountains on the way to the mines.
Berata said vibe check.
Alright, thank you, Parata.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Berata.
Oh. About 30 minutes till Helios goes to lunch. Or till he was on break.
You're gonna have to go around the counter over here. Make sure it's in hand.
I didn't really have to.
Really?
Yeah.
It always made me have it in hand. Lucky.
Alright, Jody's request. Cauliflower that's not ready yet. Giving gifts is a great way to build your friendships. Learn each person's individual tastes and you'll be popular. Okay, so what gift do I have to give?
So, come on outside.
Well, excuse me.
Come over to me. Alright, take that spring onion and come on. Make sure it's in hand this time. Definitely. And talk to Linus here. It's just, any gift to any person, even if they dislike it. And Linus actually likes foraged items. Most forage items.
Alright, so how do I do farming?
Linus is an
You
easy
gotta
one to
let me
gift.
do the farming. Otherwise I'll never get the farming one. Unless I'm
Okay.
already at farming one and I don't know it.
So, in your menu, you want to hit the button that has your little face on it, and you'll find out.
I am farming level 1. I just have to... How do I make a scarecrow?
So, you're going to want to come on over to the resource thing, and you're going to want to grab the coal, some wood, and the fiber.
Okay.
Open your crafting menu.
Scarecrow!
There you go.
Oops.
Alright, next up is...
I think I took your scythe on accident. I just put it back.
But that's going to take a
So...
little... I promise you got the next strawberries. Should be more than a couple of days.
There we go, I put them down.
So, scarecrows have a radius of 8. So, they are in the center and 8 out in either direction, or any of the 4 cardinal directions, they cover that.
I haven't encountered any crows yet.
Yep.
Can we move
That's what
them?
it does. Yes, you can. You don't have to right now, though.
Okay. So, yeah, I just have to go to level 40 and give Jody a cauliflower. That's it left. However, I'm thinking... Wait, what can't Anubis wait to see? Potion permit. Reina. I already have potion permit. I just haven't started playing it yet. But I think probably should be good for I'm gonna go ahead and exit the game.
Alright, let's go ahead and do the save.
Okay, so
Or
go into
sleep
the house
tonight.
and sleep.
Otherwise, you'll lose the whole day's progress.
Okay.
Only saves overnight.
Alright. I was actually thinking about that because power hour is getting ready to be off.
Alright. And now we can... I'm going to do the exit to title.
Server has closed the connection.
All I have to do is close out and it kicks everyone, apparently.
But yeah, turn power hour off. Bonk. So, yeah, damn, I placed your shit pretty good, Amar.
Oh, the cup.
And the ramen.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I said we only have 40 more subs till we reach where Sagril has to 100% complete the Gwent card game for Witcher 3.
Curiosity, what is that?
Same.
What is what? So there's a
The Gwent.
card game called Gwent in Witcher 3. He
Okay.
It's a fun card game, but he was just like, I don't think this is gonna be that important. Turns out it was a bit more important than he thought it was. And he, too late on the Xbox version, started playing it. He didn't realize I had bought him both expansions. And they'd been sitting there for months. I think it was actually over a year at that point. Yeah, he was playing it very slowly. Yep. And yeah, so and that's one of the things I listen to the music and stuff and fall asleep to it. Um, because I'll listen the music on Witcher 3 is comforting to me, Persona 5. Yeah. But yeah, there are some games that he played that was really nice. And then if we reach that goal, I will rebuy the DLCs for him for PC. If we don't reach that goal, I'm not going to. And thing is, he did not realize I had already bought Witcher 3 for PC because since we share games on Steam, he has access to it. But yeah, and I've been I've been going for a while. Let's
A
see.
while is an understatement.
Almost 8
8 hours.
hours.
I am
Half a
thoroughly
minute
impressed
away
with
from
you.
8 hours.
Yeah, because usually I would not have lasted this long.
You usually don't even. You
The thing is, I changed things. They're already full. They're already through the fire swamp,
Oh, that's interesting.
honey.
Hold on.
So I've already got past the fire swamp. There's only about maybe 100 pages left
Okay.
of The Princess Bride.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Not really. Huh? No, The Princess Bride is a book, and it's like majority of it. But then you have Buttercup's Baby, an explanation of it, and then Fezzik's Death, which is the giant. And there's like a few chapters there.
Can't believe Fezzik dies.
But I think one of the things is I was doing stuff that I liked. And I did a little bit on Minecraft. I read Princess Bride, and then we did Stardew Valley. So,
And and also she had us.
yeah, having other people there to help me out, talk to me and stuff, kind of be a support, actually helps versus doing it alone. Because when I do it alone, I feel almost every minute of it.
And overwhelmed.
Yes. Oh, yeah. So why don't you guys tell Sagril the tweets so he... Oh, no,
Oh
you
yeah,
guys
there are
can tell me the tweets, and I'll do it. Or, no, I won't. Tell me the tweets and I will write them out for him.
there are 4 tweets, correct?
No, there are 5.
Oh shit, 5? Fuck.
Yeah, no, he has to do
Oh.
5 tweets, guys. So let me go ahead and. Did you already change the title and everything?
No.
I'm gonna do that then.
No,
Oh, of course she's tired.
Who's tired?
Nell.
Ooh. She's still healing up, isn't she?
I believe so.
you actually have to type out Final Fantasy. It said Final Fantasy Online.
So I am switching it up.
Let me know when you're ready.
There's that. Alright, so
I can understand from sickness, right?
alright, I am ready when you are, sweetie. So handoff in 3, 2, 1,